Piece
The
session.
One Piece section.
Yeah, I'm the one who
Shameless
wrote
plug to the One Piece section.
Yeah,
First thing
plug
on
to the
episode.
One Piece
Look,
campaign and
that
also
is-
the Fate
that's
campaign.
Not a shame. That's not a shameless plug, Eli. That's a shameful plug. Because he fucked it up to plug it.
Okay, this is my campaign that I am the DM of, that I am running, and this is session 24. Okay, so, David, the only intelligence you have on where your parents are currently is from two pieces of information they told you. One, that they are in a dwarven city underground, and two, that either the prison or the city as a whole is surrounded by lava. But they did specify that it was both the city and the prison as a whole. Those are the only two pieces of information you have. So with those pieces of information, you and the rest of the party must go down through the Kobold cities to find the nearest underground city and see if you can get a better map of the That is what you guys are doing. Is there any stuff that you want to grab or sort out before the party ventures down?
I think I'm pretty much up to date. Am I bringing Andrew on this, or are we leaving that bastard in the birdcage?
Andrew has since gotten out of the birdcage. It took him and Rose a while, but they did get out. He is currently hiding in the Red Forest because the Queen is still a little bit on the murder path. So I think that he would gladly welcome an opportunity to get out of Orthrund for a bit while the Queen calms down.
But that would also involve giving him even a small bit of slack.
Oh, well, don't you want to give your favorite ferret another opportunity to save the world yet again?
You don't really know that many ferrets, and yet you're still somehow not our favorite.
Oh,
That's
does that mean that I am? And Rose
No.
will just hop up on Connor's shoulder.
No,
No.
my favorite ferret.
just like, no.
Aww.
My favorite ferret was the one that I ate on the was the one that I ate on the mead hornet a while back.
Hey! That's mean.
What?
What?
It was already dead.
What?
To be
Ferrets
totally-
are amazing.
To be totally honest, Anna here probably couldn't even tell that it was a ferret, to be honest, Rose. She was probably so drunk on coffee she couldn't tell the difference between...
I didn't know people got drunk on coffee. I'm gonna have to try some.
They don't.
Yes, sure, go on. Yes, sure, go ahead. Have some of this coffee. And she'll pull out some of the necromancer coffee.
Rose will drink it.
Do
And
it.
I'm gonna roll a con save for Rose.
Oh, dear.
Okay, she has a moderate level of proficiency in that. Unfortunately, it's not quite high enough. You'll see that Rose will go bouncing all over the forest, and will then suddenly fall over, and transform into an elven female form. Oh, damn it! Got moved out of my ferret form. Freaking liar coffee. And then you'll just see her transform back into a ferret. You saw nothing.
Rush is just gonna put down like a little camera with a dirty smile.
She put down the camera after Rose transformed back.
Doesn't mean she did take the photo beforehand. Blackmail, baby!
This is
Tell
my
you
true
the
form.
time.
Got it? This.
Sure. Yes, totally.
I don't really care either way.
Oh, so the drunk one wants us there.
You're the
That
worst.
seems quite good. What about you, Lady Raijin? Do you want us to be there? I certainly want to be there.
I wish I was drunk right now to deal with this kind of shit.
Come on.
I still want you to grow a brain, or possibly have yours removed and someone else has put in your affected body. I'm sure it'll be better.
Ooh. He can change his brain. He can change the rest of his body, too.
Yes, I'm aware of how the shape changes work. However, what I'm meaning is, I would rather someone else be using his abilities and powers, because I'm sure they would be much more useful to, society at large.
Why do we need to be useful to society at large? Why can't we just enjoy our lives?
Because your enjoyment fucks the rest of us over, and we hate you for it.
Wow, you seem... I don't know if we call this a phase or something like that, but you really seem to be going through it at the moment. Maybe
Rose will
Ascension
just
can cheer
transform
you.
into the elven form and just go behind Raijin, and we'll just whisper, "One day I'm gonna get some blackmail on you too, and I'm not gonna be as nice as you are right now."
Raja whispered back, "You should wait. Just wait until you see what happens when I want to be seriously dangerous to you, you little bitch. Try me. I'll end you."
Make an intimidation check.
Despite my wording.
Well, she only has novice proficiency, but she succeeds that somehow.
I have
Actually, wait, no,
journeyman,
didn't it
actually.
give you proficiency with intimidation?
Yes, I have journeyman actually. So
yeah, you beat that.
Well, technically, you both get the same number, wouldn't you?
no,
Assuming that
mine's
you're both the
higher
same
because
level.
I'm going to assume that
Journeyman is higher than novice.
Yeah, but she rolled a
I
7.
rolled one. I rolled one less, so we'd meet technically. But
Assuming that you and Rose are the same
All right,
level.
go again.
okay. Oh fuck! I'm on my own tabs. Well, yeah, I always roll poorly is my issue. My wording's great, but
Got
fuck
it,
me.
Lady Raijin. And she'll just give a little bow and then transform back into the ferret form.
Ladies,
You want to try the
ladies,
bird
come
cage?
on.
You want to try the birdcage again? Maybe I should
Ladies,
fly.
ladies, come on. Sentient isn't here. There's no reason to fight. Now then.
I am here.
Andrew, you're gonna...
just I've been
Why would I be
saying it,
fighting over him?
Big fucking.
I mean, to be totally honest, Lady Raijin, I mean, if you feel the need to, you know...
Continue that conversation. I'll rip your throat out through your. And I'll rip your throat. Sorry, I'll rip your throat out through your anus.
You seem excessively violent today. Maybe you need, like, I don't know, maybe a little bit of ferret therapy. I don't know, you really seem to be stressing out a lot, don't you?
This wasn't what we came here to do. Andrew, do you want to come? Do you want to come to the underground cities or not?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, if we're lucky, you'll
Good.
fall in the lava.
Raijin, you're not pushing anyone into lava while we're down there unless
said-
they're an enemy.
I didn't say I'd push him in.
I know, but I'm calling it out now in case you try and pull that shit later.
And I'm going to stay on Andrew to make sure that you don't push me in.
Why should I give a shit about lesser beings? And their
Oh.
opinion. Fucking.
I will find your deepest, darkest secret, get it on film, and then show the entire world.
Go ahead. I'm sure whatever my darkest secret is something you'd be too scared of to show off.
Oh, you certainly seem to
Fine.
love playing...
And Rose will just go into Andrew's bag.
Oh, you certainly seem to... Oh, be very uptight, Raijin, but... I mean, you don't have to worry. I mean, if you ever need someone to, well, you know... If
I'm
you ever
sorry.
need...
I'm sorry. That's uptight.
I'm just gonna lean over to Andrew and just whisper like, "So you have to deal with this shit too?"
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know what I ever did to offend Lady Raijin. I mean, it was just...
No one does. And then she'll stand back. Now then, we should get going. I should get going to the coffee store.
I love a fucking. Just use the coffee rune.
Oh, do you need another one?
All right, where did the coffee room go? Hey, David, not Andrew.
Oh, you need a new one? Oh, I can make you one.
This one, I'm convinced you just fucking tattoo it.
Oh, I can do that too. Do you want it tattooed? And
Note,
they would take out his...
note, David, this means that she will always have a large amount of coffee in her, meaning that she will literally never be able to fall asleep. Meaning that she will die. She should not
you know
have
what?
it tattooed.
You know
What
what,
might
I've
work is
reconsidered.
to inscribe it onto an object which she carries on her person. That would work. But do not tattoo the coffee rune. It will kill her.
Ooh, that's interesting. We should use that to kill people.
I mean, unless they just get rid of the tattoo.
They can only really do that by either a remove curse, because this would technically be a curse even if it is beneficial, or by
Popping out the limb.
cutting out the part of skin that the tattoo's on, not the entire limb.
Well, yeah, cut out that part of skin and then just heal it over. With
Yeah.
Magic.
But also,
I'm good,
it
I'm
does
good,
take
just-
quite a few minutes to make a tattoo, so you would need to have the person for a couple of minutes to be able to do that. And they would need to be either unconscious or sitting, or restrained, or sitting willingly. There are quicker ways to kill a person. There are also more painful ways to kill a person.
And less obvious ways.
Yes. It's not a particularly good way of killing a person, is what I'm getting at.
I'll be right. I'll just grab some more from. I'll just grab some more from the brewery before we go off.
Cool.
All right. See yourself.
So you guys go to the Necromancer's Brewery. Kana, Ryoko is going to be supervising things in the city to make sure that there aren't any major problems, but you are going down with the Squad B to help sort out whatever's going on with David. Now, with that being said, let's move you guys to the new map. Alright. Oh, wait. Did I send you guys to the right map? No, I didn't. Sorry, wrong map. No, I did send you to the right map. Sorry. Okay, this is the map.
Okay,
So-
so this is the correct map.
Yes. So this is
Got it.
the area map. Once you go past the Cobalt cities, you'll find yourselves in the underground proper. You went past here before, but you didn't really spend that much time in here. This is the city of Volcadrol. It's the closest dwarven city in the area. And this is the entrance. You guys are here, and you walk into the city. What do you wish to do?
Oh wow.
Wow, this-
Oh, would you look at this place? I was just gonna look around.
it's
Oh.
really hot. It's really hot in here.
It actually isn't all that hot, aside from when you're right next to the lava area.
He is coated in fur. I imagine he would retain the heat a lot more.
You wouldn't feel hot from here. You'd maybe feel hot from about here. With fur.
fair. Wow. Wow. This place is pretty.
Alright.
Is there?
Who
do
here
they have
understands
any rituals on
Dwarvish?
here?
Kana
I
and
mean-
Raijin, right?
Yep.
Raijin by default. Kana because she actually understands the language and worked for it, and Raijin because of magic. Alright. So, you will hear a couple of people. They seem to be in some kind of market up ahead. It seems like they're talking about the disappearance of some worms. You're not quite sure what that's on about. You've heard something about the underground and worms before. Okay, anyone who has been outside. So in other words, everyone except Taishiro and David. Roll a history check.
Okay.
Well, Kana's clueless.
Fuck!
Okay,
Sounds
it was
aggressive.
DC 10. So how did Andrew do?
Let's see. So
If
what
you
was
have
the name?
proficiency, you succeed.
What was the check? Sorry.
History.
It was history.
Yeah, that's flat.
Okay, so was that Senshin or Raijin that you rolled for?
Both. You said out.
Yeah, but
Geez, you-
which one was the 15? Because the 15 succeeds.
Senshin.
Cool.
Raijin would have succeeded on a 2.
Okay.
Kana would have succeeded on a 3.
Okay, well, you would be aware that worms are some form of transit in the underground. It's not talking about your standard earthworm. They're typically quite large creatures. That would be what you remember. In a bit of a strange accent, Kana and Raijin, while you're fairly familiar with the Dwarvish language for the most part, they seem to be talking in an accent you're not entirely familiar with.
I'm gonna Azkana try and take a look at the dwarves to see if there's anything like, if they look to be of like a different ethnicity of dwarf than like the standard one from the cities.
Not particularly. They look just like any other dwarves.
Hmm.
You'll find
Interesting.
that someone ends up bumping into you carrying a couple of things. It looks like they're carrying some barrels. Hello. You're not from around
Hello?
here, are you?
Clearly.
Alright. Well, if you go up to the temple, you should be able to run into some people who can escort you around. I'm a little busy with me boxes here, but you're welcome to continue going around.
Oh, very good. Where's the? Which direction is the castle?
The castle. I mean, you can head there if you want. It's across the bridge and to your left. You should pass a farm on your left, and then you should pass the forges on your right. Then you should see a bunch of statues on your left, and then you should be straight at the castle.
See, thank you very much.
Not a problem. Hope you have a good day.
You too.
Alright, so are you heading to the castle now?
Well, where are we supposed to be heading, David?
Well, I'd say that the castle would be a good place to start. Then, if things go awry, we can always head, well, maybe to the prison.
Okay.
There's also the temple to consider.
Well,
we got some good intel there.
I guess we could do it that way. Castle, temple, and then prison.
Geographically speaking, it would be most
Temple,
sensible to do it
castle,
temple, prison, then castle. Just considering
Oh,
the
yeah.
fact that you're closest to the temple now, the castle is on the other side of the city, and you pass the prison to get.
Yeah, Mum and Dad.
I see. I see. Well, I guess the temple would be a good place to start for something like that.
Alright.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Tasha's gonna run off ahead to try and get to the temple.
That looks like they're praying. It seems to be pretty quiet at this time of day. There's only about 4 people that are currently in there, and it doesn't look like there's a sermon active. You also notice a figure on a large pedestal. Looks to be dwarven in size, if nothing else, and it appears to be some kind of national hero. It has on a plaque written in Dwarvish.
Alex, you're
Yeah.
cutting out a lot.
Hello?
Yes, we can
He's
hear you.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
Liam, he's 10 seconds behind us.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay, is it working now? Fuck this internet.
Hello?
I've been trying to fix it for the last 5
Can-
fucking minutes.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
So
good.
it's back on time. Got it.
I have been trying to fix this internet for the past 5 minutes. Okay. Let's just keep trying. At least the recording's there. Anyway, so, what was the last thing you heard me say?
Going over the national hero of
Okay,
the figure on the plaque.
so there was some kind of national hero on the plaque. It's written in Dwarvish, and it's essentially just saying, to the founder of this city, Leo Volcadril, for which this city is named, was able to carve this place out with his own pick, as well as the assistance of his beloved worms. We honor him for the city that this has become today.
Cool.
You would need this translated for any of you who do not speak Dwarvish.
I feel like Tasha was just going to see a statue of a guy with a plaque under him and just immediately think that it's cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And Reich would probably have been translating that out for the rest of them.
Ah, travelers, I see you're interested in the plaque of our ancient hero.
Yes.
Well, we don't see people from out of town all that much, unless they're organizing deals. Were you here to meet with the mayor, or just to have a wander around?
Wondering.
We're here on business of our own. I'm gonna let here.
Kashiro, we have substantially more important things to do.
Alright then. Well, if you're looking to meet the mayor, she's usually out and about. I'd say she'd be Mm, either around the old castle grounds or around the market. I'm not exactly sure. She tends to go wandering around a fair bit.
Oh,
Busy
neat.
woman. She goes by the name Maithra. If you call it
Maithra.
out, I'm sure that she'll be able to give you a bit of time. Just need to be able to find her first.
So can you tell me more about this Leo guy?
Of course I can, kiddo. And he will just start telling Taishiro all about how this guy was incredibly strong and how he was able to clear out this entire cavern with his own pick and his own strength. A feat that shouldn't be possible for a normal dwarf. Basically, he was an ancient strongman who was able to create this entire city, well, this entire cavern in which the city was built, with his bare hands.
So he's the dwarvish version of John Henry. Got it.
I guess. But yeah. So it was pretty much just him talking about that, while everyone else, I presume, is going to do something else.
We're doing something more interesting, yes. Instead of lecture.
Okay. I imagine you just left a note behind on Taishiro's bag or something that just said, "Going here."
We put it on his back. We
Yeah.
put a sticky note on his back.
A sticky note on his back saying, "Meet us here when you're done talking about history stuff." And so the guy in the temple is very happily talking to you about this ancient hero and about a lot of the other heroes. And he also directs you to a place called Hero's Walk, which is near the castle, which has a lot of other similar ones, except these ones are also inscribed in common.
Yeah, Taishiro at this point is just a vibrating ball of energy.
Yeah.
We don't know,
Just-
which is why we all just left. We just like, nope.
Yeah. So basically, this guy is just taking Taishiro for a tour because Taishiro expressed interest in the local culture, so he's just decided
Basically,
to take Taishiro for a walk
You
around.
know what? Yeah, we should leave the person who sucks at lying at the daycare while the rest of us do the thing that's more important, i.e. scope out the prison.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
Alright.
see why we're going to be lying. We're trying to look for the guy's parents.
Alright, so the
Who
rest
were
of
in
you
a
guys
prison.
leave earlier, but Taishiro is also going to be heading in the same rough direction. So, the prison. It has giant metal bars, multiple layers of them, going from the floor to the ceiling. It looks like there's also some kind of anti-magic barrier there, both between the bars and in front of and behind them. It looks like there's about 3 layers of it. There's a couple of guards standing in front of the bars. They look rather bored.
Tight security.
Jesus much.
Excuse me.
Hello there. You here to see somebody?
Well, perhaps we're looking for information on a crime that has happened recently, involving one of the other cities, and wanted to see if there'd be any information from this prison that could help us out.
Yeah, if you want some details about the inner workings and who's in there, we're just the outside guard. We're just a couple of the policemen that patrol the top level. If you want details on who's currently in there, you'd need to talk to either the warden or the mayor. And you can't really
Who's the
get
warden?
permission to see the warden unless you go talk to the mayor.
So basically, we've got to talk to the mayor.
Yeah, as soon as
Well-
you get permission from the mayor, you'll be fine to come down here, but until then, we gotta make sure that the place stays secure. You know how it is.
Well, at the very least, do you know of the whereabouts of a? Would you happen to have any information on the whereabouts of a recently missing man called David?
David,
David.
what race is he? What does he look like?
Okay, David Gate. What was it?
Oh no, it's
can't say his name,
Davard.
Davard, right?
Alright, Davard, and what does he
Davard,
look like?
Goliath.
Uh,
Goliath, roughly. Well, actually, he probably has a better description than I do.
Yeah, he kind of looks like me. Looks a bit older, grey hair, very tall. He kind of has like a. He always wears like a researcher's outfit with armor, and he has like runes on him usually.
I mean, that's cool and all, but I don't really look inside the prison. I work topside. they have a different set of policemen that work in the prison. So I haven't seen any of the prisoners personally.
Well, it's worth.
Why
well,
did
it's
you
worth a shot.
ask? Then why'd you ask
Yeah.
what they look like?
Well, I might have seen them wandering around the city. I haven't seen anyone like that wandering around the city.
Well, it's worth a shot. Thanks for your time.
That's alright. Hope you
Yeah,
have a
thank
good
you.
visit.
Wait, topside.
You know,
Yeah.
topside, above the prison. Instead of being below, near where the lava is, or near where the prisoners are actually kept.
You keep the prisoners near the lava?
No?
Sage's gonna go over to David at this point. Can you give me a bit? Can you give me a Stonecraft representation of your parents, real quick?
Oh yeah, sure. And David's just gonna hammer away for chisel.
Hmm.
And he's just gonna give it to Senshin. Oh, that's about right. Mum and Dad right there.
Perfect. He's gonna show him to Ghosty Ashura.
Okay.
Can you poke around? Can you go check out if can you go check out if those people are in the prison? Really, you're asking me favors.
Ashura, as soon as you touch the anti-magic barrier, your ethereal body dissipates and doesn't come back for another 2 minutes.
Well, that ain't gonna work. Can he go over?
As you go over, you go through the rock, and the anti-magic barrier is below you. When you touch it, your body dissipates for another 2 minutes.
just goes like, no, and you owe me shit. Fuck you too.
Oh, I guess I'd call that paying after a visit or whatever.
Yeah, turns out my friendly demon lord. Turns out the friendly demon that lives in my head isn't exactly gonna help.
He
Oh,
can't.
so he struggles. Oh, so you struggle to go through a rock. Fair enough.
There's an anti-magic field. His body is ethereal.
His body is entirely made of magic.
Yeah, that definitely tracks.
That would be
Alright,
like
well,
asking a servant from fate to walk through like a counter spell. It doesn't work.
I mean, it does. They're made of ether, but they can still go straight through it. It's more like asking a man to walk through a concrete wall.
Sure. Yeah, he can't do it, except instead of just touching it and having to go back, it's his body is completely deleted for like 2 minutes. Once you guys have finished with that discussion, you will see Taishiro, who is vibrating and currently talking to that old guy from the temple, who is now showing him all of the different figures on the Hero's Walk. Taishiro is very visibly just excited. And you leave him to it and go on.
Yeah, we're ignoring him.
You pass the forge on your right, and you will see that a lot of people are working away. You'll also see that down below there is a massive amount of lava. It's a fair bit deeper than a lot of the other stuff, so it looks like the land that the forge is on is suspended above a massive amount of lava. It also looks like they're using it to some extent to power the forge.
Oh.
And you continue
sorry.
on towards the castle, which looks pretty disused. It doesn't look like anyone's walking around there. There's no guards, no security. When you knock on the door, there's no answer, but it's not locked, so you can walk in.
Alley-oop. I guess she'll just push open the door.
You'll see what looks to be a silo. It looks like they're just storing food in here. A lot of the halls, which would have formerly been used for balls or entertaining people or as a throne room even, are just being used to store food. It also looks like there's a couple of animal pens which look to be empty at the moment. It doesn't look like anyone or anything is here.
Oh, that sucks.
Kind of strange that they don't keep their animals in their pens. Let's see some. Can I take a closer look at the animal pens?
Sure.
See what kind of animals they would likely contain.
Okay. They look to be far too big to be that of horses or wyverns. It looks like it is a larger animal. The food that's in there looks to be some strange combination of golden looking nuggets, water, and also some various milled grains. You're not sure what animals this is for, but definitely not any that you're familiar with on the surface.
It's probably the worms. What's this giant hole?
That is the entrance to the Underdark. It is how people typically go up and down. It's actually a small elevator.
Yeah, that place.
It looks like it is blocked over now. It looks like they have put down a bunch of wooden pallets and nailed them down.
Could this be related to the? Could this be related to the worms they were talking about earlier?
Or the shit we did.
After a couple of minutes, you will see that the doors will open and a dwarven woman who looks to be fairly busy and harried will just come in and go, what are you lot doing in here?
Looking
Wandering?
around. Yeah, that's it, wandering.
Also looking for the mayor.
Ah, well, I would be her. My name's Maethra. Nice to meet y'all. Would you mind telling me who you are?
Us.
Name Senshin, she's Raijin.
Kana Taida of the Virgil Dove Brigade.
Ah,
Oh, right. And I'm Andrew, the exuberant ferret.
cool.
And many other things besides.
What about the tall
He's
fellow
like-
over there?
David.
Oh, yeah, hey, I'm David.
Ah.
Or David Davidson.
Cool. Nice to see y'all. What brings you to the fine town of Volcadrol? You some kind of diplomatic
we're-
envoy trying to organize a trade route here? I think we've already got a trade route organized with the Taida family.
No, that's not why I'm here.
Alright.
Like I said, I'm a member of the Virgil Dove Brigade and don't really interact with my family's trades all that much. We're here looking for a missing person.
Alright.
Well, two, to be specific. David?
Oh, yes, I'm looking for Davard, my father, and Severine, my mother.
Alright. So, also Goliath like yourself, right?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
You're the first Goliath I've seen in this city for quite a long time. Out of curiosity, I don't have any leads on them specifically, but we have arrested a couple of Jiragar recently. Those bastards have been trading people left and right. Fortunately, we've managed to get a lot of them out of the place, but they'll be rotting in prison for a long time, let me tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suppose you've been having too many problems with them topside. They're constantly trying to hide their stock in local cities down here. Thinking we'll be okay with it. That's why we've got the Underdark blocked off.
Well, me and his hometown, Anston, was attacked, sacked, burnt to the ground, and a whole bunch of people were either killed or captured by the Juragar like 4 months ago, so...
My deepest condolences. Yeah.
Don't worry, I've killed...
Yeah, our distant cousins keep expecting that we'll condone whatever horrible actions they've been taking against the people on the top side and below, but no sirree. This is a city of freedom. We ain't going along with stuff like that. That's why this old castle's being used as a silo. We're democratic here. I'm elected as the mayor, and next year, someone else will probably be elected as the mayor.
Is that how that works? Isn't there a chance of getting multiple consecutive terms?
Oh, there is. It's just a question of who ends up in charge. And that'll be whoever the people decide. Anyone who lives here gets to vote. We don't really do the whole nobility thing anymore. found that it kind of destroyed our society.
Well, all it takes is one. All it takes is one corrupt man.
That's why we only allow people
Woman.
to rule for 1 year before getting reelected. That way we don't have that problem.
Yeah, the old ways kind of are a little completely flawed, so.
Plus, I mean, we've been a small town for a long time. We only recently grew big because we discovered a bunch of deadstone. So, we've been getting some decent amounts of supplies from, well, we've been supplying the Dubell family for quite some time. They pay us pretty
Yes.
handsomely in return.
Yeah, that sounds some good shit. I should know, my sword's partially made of it now, thanks to stuff.
Nice. Yeah, we've just been mining out one of those deposits. We used to
If
just
you
be built off of a platinum mine, but now we've got 2 things that Topside wants, so it's pretty cool.
If you wouldn't mind me asking, where exactly do you get the deadstone from?
Well, some deposits of it appear across the world. I'm not sure exactly what makes it appear in certain places, but sometimes it just appears in place of regular stone. Normally it's mined from near the realm of the dead, but sometimes small patches of it appear outside of that.
See. Interesting. Would have thought the Jubel family would pick a more rare resource.
Oh, well, we only got a small
I mean-
amount of it. The amount of it we
Doesn't
got
make it s-
was, I think, let's see, about the length of my arm and about the width of my torso. In other words, it wasn't all that much. But we did get a hefty sum for it, and that meant that we were able to improve the place a fair bit.
I can see that. And Kana's gonna look out over the city.
Yeah, it used to be a pretty small city, but I'm proud of it. It's done well to grow this much.
How long did it take to build it up like this?
Well, thing is, well, a lot of the buildings already existed back from the old days, back when this place was a monarchy. But our harvests hadn't been particularly good, so it was just a bunch of abandoned buildings. But because of the fact that we've been able to get more money in, the harvests have improved, so we've been able to get more people. Now the city's back at its former glory. All the houses are full, and the place is pretty bustling compared to how it used to be. It's nice. Also, people are a lot more willing to trade here now that we've got the deals with the queen up above.
And I assume that means that you have a lot of people from other cities coming in to trade and...
Well, we used
Mingle.
to. Unfortunately, the worm network's down, so we haven't really been able to talk with anyone but Rivram, and they're not exactly the best conversationalists. You met the old guy down at the temple?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, he's not all that great at listening, and he's one of the folk from Rivram over there. Typically takes people over via the ferry, because, well, that's the most effective way to get there. But he's generally the type to talk your ear off the second that you mention you're the slightest bit interested in tradition.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
kind of
well,
surprised you guys managed to avoid him, actually.
Well, it's because we basically ditched our goblin child with him.
Ah, you're friends with a goblin. Neat.
No, no, they're a null.
Not
Goblin
literally.
child's a term.
Wait, you mean to tell me that there's more over here? You
Oh,
just
dear
probably hear
God.
that from the probably hear that from the other side of the city.
Yeah.
She's just gonna
Well,
jump
you
past
guys are
it,
in the
jump-
castle, and he's currently wandering on Hero's Walk, because that's where
Yeah,
most
the
of the
second
statues
section-
are.
The second
She's
sentence
just very
just
loud,
sort of
remember?
Yeah.
jumps past straight to the door to start watching out to make sure Tashiro doesn't come in so they don't have to start hearing about heroes.
No, the guy seems to be primarily focused on the statues, and then you think for a second that he's going to come into the castle, but he's just standing on the outside remarking on it, and then starts taking Taishiro towards the forge. It looks like he's primarily interested in just telling Taishiro everything there possibly is to know about the culture of this place. And
Okay,
Taishiro
thank
is listening to all of it because most of it is related to some heroes from the past of Dwarven history.
Thank God he's okay. Thank God he's not nearby.
I love the fact that Taishiro specifically has a really loud voice because he's a half hyena.
And also because he's a
No,
child,
full
and
hyena.
also because he's excited.
Actually,
we
no, I
just
think
ignore-
all
we
space
just
is
obviously
full
ignore-
hyena.
The hyena.
Well, impressive. Wait, is that kid a bard? Ah, that would explain why he's interested rather than nearly falling asleep. Well done.
Yeah.
He's a bard among bards, I'll tell you that much.
Well, it certainly
think
seems
he's
like
a
he
nerd.
likes his stories. Well, maybe
Well,
him
he's
and
a
old
nerd,
Wathol
yeah.
are a good fit for each other. He'll
Radical.
certainly learn a lot.
So can I check something? You said you've can I check what on your list of prisoners and maybe check on some of these Duragar? I like
Sure.
to figure out if I could get more information on the actual sacking of Anston and motivations and such.
Alright, well, I can't let you go down there alone, but I can take you down there if you like.
Mm.
And that way you
Okay.
can double check that your family ain't down there.
Wanna
Yeah.
come with you, David?
Oh, absolutely. We may as well get started.
Now, I'll have to ask that you put your weapons away, just your big ones.
What counts as big?
Well, a great sword, a massive shield. Your little darts there'll be fine.
Very well. And Akana's just gonna give herself a little smirk.
Neat.
Yeah, look, I'm sure
right,
they're
yeah.
effective. I just don't want anything massive going into the prison, just in case, one of the prisoners accidentally gets holds of it. I'm sure that you guys
Oh,
are quite skilled with your weapons, but I'd rather that you didn't take in too many, just in case.
I doubt any of the
Mhm.
prisoners there would be able to utilize these with any sort of efficiency.
And if anyone touches my and I can sense if anyone touches my swords because if they will, they'll lose a hand.
All right, just make sure that the hilts aren't easy to access. All right,
Yeah, that's why they're strapped on my back instead of on my waist.
got it. All right. Hello, Jerry. You mind letting us in? Ah, you're the guys from before. All right then. Let me just you'll see that part of the magical barrier will deactivate near the door where you guys enter. So you'll walk through and none of the anti-magic will get to you guys and then it will reset. Okay then. Let's have a wander around. Let's see. Floor 1. All right. And floor 1 will be mostly just dwarves and it will have a lot of signs just saying petty crimes. And she'll go, okay, let's see. Petty theft. Yep, nothing of much interest on this floor. Let's keep going down. And all of the people here are dwarves. None of them are Juragar, and none of them appear to be in here for any particularly serious crimes. On
Oh.
the second floor, it will be... Okay, let's see. So these are the slightly more moderate crimes. So this one is mostly just her going, alright. Assault, drunken disorderly, another assault, trying to... fishing without a license. Alright, let's keep going down.
Wait, what?
Wait. Why are all of these people incarcerated for such minor crimes?
Was one of those fishing without a license?
Assault.
What
Do
exactly?
you guys?
It's...
No, not
Not
fishing.
assault, the
not
fishing
the fishing one.
The fishing one.
Well,
What
there's
exactly
a lot of
would you
protected
fish?
species down in the lava, and if they're fishing without a license, then it means that they could make some of those species go extinct. We value our wildlife, and so we don't want people killing all of them. Hence, fishing without a license is a crime.
That makes sense when explained.
Yeah.
So you don't have fines?
Well, the thing
Do
is,
you not have
once you have a
fines?
license, well, yeah, but these guys have committed the offense multiple times, so the fines clearly don't affect them, so they need a bit of prison time.
Mm.
It's not like they're in here for long. A couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months at most. These aren't exactly serious crimes we're looking at here. We keep the more serious criminals down the bottom, and the guys you're going to want to talk to, they're down the very bottom. And you'll go
Seems-
past a couple
Seems
more.
harsh, but seems a little harsh. But who am I to judge?
Well, down here we do prison. I know that up on the surface in quite a lot of the kingdoms it's forced labor, but here's the thing. That doesn't really work on us dwarves. We enjoy the hard labor and the going at the mines. It's practically like a treat for us. So forced labor doesn't exactly work as a form of punishment. So we have to do something else, which in this case is prison. And it's primarily when the fines don't work or when the crime's too severe to allow people out in public. Anyway, we're down to the bottom floor now. And you'll see that you've went past a couple of empty floors. It doesn't look like anyone's in here for the particularly extreme crimes like murder. But down on the bottom floor, she'll just go, uh-huh. Now, one Duragar warband. These guys are in here because they were trying to hide the people that they were attempting to trade in this city. The people have since been set free and are currently being given an opportunity to tour around the underground, see if they want to stay here or just go back to the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll just see a couple of Duragar guards. They look scared. It's not quite clear why. There isn't really anything in the prison. It's quite hot, but there's nothing that dangerous in there. Maethro will just go into the corner and sit down. She'll bring out a couple more chairs for you guys in the main part of the prison. Well, here you are.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some nice coffee.
Wonderful. David, could you hold my thoughts for a sec? I'm gonna go talk to them in person.
Oh, alright then. No worries. Want
Alright.
any assistance? I throw a rune in there and scare him?
I think we'll do it my way.
I'd prefer if you didn't. It might end up destabilizing a lot of the area, and, well, there is lava nearby beneath them, so I'd prefer if you didn't break any part of the room.
Oh, all good then. No worries.
That's why I prefer for people not to bring down any big weapons.
Oh, too easy.
Alrighty then. Oi, you. Duragar.
Oi, you. Human?
Yeah, we
Someone-
questioned it too.
He just flips Carter off on the back.
He wasn't sure. He was asking.
No. I said she flips Carter off.
Okay, fair enough.
The Duragar is fine. He's flipping Carter off. Are you responsible for the attack on Anston? Or are you rather a member of that group?
Wait, they attacked Anston? Why the hell would they attack Anston?
Alrighty then, why the hell are you in here?
Same reason everyone else is in here. We'd captured a bunch of gnolls. Once we heard about what was going on in Orthrand, we tried to escape, and then we got caught.
Right, so just slave traders in general then. Why the hell are you so scared?
Well, there's a bunch of lava below us, and if anything destabilizes this prison, we end up in it. Also,
Wonderful.
because the worms have been going nuts, and it's incredibly likely that a bunch of them will be going beneath this prison right now.
Is that what you meant by your system? Is that what you meant by your worm system's broken?
Yeah, but they aren't anywhere near the prison. I've double-checked. I think they went off to near where Rivrim is, or in that general direction anyway. My best guess is that they're having babies and for some reason decided that their normal habitat wasn't good enough to have them in. We're gonna have to review that at some other point. But no, they're nowhere near Volcadrill right now.
Oh.
Could have told
Are
me
all
that.
prisons in the underground like this?
Like what?
Lava. Lava surrounding them with like a moat.
Well, this
Well,
one isn't
well-
specifically surrounded by lava. There's just lava beneath it, and there's a fair bit of rock in between us and the lava.
But what I
But-
mean is, dwarven prisons built like this.
Yeah, this is the standard build for them. The more serious offenders are generally deeper down to get them further away from the general populace.
Okay, then.
And yeah, there's also lava in cities that are designed similarly to this, but most cities are higher up in the underground, so there isn't all that much lava down there. There's only about 4 cities where the lava is easily accessible.
And those are
This
big.
being one of them.
Yeah. I can show you a map later if you like.
That would be helpful, yes.
Alright, cool.
Alrighty then. So your group wasn't responsible for Anston then?
Well, we didn't do it, but we heard some of our superiors talking about attacking Anston in the background. Honestly, I thought it was just some wild idea that they had. I thought they were drunk, honestly. There's no good reason to attack Anston. Well, not Anston itself. The city above, maybe, but even so, it's just... What kind of idiot thinks that they could actually hold a Goliath underground, especially a rune crofter? It's not possible. They're surrounded by stone, which they can manipulate to do whatever they want. You've basically just set up a time bomb in your own city.
Mm-hmm.
No one would do that unless they were incredibly stupid. And there's nothing in Anston that any Duragar should want. Unless they got sent there on a contract, there'd be no reason to attack that city.
We believe it was in fact a contract, although most of the people responsible for the attack are either dead or, well, super dead.
They're idiots. Can't believe they didn't stick to the code.
And this code would be?
Well, as warriors, we're supposed to pick our contracts discerningly, that being ones that we're okay with. More importantly, we're supposed to pick ones that aren't going to spell the end for our entire race. That aren't supposed to separate us across all sorts of realms aside from our own. We're supposed to pick contracts that aren't supposed to screw every Duragar in existence over. But those idiots decided to pick some contracts to attack Anston? To attack you?
Yeah.
What kind of bear were they poking?
Essentially, can I talk to you for a second?
Big one. Sure, what's up?
Just privately, over here.
Alright,
Yeah,
cool.
fine.
You guys can use your sending thing if you like.
These people, these Duragar don't seem to be inept, do they? They seem to have at least some knowledge of the world and
They're not
the
net.
goings on. And especially the Jugoku Umare family, if they're stealing the swords from them.
These guys specifically didn't, however. Members of the superiors agreed on a contract. We're already aware of how that said contract works. I'm feigning ignorance to see how much I can poke out of them.
I'm just thinking, what if, based on what this Duragar said, they wouldn't have gone off. They typically wouldn't have gone after your family, knowing that the family would be dangerous enough to take out their entire species, possibly. This just leads me to the question: what kind of people could offer them protection against the Jugoku Umare enough with such assurance that they'd be willing to take on something like this?
People do a lot of things for pride and money. They probably offered that. Assumed that by coming in and negating some of their abilities, they might be enough. Turns out if they let even one of us go, we'll smash them to pieces and find our rest the way back.
I'm not sure. We might just not have enough information, but I'm thinking that your family might have been targeted by a very powerful person or group. Someone that could protect the Druvagar against you. At least theoretically could.
Yeah. I can work that out later. For now, though, I'm going to keep poking at this bear and see if I can get more information on David's parents.
Fair enough. just wanted to run that by you in case you had any ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Khan is going to return to the group.
Alrighty then. Well, what groups? Do you know what groups specifically would have been the ones who went for the attack?
Who went for Anston or for the city above? Because I'm pretty sure I have some
Anston.
suspicions about the city above, but not Anston.
Oh, you mean Orthrend?
No, I meant the mountain village. I'm not sure if it has a name. The one above Anston.
Okay, fair enough.
The
Yeah,
one where the Goliaths live.
Yeah, I was gonna say because the guys at Orthrend are all dead.
Village.
Yeah, the mountain village where the Goliaths live.
Hey, David. Was that
yes?
village attacked by the? Was that village attacked by the Duergar as well?
Well, it wouldn't have been advised. Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it
it
was.
was. Even though they really shouldn't have, because the Goliaths would have had the advantage.
Yeah,
Not to
but
mention,
that's
there's not to mention taking out the Goliaths. I don't see any real point to it, especially if they're going after the Jugoku, right?
That is concerning.
Oh, no, that
Yes.
raid, it happened on the same night, sure, but it was entirely separate.
I hear lawn mowing out of your one, Robbie.
Yeah, sorry. Next door neighbor's just doing it. I'll just mute for now and just see what's going on.
Can you try and just close your?
Yeah, either close the window or cover yourself with something, because that might help.
All right.
Well, yeah, a lot of dwarven cities,
The two?
they typically want rune crofters, and it's very rare that people will be willing to come down to below the surface to offer their services. So some of them resort to extreme measures.
So you're telling me that that on the exact same night that a major raid took place in Anston, a simultaneous raid of similar proportions took place on the mountain village, both of which led to nearly the.
Well,
both of which led
yeah,
to
it's
large
convenient
scale
timing
rectification.
because if Anston is being attacked, that means that any Jugoku Umare there are going to be occupied with the attack on Anston, meaning that they won't be able to help the mountain village when they otherwise absolutely would.
And you're saying these two were just completely unrelated?
They don't have the same purpose. It's the fact that that was the main raid, and this one was conveniently timed at the same time.
So, did the same group perform both raids?
Our superiors directed my group. Well, some of my colleagues, I was not there at the time, to attack the mountain village, which I was aware of. Those same superiors also informed another group to attack Anston, which I thought was a joke.
So you've got the superiors timing this.
Well, yeah, they're the ones
Alright.
that informed both groups. I was
Alright.
there at the meeting, but I decided that I didn't want to go fucking around with any Goliaths, so I decided to make myself scarce and find another deal to get myself involved in.
Alright then. So who are these friends of yours that did go to the village?
Well, I'm not really sure. I haven't exactly met many of their bands. They're another set of tribes that I haven't exactly met all that much. They're from the other side of the Underdark. I recognize them by sight, but I don't think I could really describe them all that well.
That's not going to get us anywhere. Alright, Senshin, you got anything else?
Realistically, no. We'll check out other cities on this front anyway.
Perhaps we should try and make our way back to Ant. Perhaps we should try and make our way back over to the mountain village.
You want to go all the way up to the Asawaki Isles? Go ahead.
Something we're missing? Wait. Where do the Duergar even live?
Well, we used to live in the Underdark, but... Wait.
Used to?
but someone with a bunch of big swords came down and defeated the queen. Wait.
It might be time for you to get out of here.
Please, please, don't hurt me, please. I beg you, I didn't attack you. I didn't attack you guys.
Yeah, you said that already.
Okay, Sentient, might be
But
time
I didn't
to...
realize you were the guy that... Look, my guys, they followed my orders. I was the one who made some stupid and greedy suggestions. I'm the one who got them in here. They didn't do anything wrong. Please don't hurt them.
You've
Wait,
already
hold
said
on,
that.
hold on. You gave your men orders?
I was the one who gave them orders to go and instead grab a bunch of wild gnolls instead of going on the raid. I tried to take them away from that raid because I thought that it would be too dangerous and I didn't want them to get killed.
You've said this. I understand that fact.
But I didn't realize before that you were the one who killed her.
Technically, I wasn't, but that's not the point.
It might be better if you leave the room for this. You seem to be freaking out our only lead.
They're not our only lead. We have other villages. We have other places we can go to and other prisons we need to search. Point out is, who went to the raid of the village above mine? Who went for the Goliath village?
If I could have a pen and paper, I could probably write down a couple of the names.
Man, you got something like that?
Is that allowed?
That's allowed. Here you go. And she'll hand over a small pencil and paper, and he will write down a couple of names. Here, these were the guys in charge of a couple of the units. I don't remember who their underlings were, but if you find the names of these guys, then you should be able to find their underlings pretty easily. I'm not sure exactly where they went, but knowing all of the other Duragar, they probably went to some other dwarven city to hide out.
Not this one?
Well, clearly not, otherwise they'd be in this prison with me. But it's only my unit in here. So clearly they must have went somewhere else. My point being, most of the Duragar went to hide in dwarven cities.
Well, thank you for your surprising amount of cooperation.
Hey, I'm just... anything I can do to help my guys out. Help my guys not get hurt. Help them eventually get out of here. They thought we were just on a cattle chase. They didn't know. I did.
People fuck up and make ridiculous mistakes. I'm fully aware of that fact. I ain't gonna take vengeance on you for any of it.
Which would be fine, except for the fact that they're being held responsible for actions which were entirely my fault.
Yeah, that's typically how it goes.
My point being, I ain't exactly gonna be trying to cause trouble now. Especially now since my underlings were the ones that had to pay for it.
Fair enough. Well, I'm gonna go chase up these names.
Good luck.
Is the static back or is...
It went back for a sec, but it was gone pretty soon.
Right, is that my headset? I can't tell.
Neither.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I didn't hear anything.
Well, if that's all, then I can take you back to the top of the village and we can discuss how to get you guys to Rivram. While you can get there, I don't think you'll be able to get to the other two cities that are, well, able to access lava, but I can show you a map.
Excellent. Well, let's have a look at that then.
Alright. So she'll take you out of the prison, and we'll then start walking you towards the markets. Here. We should be able to get you a good map of the underground. Here. There we go. And she'll just quickly buy one and hand it over to you guys. Since it's pretty clear you're trying to help out with this whole Duragar problem, I'm more than happy to give you guys a hand. Here is a map of the underground. And I will just show the entire map now. So let's just reveal areas. Alright, so, as you can see, we are here in Volcadril. There is one more city with access to lava that you can access, one known as Rivram. You can access that through the tunnels. However, to access the northern hemisphere, to access the other two cities that have access to the lava, you're gonna need worms. Which, they're the only way to get through a lot of these massive tunnels of rock in any quick amount of time. Since, aside from the main tunnels, the Earth tends to heal itself. So even if we do dig another tunnel, we aren't typically able to make it last for all that long.
What about this? Why are there two entirely disconnected areas? Have you not made tunnels with these people? With this side?
We tried. It's
They
just that we
literally just
don't have the technology these days to be able to make the main tunnels like we used to. So we use worms. Unfortunately, it looks like the worms are in the middle of mating season and decided to go somewhere else.
I see. So we can't use the worms because they're horny.
Well, it's more like some of them have just had babies. The male worms are typically the only ones we use during that time, but it looks like they went off as well. If you can find a worm, then you'll probably be able to make the trip, but without them, it's not really possible.
Hmm.
Okay, so I guess we've got to try and find a worm. Is there anything? Do you know where they went off to?
Kana, we should check Rivram first.
We can't get to Rivram without the worms.
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Rivram we
use
can
the
get
main
to
tunnels.
because they're tunnels.
You just walk through the
That
main
is-
tunnels.
Have you been listening, Kana? The point is, main tunnels we can go through. These two tunnels here are tunnels we can go through. Rivram is here. We go here to go to Rivram.
Either that, or
Fine.
if you're willing to listen to a lot of talking, there is always Old Wathel, the one that you've left your bard with for the past little while. If you're willing to tune him out, then it is far quicker to go via the lava ways on his boat. But that does involve having to listen to him.
I am a master at napping while awake. Sorry, I'm a master at looking like I'm asleep when when I come awake when I'm asleep. So,
Well,
know.
in that case, he's probably the
feels-
quickest way, and also probably will save you a lot of time.
then we'll
You
do
need to
that.
teach me that at some point.
Also, he can absolutely
No.
direct you around that city. He's really familiar with both Volcadril and Rivram. It's likely that once you get
Fantastic.
there, he'll be escorting your bard around a fair bit as well,
Yeah,
telling
we'll need
him
to
about
buy-
all the local landmarks. So
Well,
as
we'll
long
need
as
to
you're
borrow
fine to
later
lose your
something
bard for a
quickly.
little bit, you should be fine.
Yeah, it's fine. If we need him back, I'll just basically summon him or make him get dragged over here by somebody.
I'm sure you can probably just say, yo, there's a hero over here, and you'll probably summon them both.
Oh God. Yeah, fair enough. Well, let's go talk to Mr. Well,
Wathel. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he's currently near the forge at the moment.
mhm.
Wathel, yeah, that's how it's spelled. So you guys will head over to the forge, where old Wathel is talking about the what looks to be an ancient Goliath hero who was able to make these forges, and a current Goliath who is currently operating one of them, and what looks like using lava to create runes. Not rune stones, runes out of a mold, out of magma.
So,
Hmm.
are you one of the descendants of the ancient Goliath hero that made these forges?
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, I can tell you more about him. And here's a statue, and he'll just go pointing off to one in the center of the forge area. It's said
Is
that he personally
a
managed to
lawnmower?
create the openings to this lava. He was
Hunt the
able to dig so
volcano?
deep that the lava became easy to access. And now we use it in all sorts of crafting.
What did he use to dig? What did he use to dig?
What was that? I didn't hear you, sorry.
What did he use to dig?
They say he used his bare hands. And some magic, but that's not as interesting.
Oh!
You know, you looked a lot like like your friend over there, and he'll just gesture over to David.
Huh? Oh, hi, David.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Good. You hear about it? There was a Goliath hero here.
Well, it was a couple of 100 years ago, but yeah, about 200 years ago.
Oh. Oh, neat as. Damn. These are some nice statues, I have to admit.
He made him. The guy made him himself.
They say that he dug out the entire lava river with his bare hands.
Wow. And that's really interesting. Like, genuinely so interesting.
By the way, do you know this the Goliath who's working at the forge? Do you know him?
You would not have met the Goliath at the forge. However, he seems to be using a different type of runecraft. It looks like he is pouring lava into molds and is then pulling the finished molds of runes, and then he's pulling the finished rune out. And then it looks like he is what looks to be stamping it onto various weapons and shields. And it looks like it's fully infusing with them to a greater degree than even the runes that you carve into yours.
Yeah, I
It
don't
looks
know
to
the
be
guy.
especially effective with the fire and lava runes.
Yeah, I don't know the guy, but I mean, his runesmithing's pretty damn good.
I was just trying to look at that was one of the guys from the city, so
Yeah, I mean, we could just walk up to him and just say "Heyo" and just see what he's doing.
Howdy.
Oh. Oh, right. I forgot to ask for your name.
Ah, that's fine. Stevenson.
This is Stevenson,
Ah, that's alright.
son of...
Oh man, this feels like a match made in heaven in some
Son
ways.
of
I'm
Steven.
Davidson. Oh, well,
Stevenson,
I'm
son of
David.
Steven?
Son of Davidson, or Davard, but anyway, same thing.
You here to learn about my rune crafting technique, or just browsing?
Well, I mean, I've got some runes of my own, so we can make a little competition of it.
We
if
could
you
make a
like.
competition, or we could do an exchange. You teach me some of your techniques, I teach you some of mine.
let's go with that one because David, remember where we're down here.
Oh yes, yes. How about a trade then?
Alright. Well, how do you do your crafting? Do you inscribe it directly onto the things?
Yeah, and Dave will just take out some rocks and start
Alright.
hammering away.
I've seen that technique. Are there any others that you've learned?
Yeah, I've learned some other ones, and I guess David's just gonna use like the ancient runes, and let me see.
Ooh. Haven't seen those before. What are they?
Oh yeah, these are ancient runes. Well, these are the ancient beverage ones, and he's gonna just lay them out.
I see. These must be a gift from the gods. They look incredible.
They literally are.
That would explain a lot. Huh. So let's see. There's this section here which gives it the ancient property. This is truly incredible. I'm afraid my technique probably will pale in comparison to this, but here, let me show you how I do the lava runes. Typically works better for heat-based runes, but what you do is, and you'll just see him pouring lava into various molds, and then the rune itself will come out. Here, so you can touch it, and once it's cooled down, obviously, but what you typically do is you inscribe it into an object, and it typically infuses better with the object than just carving the rune straight into it. It's especially effective for if you're trying to increase the fire damage dealt by something. Also, it allows you some limited degree of control over lava, and he'll just start directing his smithing hammer, and you can see that he's moving a small amount of lava into the pot. See?
Man,
It doesn't allow you to control much, so you won't be able to hurt someone that much with it, but it is quite effective for smithing.
Yeah, you might be able to make donuts out of brothers.
That does sound like a lot of fun, I do admit. I do love a good donut.
I mean, you ain't really going to be able to eat these, but go right ahead.
Well, yeah, thank you.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Hope
Do
you
you
have
want a
some
drink?
help. Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, he's just gonna take out the ancient beer room. There you go.
This
Free
is
on the
nice.
house.
Thank you very much.
Ah, well, it's a fair trade. I'm gonna have to try these out.
Best of luck with them.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
He'll just nod.
So while we're on the topic of runes and the glories of fire and lava and all that kind of good stuff, I was just wondering, have you seen any other Goliaths around here?
Not aside from yourself. I don't see that many down these parts. Most Goliaths prefer to be up in the mountains rather than in the depths, but I quite like it here. The people are nice, the pay is excellent. It's a good town.
Nice,
Seriously,
nice.
you have no idea how much people in the underground will pay for runes. It is ridiculous. If you're ever looking for a steady job, seriously, just ask a dwarf if they want some rune work done. You will be up to your eyes in cash.
Well, I'll definitely consider it. Damn.
Just a tip from a local.
Oh.
Also, it's really
thank
good
you.
at getting some favors from them. What? What was that? Nothing, Wethel. Okay.
Speaking of which, we need to get to Riverrun ASAP.
Of course. Why didn't you say? Come on, I'll take you to my boat. Now then, young man, Riverrun is a fascinating town. And he'll just start blathering on about it while everyone gets onto his boat, which is near the forge, as they start to go down the river.
Yeah, Andrew's just gonna be like,
I imagine the moment that
He starts. We all just turn to David and just look at him with a look of earplugs, please.
oh, so you want the silence rune? All right, fair enough. And he's just gonna stick it on the back of the guy.
Well, everyone
Just
except
like
the
the sticky
Taishiro,
note
who
with
like
Taishiro.
teleports into his boat and like sits very politely and up straight whilst also jittering.
Yeah.
So Taishiro and Wathol are down the front of the boat, everyone else is down the back, and nobody can hear Wathol except for Taishiro, who is getting a lovely lecture in Dwarven tradition and also stuff about the city.
This thing is up to code, right?
Oh,
No, it's fine.
The boat is quite large, and it is made out of metal, and it looks like he is maneuvering it like a canoe. So basically sticking a fully metal paddle down into the lava and then pulling. And it looks like he's able to do it entirely with his own strength, despite the fact that there's multiple of you on there. It's a metal boat, and also it's lava.
Okay.
Okay.
So he
Well,
beat
wake me up.
Understood.
Well, wake me up when we get. Wake me up when we get to Riverrun, and Kana's just gonna curl up.
Yeah, I'll wake
on
up
the-
before we go. I'll wake up before we go.
After about an hour, you guys arrive to see a whole bunch of little islands over lava. It looks like they're all pretty separated, and there's a bunch of small bridges between most of the islands, not all of them. And
So
he
it's like
takes
Venice.
you to... Yeah. So pretty much everything is connected to everything else except for the prison, which is not typically connected by bridge. So you guys will arrive, and he will put you down at the temple, and start walking Taishiro towards the figure. You'll then realize that it's the same figure that he had already talked about. He did not seem to realize this, and continues to talk about exactly the same figure, and saying exactly the same anecdotes that he did in the previous city.
Is Waffle or Waffle?
Yeah, Wathol is pointing out exactly the same things about exactly the same statue that he did in the Lost City. Taishiro, you will recognize the fact that he is repeating himself, and he does not appear to be listening to you when you say that he has already told you all of this.
Did he do anything else? No. Is there anything? No. Okay.
Ah, and young man, this hero managed to carve out this entire city with just his pickaxe.
just turns away from him. Just okay. Let's see. We've got the prison.
And who are you again, young man? And he'll just turn back to Taishiro.
Oh no.
Does he?
I think.
Wow, he seems very passionate, doesn't he, Senshin?
Or potentially senile.
Both.
If you don't mind me asking, Wathel, how
Both,
old
yeah.
are you?
Why, what kind of question is that? I'm 213. Dwarves are typically expected to live to be about 180. He is very old. He is about 40 years older than the average dwarf in life expectancy.
I see. And what city are we in right now?
Let me have a look outside. Most of these cities look the same. Ah, yep, we're in Rivrum. You can tell because of the massive amounts of lava. Say, haven't I seen you somewhere before, young man?
Does he need help?
I think he's well past the point of being able to be helped.
Ah, that's okay.
Well, let's see.
Alright, I'll get back to my prayers then. Anyway, I hope you have a good day, young man. And he will just go over and will start sitting down to pray. It might be a good idea to leave before his memory resets again and he tries to start talking again.
Yeah, we leave. It's like, okay, let's go investigate.
Alright, so this is the marketplace. There's a farm over here. This is the forge, some residential district, more residential district, another farm, the castle, and the prison. You'll see that a cleric will start to walk out. I apologize for old Wathol over there. He tends to be a little bit intense. I hope that your journey over was pleasant.
Oh, we're fine. It just says pulling rocks out of his ears. That they use as earplugs.
It's very, very warm around here.
I apologize for that.
Why don't you try taking your fur off?
Because
I know this seems counterintuitive, but these coats are actually inscribed with cold runes. It might be able to help you, any of you that are overheating. Here, and she'll just hand it out. And Taishiro, as you put the coat on, your body starts to calm down and feel cooler until it actually starts to feel a comfortable temperature. We don't get rune crafters through very often, but we typically get a bunch of runes inscribed from the local blacksmith over in Volcadrill. And typically we're able to make some nice clothes with them.
Did anyone wake up Kana, by the way?
Yes. It's just carrying over his shoulder. Still asleep.
Ah, I see. That one appears to be quite tired. Does she need some coffee? I have some freshly brewed. With that, Kana, make a wisdom check. Okay, you are able to hear the word coffee and wake up.
Coffee?
Ah, yes.
And then she's just like squirming out of Ascension.
Hello, young lady. Yes, I've brewed some coffee quite recently if you'd like it. It's iced, don't worry. It's far too hot for that nowadays. Here, let's go into one of the clergy houses. At least then old Wathol won't be too much of a trouble to you now. I'm sure you've heard quite enough from him on your trip over.
I specifically avoided doing that by, well, falling asleep.
Smart. And she will take you into one of the houses. It looks like it's mostly a kitchen and common area. It looks like there's a lot of bedrooms that are small and closed off to the side, but she will just take you down to a table where she'll pour some iced coffee for you. And the rest of you, would you like anything?
Uh,
Do you have any water?
Of course I do. Here, I'll pour some water for the rest of you. And she'll start pouring. Ah, well, it's nice to see all of you here. I never thought that I'd get to see the hero who saved us from the Underdark personally. And she'll nod over at Senshin.
yeah.
I saw what you did with the Spider Queen down there. Believe me, the Juragar and, well, especially the Juragar, but also some of the Driders have been a real thorn in the side of many of us dwarves. They tend to be involved in quite unethical business dealings. Thankfully, none of them came here, but I've heard quite a lot about those who went to Volcadril and some of the other cities.
So you said the no. Like. So you're saying that no. What's it called again?
No Juragar parties came here with slaves, no.
Okay.
There were a few that came here, but they were by themselves,
Jesus.
so they were allowed to come in and leave freely. I do not believe any of them were involved in any of the attacks on the cities above. I would have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And she'll go over to Kana. I see that... I see that you have the eyes as well. And you. And she'll gesture over at Senshin. Ah. It is good to see others with the capability of seeing the past and future clearly.
I'm sorry, what? I mean, he's got his family's secret trait that allows him to see into the future. My eyes are just normal.
Ah, so they haven't manifested yet, I see.
What?
I did say abilities.
Yes, but I haven't exactly been training. For the Mugen Gun.
Oh, your eyes do have different capabilities, the two of you. Yours, and she'll gesture at Ascension, are better able to see exactly what is going on in the present. And yours, once manifested properly, will be able to better see into both the past and future.
I see.
Must take after your father, no doubt.
Wait, you know my father?
Marcus Tida, yes.
Right, that father. Yes, well, he's very adept with magic, but most people think I take more after my mother.
Well, in most aspects, I would say, but in the aspect of the eyes, definitely after him.
Yes, well, I think I need more coffee to be able to understand this.
Oh, of course. Here you go. And she'll just start pouring more.
I think we need to shoot that lawnmower to understand it better too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I might just go mute for a little bit longer because it doesn't seem to matter what I do, it just keeps going.
I tried covering your so what I've found for shooting
like curtains?
Yeah, or cover like wherever you are, just like cover yourself like a dune or something, which should suppress noise from our outside.
Oh, okay, no worries. Yeah, I'm gonna look like a hermit, but hey.
You're currently playing D&D with 4 people online. I don't think that you're gonna be able to aim for that fun.
Alright.
Oh, just muted? Okay.
Yeah, we'd probably be fixing it up in a sec.
Ah.
Okay.
And she'll just go looking over at Taishro now. Ah, I see bright things for you, young bard.
Am I gonna hit play?
Could you repeat that, sorry?
Am I gonna write a hit play?
Not a play, but I can definitely see you writing a song. And a poem. You will become one of the best known bards in this world at some point. It surprises me that I don't often see null bards. Honestly, it seems like you're the best equipped to come up with stories about how the world works, especially considering how many of your kind travel all over it.
Jesus Christ. Well, it's quieter.
Yeah, it's. I've got the Duna, but.
Most of my kind, from what I understand, don't have the ability to, well, think for themselves. Right?
Yes,
Even
this world
ones that
is
are-
very cruel to them.
Yes. I'm also aware that most gnolls are, well, not sentient, so
Yes. It is truly unfortunate. The few that I have met have been kind, artistic souls. But of course, not many come through here since most of them live on the surface, and the main reason they end up down here is if there's been some slavers about.
Well, for right now, I'm doing my best to make sure I can write down all of the great adventures of sentient, and he's just going to, like, waggle his hands over at him.
Sorry, what I clocked out for a second. What's happening?
Taishiro is saying that he's going
No,
to
I
write
know.
about
No,
Sentient's
that was
great.
Sentient saying that.
Okay, fair.
Sentient was saying he clocked out for a second.
So is that the song that's going to be popular?
Well, I can't tell you exactly which one it is, because then you won't put effort into all of them. I can't tell anyone too much.
I guess that makes sense.
Otherwise, it may change the course of the future. After all, I'm sure that you would have acted differently had you had information on your future in the past.
I mean,
It's difficult to understand, I'm sure, but, well, you can't really interfere too much with how time progresses. Otherwise, it can cause a lot of problems. There's an oath that all of us priests of Thugale take here. As one of the gods of prophecy, we need to ensure that we respect his wishes. Not alter the world too much.
I suppose that does sound like the polar opposite of. It does sound like the polar opposite of any priest of Aristotle.
Well, yes, but he is a different god. And he is, in many respects, the opposite of Thugale.
That's what I was. Yes, that's what I meant.
Yes, I'm sure that you're probably unfamiliar with his aspect of prophecy, but he is one of the gods that is responsible for that domain. It's a lesser known aspect of his. Most people better know him as the god of the earth or the god of booze. But he does have other domains. This is the one that we in this town like to follow.
It's really cool how many. It's really cool how all of these zodiac gods manage to handle all these different domains at once.
Well, they're typically able to create duplicates of themselves, so it isn't exactly as much of a challenge. One duplicate per domain, typically. And several more in the case of Lord Pinko. For all I know, any number of you could be him. Or none.
Well, I certainly hope not.
Do not worry. I am certain you all are mortal. Or at least, as certain as I can be.
So, how... Okay. This is a bit of a long shot, but you wouldn't have happened to have had any visions of the attack on the mountain village before it happened, would you?
The village above Anston, correct?
Yes.
Not before it happened. I believe it was on the 1st of Ixkian correct?
That was
Yes.
All right. I I don't believe I had any visions about it until about the 15th. So I did not see the future, rather I saw the past. I
And what did you see?
a couple of faces, a couple of Duragar who were discussing what it was they wished to do, how they wished to coordinate the attack. They were rather sloppy. Their tactics were poor. I'm not sure exactly why they decided to do it that night or why they decided it would be a good idea. Let me see.
David.
I can probably create a projection of it. Just give me a minute. And she'll just
David,
start creating one.
David is
could
muted
you-
because of the lawnmower.
Could you possibly get up that stone copy of your dad again, or your mom?
David can do that thing.
Yeah. Alright, here it is.
Ah, yes, I did see them. And she'll start to play a vision, and you'll see an illusion of a couple of Duragar standing up near the top of the mountain. And you'll just see them going, Alright, so the plan is we send in the gas, we make sure that they're all asleep and drunk, and then we ensure that we take those that are important. Those that are important? Aren't they all runecrafters up here? No, dumbass. There's only 2 families of them. The Davardsons and one other. What was the name of the other one? Fucked if I know. I don't think I can pronounce it. Anyway, we've got 2 of those. So we just need to get them. Get everyone from those families. But what about everyone else, boss? I don't care. You know, we could say that they're runecrafters and then sell them and then get out of the way. That way, we'd be able to get a fair bit of extra money. Yeah, but then we'd be laughed out of any town that we went into. We've got to make sure that we're known for quality product. But look, if we leave them here, they're gonna start some kind of campaign of vengeance. Leave no trace. So what? There's not really any use capturing them. Should we? I like your style, boss. Take the 2 families. Get rid of all of the other problems. And you'll then see that there will be 2 houses which are attacked with gas. And the other houses are all burned to the ground, with the sleeping Goliaths inside them. The Duragar will restrain David's parents, as well as the other family, and will start taking them back down into the underground, as you can hear the shouts from the people down below. The Duragar who were being killed by Senshin and David as they are protecting Taishiro. You will see that all of the Duragar will eventually run down, these ones celebrating their haul. But you guys don't remember seeing any bodies at the mountain village. Even if they were burned, you should have at least seen some bones.
Did we go to the mountain village?
I think David did. Because he needed to check if his parents were still there, and he found that his parents weren't, so he would have had to. At very least,
Yeah.
David was there. David, your village was burnt to the ground, but there were no skeletons. And based on that vision, you would have expected to have found some skeletons. There were none.
So they were taken alive. Yeah, that definitely seems to match everything. And the fact that no bodies were found up there either.
Except the Duragar said they were trying to kill them.
Oh, runecrafters are very rare, so selling them is very profitable. So taking them while they were asleep was much more effective than just, well, killing them, I guess.
Yeah, I was
I don't
thinking.
really understand why they were saying their plan was to kill everyone else, and then it seemed like they took them anyway.
Unless something changed in the middle of the raid,
It's unclear.
or the
Part of the vision is still missing. I feel like there's a lot of context that I am not quite able to see.
what if the raid wasn't performed by the Duragar?
It was performed by the Duragar.
No, listen, Sachin. We know that the Duragar planned to perform a raid, and they got up to the point that they actually started it. But what if partway through, they were? What if a different raid happened at the same time?
Right.
By whom were you
It would
thinking?
explain. I'm not sure, but it would explain why there seems to be such a disconnect between the Duragar's actions and their words, as well as their actions with other, as well as their actions in the, as well as their actions in the village and their actions in Anston.
Hmm.
Perhaps their raid was Perhaps their raid was hijacked by a third party. In which case, we'd be. I don't know. I don't have any solid proof of it, but can't ignore the possibility.
Let me see. I think I remember one of them saying a word in Undercommon. I don't understand it myself, but. And
Legend?
she will repeat the word in Undercommon. Traitor.
Traitor, huh?
Traitor. So not necessarily a third party, but a.
And the vision will start to play again. And you will see that while those two men were discussing it, there was another man who was watching them discuss how they wanted to kill all of the other members of the village who shot them. Shot them both from behind, right in the head. And the only thing that was yelled out was the word traitor. He then hid the bodies in one of the burning buildings, the first one that they'd started, and then went to grab out any of the Goliaths that were still in there. He then ordered them to take out any of the Goliaths, to take them down below, and then burn the buildings behind them, leaving no trace. Stating that by dividing them, it would be far more effective than simply killing them. He then seemed to breathe a sigh of relief.
We all just saw the same thing here, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Dear Goddess, I swore a promise to you that I would not let the innocent be killed. I intend to obey that promise. They will not be sent. They will not be sent to death just yet. And I apologize for the actions I must take in order to uphold your domain. And then he will continue down with all of the Goliaths, unconscious but alive.
Wait.
All of that was said in Undercommon, explaining why no one else was able to understand it. Raijin, I assume, just translated it.
Mm-hmm.
Goddess. So based on that, it would seem like the Duragar were betrayed by one of their own, and the Goliaths weren't sold off to slavery, they were rescued. Or at the very least brought under some other form. Other group.
I'm unsure exactly what they did and what this man here did after he apparently tried to prevent them from dying. It is clear that whatever this man is, he is some man of the cloth, clearly believes in Some god. My guess is
Goddess.
a god of life, but since it's goddess, it clearly cannot be Dane. So it must be, since there is no goddess of life.
There are other
Hmm.
there are other domains within life that are ruled by goddesses, though, aren't there?
Hmm.
I mean, even individual things like forest gods could possibly fall under that.
However, it seems like, based on what he said, his primary concern was ensuring that a party lives and preserving the goddess's domain. My best guess would
So,
be a goddess of life, but I'm frankly I'm unaware of any goddesses. I'm aware of archdruids, but no goddesses within the domain of life.
hey, Taishiro. Yeah. You know of any? You know of any goddesses that deal with any sort of life? Um. Well,
Taishiro, you would be aware there are none.
no, there aren't any.
The closest would possibly be Akaza, who is the goddess of fertility, but that's a stretch.
Unless you want to include Akaza for, you know, goddess of birth and fertility. I don't think that's. I somehow don't think that's what he was meaning. So it's a. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Okay.
Hi.
So you guys were being very quiet for
Yeah,
some reason.
because you were talking
And Robbie's muted.
because of lawnmower. Fair enough.
Is it possible that this man was just not fair? Is it possible that this man was just mistaken about his goddess? Maybe it's some archfey that's convinced him that this.
I feel like you're thinking about this a lot.
I'll see if I can scry on this man. Alright, setting up the illusion now. You can see this man. It looks like he's sitting down in some kind of house. It looks to be fairly dark. It's either a basement or underground and dimly lit.
Don't suppose you could give us a view of his face, could you?
You saw his face before.
Okay. So
Quite
I assume
clearly.
it's not someone we recognize?
No, you haven't seen this man before. You can see that he is in fact Duragar, but you can't tell much more about him beyond that. You can see
Okay,
that he's
fair.
sitting down, praying. Goddess, I am aware that I am making sure that others do not fall to death, that I preserve your domain. But those around me, they keep continually insisting on killing those that they encounter, while I am trying to maintain the lives of those that I run into. At what cost? Is it worth it? Their lives are awful now. I fear I may have to leave my party. While I hate to leave them alone, I can't condone the actions that our superiors are continuing to ask us to do. They keep saying that we're supposed to rebuild the great might of the Duragar Empire, forgetting that we never had any such might in the first place. And the people were hurting. There's been so many deaths. It's weighing on my head. Please, tell me that I'm serving you correctly. Give me a sign. You will all feel a familiar presence within the vision. This goddess, whoever she is someone that you're aware of. Or at least someone similar to someone you're aware of. Do not despair. I can see that you are trying the best you can. If needed, there are others who are seeking to preserve the lives of those within this world. While it is not directly connected to me, if you are seeking those who are committing acts that I consider to be good, seek out the Virgil Dove Brigade. Seek them out and attempt to help them however you can. They are seeking to preserve as many lives as possible. And they are against that which your war brand is for. While you have done nothing against my domain, you have done wrong. You have a chance to atone for it now. So go. I understand. Thank you. And you will see him starting to travel towards the surface and get on a boat. And that is where the vision ends.
Well, at least I think we know which goddess it is. Doesn't give us any insight as to where the Goliaths are, though.
Unfortunately, it looks like the exact location of the Goliaths. My scrying is prevented once they got beneath the earth. I believe they cast some kind of spell to prevent it.
Vision said he was waiting. He was heading towards the Virgil Dove Brigade. Perhaps we should just wait for him?
It didn't specify which Virgil Dove Brigade headquarters he was going to. Since they're on any of the continents, it could be the main headquarters, it could be on the Horn, it could be on the Asawaki Isles, or it could be Orthrend. It could be any of those.
Right.
And
right.
there's also two separate ones on the Horn, so it could be any of 5 separate places, all of which are largely on different countries or different continents. There's a lot of places he could be going.
Damn it. I had a feeling that... Oh, it's just... What do you guys think?
That we should focus on David's parents.
Yes, well, we know that his parents were taken in by this person. The question is, where did this person take them?
You saw him going to the underground with David's parents and all of the other Goliaths in the village. You're not sure where they went from the underground, but you do know that they went down there with a Duragar party.
So perhaps he still would have taken them to the Duragar.
He was the Duragar. He was a Duragar. They were with the Duragar at the last time you saw them.
Yeah, like I mean, like maybe he still took them down to the main group of the Duragar Society,
which was in the Underdark.
Perhaps they're still being hidden in the Underdark, or perhaps they're being hidden somewhere just in the underground. I feel like we're hitting a wall.
Well,
we have exactly what David's parents told us, which is...
Well, the Duragar do have a tendency to typically bring a lot of their wares up through dwarven cities. They also typically try to hide them. It's entirely possible that they've went to another dwarven city. Do you have any details of roughly what the city may look like?
David?
David is having lunch.
I see.
But
so,
a
lava-filled city, then.
Yeah.
Well,
could be this one, but...
Have you been to Volcadril?
Yes. We came from there, actually.
And since you have been here, then the only other two cities within the underground that appear like that are within the northern hemisphere, closer to the Asawaki Isles, which would be a far more sensible location for people who attacked in the northern hemisphere to go.
Slight
It's
problem. We don't have any method to get there without the worms.
Well, I don't suppose you know any way of persuading them to get out of the temple, do you?
Sorry, what? The worms are in the temple?
In the lower part of it, Old Wathel's been complaining about it for weeks, but we haven't been able to get rid of them. Apparently, they've decided that the lower crypts are the ideal place to raise their young, or at very least for the first couple of weeks. Their young should be almost at the point of independence, so I don't know why they're still sticking around here instead of going back to their home. But
Those
there
kids
isn't
are
all that
gonna
much we
grow up.
can do about them. They tend to attack anyone who gets too close.
Those kids are gonna grow up with so much damage.
The the worms?
what?
I was trying to make a joke. Come on.
Well,
Growing
you
up in
got
a
it, so great joke, Kana.
growing up in a crypt and damage a child. Yeah.
Great joke, Kana. 10 out of 10. I love the explanation you gave.
Wow. I could even see the future end of that joke, and even I was not able to understand it. Very impressive. You are able to talk in quite impressive riddles.
Look,
call
there's a
it
reason
this,
why
I'll just call it
there's a
that.
reason why we have the kid write shit down.
Well,
Yeah.
well, if you can figure out how to talk to these things, I can probably communicate with Maithra over a sending stone and ask her if she has any tips on it. But well, I can't really risk any more of the priests going down there. They've gotten pretty badly injured. But if you can figure out how to convince them to, well, go out of the crypts, then you're more than welcome to use their services.
Well then, it sounds like the Vergildorf Brigade's just gotten a new order. For a new mission. The difference
Yes.
between orders and missions sometimes gets a little blurry.
Also, we have a different thing to do. The rest of us, they're not much of a brigade, like the entire rest of the party.
And that would be
The exact same thing, but,
I'm surprised you're only
Right.
working with one unit. Acting Commodore, correct?
yes, acting Commodore. And yeah, these guys are in training, so we
Someone
we
you were
figured
not
given
part of the damn brigade.
besides, despite some aspects of their appearance, they're actually quite capable in terms of combat, and well, one of them's pretty capable in terms of diplomacy.
And she'll start looking around, look at Kana, nod, look at Taishiro, shake her head, look at Senshin, look a little confused, look at Andrew, shake her head, look at David, shake her head, and look at Raijin. Ah, it must be the young woman over here.
Yes, I excel at diplomacy and threats.
I see you see those as synonymous.
Yes, and sometimes that does get in our way.
Sure it does.
Well, it's pretty clear that you two are the diplomatic ones out of this group.
Yes, but something tells me that diplomacy won't. Sorry.
Every damn session, Eli.
At least that time it was plastic.
Yeah, you're improving and not only using incredibly loud, annoying, clacky shits, you're just using somewhat annoyingly loud, clacky shits.
Something tells me that we won't be able to use much diplomacy with the worms unless. Raijin, do you have communicate with animals?
No, my spell lets me talk with animals.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I think I just.
Yes, I can talk to animals. I've done it 100 times before.
Well,
Okay,
you
well,
shouldn't have much trouble with the worms then. That is, of course, if they'll listen to you. They don't seem to be very reasonable when they have young nearby.
yes, try not to insult their kids.
I was more talking about whether or not they'd consider you a threat to their kids and start attacking you on sight, but by all means. I don't think they care as much if you think their kid is ugly as if you are going to threaten them.
Yeah, I won't throw in the giant doom worms.
Alright, well, they're in the lower part of the cathedral. I'll just take you past Old Wathol and I will communicate with him and to ensure that you have some free time.
Oh, I would have just said I have something to do right now, good sir, and ignored him.
You clearly haven't spent enough time around him to know that he does not listen to that very well.
Wonderful. Well, I would have just kept walking anyway.
Don't worry, I'll
He would
keep him
probably follow
distracted.
you.
Don't worry, I plan to keep him distracted and ask about the landmarks of this city, which I have grown up in my entire life. Anyway.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It is fine. It is fine. It is a necessity to ensure the peace of this city. Now, best of luck with the worms. And she will take you in there and will take Wathol off to the side, and he will start blabbering about the ancient hero. And she will just give you all a resigned look and wave as you head into the lower part of the city.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is the prison.
And I
Now
was
we should.
the map and the blicky thing.
Now we should probably figure out what we're going to say to these worms before we go down.
Can you speak to worms, Carter?
No, that's why I want to make sure that this goes right.
Then I will speak to the worms and do this on my own.
Just try to make sure that we don't end up getting into a fight with the worms, please.
I will avoid fighting the worms as best I can. If it looks like they'll attack me, I will simply leave. Or
Right.
keep back. I know what I'm doing, Carter. You don't need to manage me.
Alright, in that case, wake me up when it's done. And Carter's gonna lie down on the crypt floor and go to sleep.
Get the fuck out of the crypt, Carter. Go upstairs and sleep up there if you want to, but I'm not dealing with your BS by being right here. Get the fuck out of my crypt. She's gonna shoot at you.
Raijin has zero chill.
Hey!
Get the fuck out of the crypt, Carter.
It's my nap time.
Carter,
Why
get out
is
of the
it your
crypt
nap
and
time in the
physically
middle
drag
of a
you
damn
out.
crypt?
I will physically drag you out of here if I have to, but I would much rather force you to do it yourself because I don't want to put in the effort. Get the hell out of the crypt and let me do this.
You're wasting a lot of time that you could be using on.
You're wasting my time by doing this. Get the hell out of the crypt.
I'm just sleeping.
I
In
will
the
shoot you again.
crypt.
And I made this as clear as possible. Get the hell out of the crypt. I will shoot you again. I have exactly zero reason to.
She's just gonna sit on the edge of the crypt.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, Kana is sitting here. Everyone else, you will enter the crypt where there are a ton of worms.
Oh, good lord above.
Yeah, I'm not leaving you to your own devices. I've tried that before with the other members.
Oh, Jesus. We're not even members of the Virgil Brigade. I can't. Why do you keep saying that as if we are?
Alright, you guys, there are a bunch of worms that seem to be filling up most of this damn crypt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Khan's gonna try and like scan ahead to make sure she can keep try to keep a count of how many worms there are just around.
Okay, well, you can count, you can see 4 or 5 of them, currently.
Okay, we need about 7. 6.
Can I talk to said worms?
I'm not stopping you.
So I guess Raishin's is gonna speak up to the worms as non threateningly as possible to simply just, well, announce her presence.
Not one
Says-
of us. for children.
No.
Stay away.
Well, I will stay here. I will not come closer. Unless you allow me to.
Good. Why here?
We need your help to move from here to another area.
Looking after young.
Why are you here instead of a different place? We were told that normally you were in a different location.
No good ore there. Need good ore to feed kids.
Understandable. Are there any other worms we could use? We could ask assistance of, not use. Let's not say use.
One lost children recently, but she looking after other children. One young man has no children. Barely not child. May help. But one cannot carry all of you. Need two.
Need two.
Too many of you. Too heavy. 3 per person.
3 per person, so it is just the 6 of us. What if one of us could be smaller? No, that's still 5. just that was in my head. She wasn't saying that out loud.
How long trip?
How long's the trip?
You aren't exactly sure. The map does not indicate distances or how fast worms go, since none of you have traveled on one before.
Well, we're trying to go to one of the.
Wait,
we're trying to go to one of the cities on the other
worm.
side.
You can't speak worm.
I'm imagining Raijin is
I am-
translating.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that Raijin literally turned back to us and said, "How long's the trip?"
Oh yeah, Actually, just hell yeah. She's just gonna get. Well, she was just gonna get out the map and sort of like project a version of it up and say here to here. Alex. So she was making a illusion of the map that we have and pointing from where and using like the illusion to say from where we are to the closest area that we could on the other side.
They are worms. They don't really understand the concept of maps. And also, it doesn't look like how they'd see it, because the way that you guys see maps is based on the open spaces. The way that they see maps is based off of where ores are.
Fair enough. Okay. How could I?
What
Let's
that?
see. In that case, I forgot I was talking to worms for a second. Apologies.
What that word?
Expressing desire for forgiveness for foolishness.
2 big words.
Me stupid, ask sorry.
Okay.
Me do stupid, sorry. Just says that.
How's the diplomacy going?
Quite well. What would be the approximate distance between Riverrun and the northern hemisphere?
Oh, jeez. Okay. And Kana's going to get out one of her strings and start like trying to measure it on the map.
Yeah. You will be able to tell roughly how many kilometers it is. You don't know roughly how long it will take you guys because you don't know how fast these guys are. And they don't particularly care how far it is. They care how long they're going to be away.
Okay.
Ask them how quickly they would get. Ask them how quickly they'd be able to cross able to get from this city to a Vulcan.
Wait, can I have a look at the map real quick, Alex?
Yeah, sure. Let me just quickly switch you back to the main map.
Okay,
So
so
casual.
we're,
So ask them how quickly they'd
so
be able to
we're
get from
here. We should just
here to
try to
here.
get to there because it's the shortest distance between the Northern Hemisphere area and us.
Yes. Again, ask them how long it would take to get from here to here.
So from here to here, because that's actually a longer distance.
Yes, so it should be, but
How,
should be underneath that town.
how long did it take you to get from where you were before to here?
Few days. It was hard digging. Tough ores. Much obsidian. Much gold. Good dining. Had to carry weak and frail with us.
What are they saying?
Would it be faster without the if you only had to carry us between here and a shorter distance? Okay, Robbie the lawnmower is making my brain hurt.
Yeah.
Sorry. Of course, it just has to be the. How long does it take to mow the bloody lawn? My dad, we had a fucking half acre back at our old place, and Dad could do it in an hour. That guy's been doing it for 2.
Maybe it's a different neighbor.
Also, better question: why are they both mowing on a fucking Thursday?
I don't know. Anyway.
Okay. Well. Okay. Would it be faster if you only had to carry us 6?
Yes, we would not be waiting for old and weak. Would be sending younger ones.
If it took a few days from that, the distance is shorter and you don't do it. 1 day, maximum 2. Because they said a few days. That's roughly 3, right?
Yes.
They said 2 days.
They said a few days.
A few days. So
specifically, they said few days because these guys do not have proper sentence structure because, shock and horror, they are worms, and what is translated into common is very simplistic speak.
Yeah,
I must have thought you said 2 instead of few because of
that's fine. I'm not being particularly clear with these guys. They do not have very good common because they are worms.
They are worms.
So they basically meant 3-ish. So they basically meant about 3 days. Okay. It should only be a day for you to get for us to get to the other side. We're taking the shortest distance we can. That's maximum. Time for them to get back. Probably
unless of course they were to run into like hard metals and stuff.
Is all between here and other side would there be any way I could I'm assuming I could figure out a word to describe the other hemisphere. Between here and
the other side should be fine.
Yeah, between here would metal and ore between here and other side be hard to get through?
Yes, tough metal would take longer.
Is metal between here and other side tough?
Obsidian between here and other side tough. Metal, not much metal to eat. Not much food. Would have to go without much food. Not sure if second older worm could make it. Young one could.
Not there then. What area would be best? Would like this to be as easy for you all as possible.
They're only one who can spare young. They're only one who not looking after young. He can go through difficult way.
What if only 3 go?
Then one can take 3.
You guys,
the best, if we're gonna get there quickly, or possibly even at all, it can only be 3 of us.
That's
One can take there and back in exchange for good metal.
so we can only get one of them to agree to come with us.
More so, the route. More so, the route we'd have to figure out is the issue. We need to get one that would be. We need to be something that wouldn't take them too long, but also they can survive the journey of. The shortest route would be, well, if we took 2, one of them wouldn't be able to survive the trip, and I'm not going to ask them on a suicide journey.
Basically, there is only one worm here that is not looking after young or too old to survive the journey. There is, however, one that is able to survive the shorter journey who is not looking after young. So basically what they're saying is they have a young male and they also have an old male. The young male can survive the short journey, the old male cannot. The old male would have to go a different way, which would likely take about twice as long.
So
Just to make sure that
basically,
he
we'd
can
have to
actually
split up-
survive it.
So basically, we would have to split up the party.
We'd have
Unless
to
you
either
decide to
do
take
that.
the young one with you on the older one's path, in which case it would take you several days longer to get there, but also you
But
would
the-
stick together.
But the worm said that they wouldn't. That they
Yeah,
can't. There's only one that can be spared to do it.
Well, no, they said there's no. They said 2 that can do it, but we had to do it on a different path.
There's only one that can be spared to go on the
Yeah,
shorter
only
route
3 of us,
because
yeah.
it is tougher going and
Mhm.
it will also be too tough for the old one to go. However, there are 2 that can go on the longer route because the older one can take that route because it's softer and easier to get through.
Don't suppose any of us know. Don't suppose any of us know how to quickly set up teleportation circles.
If we did, I would be using them more often. So I wouldn't need to have been there already.
Well, this is wishful
Our best
thinking.
option would be to. Our best option would be to go in 2 different groups.
How much longer would the long route take?
Double the length, 2 days.
So one group would arrive a full day before the other. If anything happens to them, they'd be completely left on their own. We'd have no way to.
So basically, the short route is here to one called Kotver, and the longer route, which would take about twice as long, gets you to Clodkul. The shorter route has a lot tougher metals, which means and a lot tougher rock and a lot less nutritious metals, so it's only the younger one that could survive this journey. However, the older one can survive the easier journey to Clodkul.
How long would it take someone to get from Cutver to Clarkville?
A couple of days, probably about 2 days.
So we could just split. We could just split the party and go to the 2 different cities.
And plus then, at least one of you should be running into where David's parents are, at which point you can just tell the others to rendezvous to that other city. So provided you don't draw too much attention, you should be able to go over there.
We should go in 2 different groups. That way we'll have as little time as possible for that issue for them, and both of us we can cut it down. Besides, I'm sure most of us are used to hard journeys.
That's true. I also believe we should have you and me be the leaders of these 2 groups. After all, we've got to make sure that we split the chaos fairly.
Do you think there's a way David, do you think there's a way you can make up a translation rune through what I use in my magic spell, or is that impossible?
Well, I can give it a good old crack, and I guess Dave will have a go.
It would be possible to create one. It would not be particularly long-lasting. Roll for tinkering or arcana, whichever is higher.
I would be Rajan would be helping.
Okay, in that case, roll either tinkering or arcana with advantage.
Okay.
What's your proficiency?
Yep, so I'll just be grabbing it right now. Here we go. It would be Arcana. Yeah, which is just Journeyman, so that would take it from 11 to...
Level 5, right? So it's 6 at this level, so that's a 17.
All right, that will
17,
succeed.
yeah.
All right, so you're able to make one. It is not going to last forever or indefinitely like a lot of your other runes. It looks like it's a more fragile one. It looks like it will last for an hour, maybe two at maximum, and then you're going to have to make another one.
Alright, well, won't last long, but I can toss these things out like no one's business, so it should be fine.
I'll try and teach you a better version of the rune at some point. And yeah, I do agree. We should have at least one of us on each team. Like, I do agree that we should split it up based on who should translate on each team. So, regardless, I'll be on the one with the older male.
I believe I should take Senshin with. I believe I should take Senshin with me. After all, we're gonna need some intense bronze for the brains.
So yeah, so where's the brains?
Well, certainly not with him.
That was Senshin
No.
who said.
Now then, which one do you believe you should go to, Rajan? Kotva or Cloudkill?
I said I was taking the longer route.
Which would be to Clodkull.
You guys, my gut says that Codva might be the more difficult one.
In that case, yeah, I definitely want to have Senshin on my group.
David, which group would you rather go with?
I am just going to... Oh, no. I'm not going to say it as David. I'm going to say it to David.
I'll head with Raijin. I feel like there's going to be a lot of cool stuff and a lot of cool stories in Cloudkill. Plus, plus the longer road will give me plenty of time to write.
And we are going to be focusing on other stuff. Tasha, I hope you're aware of that.
Yeah, so I'll take the 2 days to write and tell you all about the stories that I heard.
Well, I mean, I can help out with that.
She'll go over to David. Give me a long-lasting silence rune.
Alright, well, I guess I'll be going to Clarkville then. I hope you enjoy it. And David's just gonna take out a long silencing rune. Alright, if you need to turn it up, just tap the side a couple times, then you can just amplify the effect.
Okay, then I guess Andrew. Okay, then I guess Andrew will be coming with me.
I think. Claude calls this one.
Yep.
That's right.
Which is the one that you're taking the older male to, and this is the one with the younger male.
David should probably go to this one because he has the translation rune, which he needs to make to use. Raiji can translate it by default.
True. At the same time, Kana does speak Dwarvish. So.
But she does not speak Worm. Which is
David's translation rune does not translate animal speak, however. Andrew, however, can. Hence why I'm sending the one person that can speak with animals with a spell, and the one person who can speak with animals with changeling powers. Hence why I'm splitting them up like that.
Fair enough. Sorry, I thought that the translation was based off of my spell, not...
It's not as effective as your spell, though.
No way near close.
David has not learned a proper translation rune. He is making his best attempt to create a rune based on your spell, but it is not as effective as your spell because, you know, he wasn't shown a rune. He was making stuff up on the fly.
Yeah, it was basically slapping it together. That's pretty much what it was.
I have a feeling that Kot was gonna need a person that can get in and out of tight spaces real quickly.
Oh, well, if you need anyone, the ferret is more than happy to provide.
We need you for talking, nothing else. Don't go off the topic and do something ridiculous. We need you to...
Also, I have another reason why I sent Andrew with Kana. Can you guess why that is?
I think I can.
Because Kana's the cop.
Because Raijin's on the other team, and I'm trying to make sure that Andrew doesn't die. Ding, ding, ding!
Also, Andrew, I swear to God, if you leave my side for a second and a crime is committed, even if you aren't responsible, I'm going to put you in jail.
I'm going to crucify you.
Oh, hey. I mean, I'm a pretty experienced jail guy, jailbird. Look, the point is, I'm not going to cause problems. I swear. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be clean.
Good. If we need to go to trial for you again,
Look, I've had enough of the birdcage. I don't want to go into a hog pen. So,
forget hog pen. I'll feed you to the worm.
No! Don't feed him to the worm!
Well,
I
then,
mean,
we've got to...
Who was saying that?
Rose, who is currently
Rose.
hiding in Andrew's bag away from Raijin.
Right,
Do
you're
anything
still...
stupid, we'll feed you to the fucking worm.
Right, you're
Well,
still
you won't
here.
be with us. And it's only old
Actually-
Sleepyhead over here.
Carla, can you
Rose,
please
can you-
promise that if they do anything stupid, you'll feed them to the worm?
If they do, if any crime is committed in Cotville whilst I'm not looking at them, I will feed them to the worm.
Thank you.
I will sit in front of you at all times. You
Oh,
are
no,
going
you're going
to
with
constantly be
Oh no,
looking
you're
at me.
going with. Oh no, you're going with Raijin.
No! No, I want to be with Andrew! No,
Look,
please!
we need you to go with Raijin because you have a direct communication way with Andrew. So we'll
mean,
be able
fair
to
enough.
actually.
Andrew,
in
don't
that
send
case-
me on this suicide mission, please! And she'll just
Alright,
look like she's about to cry.
Raijin's gonna reach into the bag and grab at Rose.
okay,
no.
Andrew's
kill
just gonna put his hand up. Okay, I have a solution. I do have a solution, Lady Raijin. It's called Savage Steve.
Savage Steve is not currently in the bag. Actually,
Not to
did
mention-
you ask
not to
Savage
mention-
Steve to come? You did not
I-
get your
I-
owlbears. They did not come down, so you would have Rose, 2 other miscellaneous ferrets, and also possibly Savage Steve.
I definitely would have asked Savage Steve to be
Okay,
an
Savage
intimidating
Steve
one.
is
Why
there.
would you? Sorry. Roll back. Why would you have asked Savage Steve? Like, isn't he a crocodile?
Yeah, but he can turn into a ferret because he is now a changeling.
Well, druid.
No,
Sure.
changeling. You
I'll
can
look
ask
it up.
Andrew about how it works.
I refuse to ask what unholy magics he committed to do that, but no, I'm borrowing. Rose 'cause
You
she's
can
more
ask
safe.
Andrew how it works, and then I, as the DM, will explain how it works.
We need someone. Look, we
Let's
need
just say
someone
it's
to-
a long and complicated process, and
Mhm,
lives overlap.
Look, we need
Yeah.
someone to be able to. We need
I
someone
trust-
to be able to maintain communication between the two groups, and the ferrets are unfortunately our best bet for that.
And, well, because I imagine I was sending Senator Max Limit, and Rose, still holding Rose in her hands, is probably much more effective at it than Steve, who only recently showed up. I'm going to be borrowing Rose. Thank you very much.
Do try not to kill her, and do try not to kill her unless it's warranted.
I promise I will not kill her unless it is warranted.
How about I go to supervise Rose? You know, save you a bit of trouble. And Savage Steve will just pop out as a crocodile. Obviously, I'll be in ferret form most of the time, but I can keep an eye on her.
Just make sure you don't go into. Just make sure you don't go back into crocodile form whilst you're on the geriatric worm.
Don't worry about it. Besides, you haven't seen me do anything stupid like all of the other ferrets. All I've done so far is
Ish.
perform stuff.
And take Rico hostage in that one bank heist you guys are doing.
Ah, yeah, but that was with Andrew there. If Andrew's not there, I don't do stupid stuff on my own. I just perform smooth jazz.
Okay, cool.
you do
okay,
jazz?
cool. We're fo-
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Whatever. Let's go. So yeah, Raja will start communicating back to the worms the plan in simple enough terms they can understand it.
Okay, cool. The worms will know which direction they are going.
Those are the correct teams, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
Cool.
Alright.
And yeah, and yes, sorry, Raishin will in fact be still carrying Rose in her hands.
And Savage Steve will just be, I don't know, sitting down next to Raijin's bag, keeping an eye on Rose. And just whispering in ferret, which Raijin can understand. I'm keeping an eye on you to make sure you don't do anything stupid, and I'm keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't kill you for no reason.
I don't
Got
kill
that,
people
Rose?
for no reason. This is Raishin to say, I don't kill people for no reason. I kill people for completely justified reasons.
I am here
Yeah,
to make
like-
sure that my friend doesn't get killed. Both to make sure she doesn't do anything warranting her getting killed, and you don't kill her.
Have fun, Raijin.
I will, probably.
I don't know why I'm saying that. Like, I don't know why I'm saying that. Like, my team's any better. Kind of looks over
What?
at Senshin and Andrew.
I'll have you
Yeah,
know that our team
you
is.
both got ferrets on your team.
I'll
Hey,
have you
fuck
know
you!
that.
Just four middle fingers pop up.
Okay, I'll have you know that you're on a very good team. I'm
Those
actually
things are-
offended that you would think otherwise, Coffee Captain.
Put those things away, Senshin. Put those things away, Senshin. We don't need people knowing that you're the one that, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, because my giant swords aren't already helping with that.
There's a lot of swordsmen, not a lot of people with 4 arms.
Shoot you forms in a second, you fucking bitch.
Show me where the hell you want. Just get onto the worm.
Mm.
Speaking of, where is Worm Boy?
All right.
No,
Well, the
yeah,
worms
better
are
question
there.
the-
I am going to take you guys, that being Kana, Senshin, and Andrew, to Kotver.
We didn't even bother investigating the prison full of the area full of lava here.
Did you want
So-
to?
Well, I was gonna say we could have just done a quick swing around just to check that. Fucking whatever. I'm too lazy.
Well, yeah, you can do that.
I should have just contacted. It's just because like I feel like we should check the city full of lava to see if they're lying to our faces.
All right.
Yeah, fair.
So
Yeah, fair
the
enough.
lady will take you across and will say, "All right, now I do have the authority to take you down to this prison, and quite simply, based on what I've seen of you, I don't have any reason to suspect that you have any ill intentions with it. So here we go." And she will ride you across on a creature called a skipper. It looks like a kind of crocodile, except for the fact that it is swimming in the lava and seemingly completely unaffected. It's
Why is it called a
basically like
skipper?
riding a horse, except with slightly shorter legs.
What's it called a skipper?
Unclear.
We'll create the lava croc.
And
I
it
would've
looks
thought
like
that a
they're being
skipper would be
fed
like-
little gold nuggets in exchange for taking people around different parts of the city. And so people
would've
take
thought-
and so you took the skipper to the prison. All right. Now, as you can see here, wait, this one is half Juragar. Well, no full Juragar anyway. And she'll just point to someone on the first floor who was there for, quote, stealing an apple. He should be out by tomorrow. And let's see. And she starts
Where does he
taking you
feel
down
mostly
through
how
it.
harsh the punishments
and-
are?
You'll see that there are a number of races represented here, unlike the previous prison, which only had dwarves. There's a couple of humans, a couple of elves that look like they've stopped by. No Duragar. There is,
Mhm.
however, one drow who is just on the first floor, looking very pouty. The crime listed: indecent exposure. It's unclear where the hell this person was when they did it, but it's also pretty clear that they're in a fair bit of trouble for it. As you go down a fair bit further, there is one human that is listed there for, quote, mooning the guards at the castle.
Mooning, got it. But you said moaning.
Mooning. Like, showing their butt. It looks like everyone's in here for fairly minor crimes until you get to the bottom of this prison, which basically just lists crimes against the gods yet to be tried. And there,
Quite the jump in severity.
Well-
Shh, quiet, quiet.
well, there's a lot of different levels. This is the bottom. Like, you go through quite a lot of them. This place
Okay.
appears to be empty for now, and she'll just go, "Thankfully, we haven't had anyone in here for quite some time. But, well, anyone who does commit crimes against freedom ends up in here. That's probably why none of the Juragar have even attempted to arrive. They know that we here worship Thugale, god of freedom. They know for a fact that were they to end up here, we would put them in the deepest depths of this prison and sacrifice them. Their death would be extremely painful. They know better than to come here. After all, the gods themselves will punish any of those who dare make crimes against freedom. Now, I don't believe you recognize any of the individuals here. Is there anything else you wish to see?"
Uh, do we recognize any of the individuals here?
Well, let's see. There is one half Duragar who is in there for petty theft who you do not recognize. There is one drow who is in there for basically just getting naked somewhere, probably because it's way too bloody hot to exist here. And then some other human who looks vaguely familiar, maybe, to some of you, but you're not sure exactly where from.
Can we try and remember?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Let's see who was in the party then. Okay, Taishiro, Senshin, David, and Kana. Oh, yeah, Raijin was also in the party then. So you guys all roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Andrew was not
Is
in the
it
party
history?
at that point.
Yeah.
Is it history?
Yes, history.
So first session, then Raijin.
DC 15.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm flat.
Well,
David
Professional at this
succeeds.
level is a plus. Professional at this level is a plus 8.
Raijin
right?
isn't master, so she got it.
Okay, cool. All right, David. David especially remembers this person.
Mine's the 20s, by the way.
Yep. So you remember this person, but this person primarily interacted with David out of anyone in the party. This guy was at some point arrested in Radvern. However, it's clear that he must have escaped. He was arrested on charge of being one of the cultists. However, this guy apparently managed to get out. He was also the guy that seemed to be very upset that he could not join the beer cult. And he looks out at you and says, Hey, you're the guy that started that beer cult in Radvern City, right?
Oh, it's you. Man, what happened? How'd you end up here of all places?
Well, I broke out of prison, and then I decided I'd go into the underground to escape, and then I got really drunk when I found the beer cult, and then I ended up in here because apparently I did some stupid stuff. But hey, the beer cult, it's so much better than the old cult. I mean, all we do is just get drunk and run around. We don't do any of this weird conspiracy crap. It's great. And I get to meet people and socialize, and admittedly, nowadays, a lot of the people I meet are in prison, but, you know, I'll be out of here in a couple of days. You really started a great thing there, my man.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to see that you're doing well.
Say, I've seen a couple of other guys around the place that look a bit like you. They've been traded around a couple of prisons. Not here, obviously, but a couple of the other cities that I've been to. They've been keeping a bunch of Goliaths in there. They said that it wasn't for any particular reason, though. Said that they were brought there by some Duragar or some kind of dirty deal.
Okay, can you tell me the exact location?
Yeah, well, I've been in a couple of prisons, but both Claudeville and Cotver.
I
Both
see.
of them had a whole bunch of them. I think I was really drunk. I can't remember which city it was in. But one of those two lava cities. I think I saw two people that were being escorted away from the rest. Most of them were kept up in the general population with me, but two of them were put downstairs. By the time I got out, most of the rest of the people in Gen Pop were able to get out, but those two were too far down. We weren't able to get them. Fuck, which city was it? I wish I wasn't so drunk. All the prisons kind of blur together after a while.
Oh dear God.
Especially when you keep getting arrested for the same crap. You would not believe how many times I've been arrested for indecent exposure. Honestly, I've got to get a locking belt at this point to make sure I don't keep pulling down my pants. It was a pretty cool crime, though. Got all of those guards so annoyed. Yes, and that is why you're in here. You clearly have no remorse for your actions. Well, I thought I'd be fine in this city, since you worship Thug. The Lord Thugale, yes, and we do not worship that aspect of him. Same gods, same diff.
Seems like you don't understand your god very well, then.
What do you mean? It's just different aspects. He's the god of booze. I mean, hell, haven't you guys met him?
Yes, several times
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, see, he's the god of booze. He enjoys getting drunk. He enjoys going
He-
around and creating booze and getting in arm wrestling competitions.
So is
Yep.
so is Jay, you know.
He says, yep. He had an arm wrestle with the angry grandpa that lives in my head.
Ha! Neat.
So is Jay, you know.
Yeah. Well, aren't they, constantly knocking boots?
What's knocking boots?
We'll tell you when you're older.
Well, and he's about to talk, but Maithra instantly just casts a silence for him. Well, that's enough out of him, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we got value point out of the loyal beer cult jailbird, so that's something good.
The guy who basically just said, yes, those Goliaths were sold into slavery of some type, or at very least they were being illegally kept in a prison for no damn reason, and also that most of them escaped.
Yeah.
And we have to look at the northern hemisphere for it, so let's go.
Let's go. Okay, I'll go to
dear.
Kotver first.
Just
Boom.
gunshot.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Bam.
after about a day, you guys arrive in Kotver. It looks pretty similar to Volcadrill in terms of its layout, but the vibe appears a lot more somber. You can see that a lot of people are standing by a lot of statues, which in the previous city were statues of great heroes. But in this one, it appears to be more of a type of graveyard. The castle is kept separate from everything else, and it seems like there are constantly people watching over it. It's not a very nice place by the looks of it. Everything just feels duller and more somber.
This definitely doesn't feel like a nice place, does it, Raijin?
Which group is this?
This is Kana, Senshin, and Andrew. This is Kotver.
Okay then.
It's a very seems a lot more dreary than the
Depressing.
previous places.
Oh, hello. You're not from around here, are you?
No, we just came
No.
through a tunnel in the wall.
I see they got the worms working again down in south. Good for them.
No, we just went there to deal with them.
Good for you then. Well, I'm not expecting trade is going to be commencing with this city for quite a while. The people
Oh,
aren't really working right now.
we're not here for that.
Why?
They're in mourning.
Oh god, what happened?
Morning, what exactly?
Series of public executions. You see, there were a bunch of our family members that, well, they ended up committing some pretty unforgivable crimes. So we had to arrest them. People are still mourning those that they've lost, especially since they didn't know about a lot of those crimes. But there was irrefutable evidence of it, so
Would one of these crimes happen to be? Would one of these crimes happen to be mass genocide?
The fucking what?
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 Thankfully, no.
Okay.
No, it's crimes against freedom. That sort of thing, that can't happen here in the underground. After all, we're within the body of the god of freedom.
Okay. So
They should have known it, but they did it anyway.
So probably a different group. May I ask what, if it's not too painful to talk about, what these people did?
Well, you've heard about the Duragar slavers, haven't you?
Oh boy, have I.
Yeah, well, we found a lot of them. A lot of them were keeping a lot of Goliaths. They took a bunch of them up to the castle. Some down to the prison, but then they got transferred. We still haven't seen them yet.
See.
I'm not sure if they were some
Yeah.
kind of war criminals
Okay.
against us. Whether they were to be executed or whether they were taken illegally. but considering the fact that the Duragar were executed for it, I'd imagine it was the latter. But it makes me wonder whether those at the castle are also involved in these same dealings.
You said that these Goliaths were taken to the castle?
They were taken from the prison to the castle, yeah.
And are they still there now?
Well, nobody's seen them exit, so I'd assume so.
Alright, that's our next best bet.
Mm.
Thank you for your time.
No worries. And, well, I suppose I don't need to offer you my services, and you'll just see that he's got a shovel and is currently digging into the ground, and then he grabs out a pick and starts digging into the stonework. It looks like he's some kind of gravedigger.
Sounds like must be a lonely job.
Surprisingly, there's a lot of people who have volunteered their time. I'm normally a merchant, but, well, not enough people come by these days, so I had to switch professions.
How many people were executed that would require this much?
Well, I don't like to say the number personally, but you can see the number of graves. And he'll just gesture over. It looks like about 100. For a smaller city like this, that is a lot.
Well,
Hey,
thank
Connor,
you
I think
again.
we should have a we should have a look at this.
Not all of them
Yeah,
were
some people
Duragar
feel-
either. Some of them were dwarven citizens who were said to be rebelling against the castle. Those are the ones that
yes,
people are mourning the most.
Sentien's gonna. Oh, Sentien. Khan is gonna pull Sentien and Andrew aside and just. This seems disproportionate. Even assuming that the entire. That, even assuming that all of the Duragar that were responsible came back here. Most of them.
Only about
a
30 of
large
them were
number of them
Duragar.
died.
The rest were citizens of this city.
Something doesn't seem right to me. What do you guys think?
Well, it definitely seems to be suspicious in some ways.
Look, I just hope that you folk don't get hurt with whatever it is you're trying to do while you're here. Just don't speak up against the castle if you don't want to get the repercussions of it.
Oh, worry not. We're just
We'll be fine.
we're just travelers.
We'll be fine.
that-
Sedge
Yeah,
says, looking at
curious.
Kana, glances back at Andrew. Maybe.
we're just travelers that have a tendency to be curious. What happens in this city stays in this city.
Well, what I'd suggest is here. It's the name of a tavern. It's a little letter. My cousin runs it. Tell him that I sent you, and you can probably find out a little bit more there. Most people clam up to outsiders, but, well, you don't seem like you have any ill will towards this city, and if you want to know what's going on, he's the guy to ask.
Alright.
Unless, of course,
And
you
what
want to
was
go
her name?
directly up to the castle, but that might be a little bit more dangerous.
Well, we have our own business to be attending to here, but if the opportunity arises, we'll definitely make the time.
Mm.
What did you say your name was again?
Pardon? Ah,
What did you say your name was again, so that we can talk to your cousin?
Den. Just
again?
Den. It's
D-
It's a
Den?
fairly short name, but that's the one that I was born with.
Alright, and
By the sounds of it.
D-E-N.
oh, Den.
Yeah.
Got it. Alright, and your cousin?
Bart. Bartholomew is his full name, but he prefers to go by Bart.
There. Okay. Well, thank you for your time, and good luck with the rest of your work.
Good luck with the rest of your work, too, travelers. I hope you find what you're looking for here. And he will just go back to digging the graves.
So
Now,
what are you guys thinking?
With
Rough
the
cut?
castle, there aren't any bridges that are accessible from this side. What you have to do is get the attention of the guards, and then they will lower a bridge for you to access.
So what are you guys thinking? Corrupt government?
Almost certainly.
Yeah, well, definitely seems to be the case, doesn't it?
I do want to try and help them. I do want to try and help them, but I really think we should prioritize our mission first. For now, I suggest we go into the. For now, I suggest we go into the castle and confirm the location of the location of the Goliaths. If they are there, we can. If they are there, we should focus on getting them out. If they aren't, well, we'll leave that to. We'll wait for word from the other two.
Oh.
No worries then.
But
Oh, I guess it
really
could
leave
be.
these people alone in a situation like this?
I don't like it, but if we try to do something while they have a literal village worth of hostages to use against us, I just want to confirm the Goliath's location before we try anything.
Fine. I'm
Look.
not saying
Hey,
I
you
can't
there,
leave people alone.
outsiders. What are you doing?
Yes. Oh,
Just having a private conversation.
yes.
Then why are
we
you
also,
looking over at the castle so much?
We
Scoping
would-
it out or something?
They are?
No,
Well, I
no,
thought
we want to request
need
a
to look-
meeting with the.
we don't need to
King?
wait. Sorry, Alex, I don't said you would seriously not be. It's like looking around at these people, looking around the area.
You're not.
I-
They're accusing you
Yeah.
for no damn
Sorry.
reason.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, they're dicks.
I
Yeah,
see.
They're just being
police
dicks.
officers.
Okay.
They're
Oh.
they're just the guards are just being dicks. No, you guys
Oh,
weren't.
you
They're
know,
just accusing
actually,
you for
I just-
no reason.
Fuck it. Then that's what they're doing. Then I'll just say then I'll be sarcastic back to them. Sorry, nah, there's nothing here worth my time.
Well, be on your way then.
Actually, we do request an audience.
We
with
have a
the-
conversation with someone else. We have a conversation with other people to do first, Connor. Let's go check that.
Very well. Just for a moment.
Mm.
We will be requesting an
I'm not-
audience with the king, queen,
Yep, it's the king.
Mayor?
king.
No, there you
What
go.
do you want to see him about?
Well, not currently, but say 2-3 hours from now.
All right, what do you want to see him about?
Well, a few things. How should I go about this? I'm from the Taida family.
Ah, I see.
Hana
A trade
Tanda.
delegation. Well, you'll be
Yes,
welcome in any time.
Sweet. Very well then. And Kana will walk off. Really hope that doesn't bite me in the ass later.
Oh, don't worry, it definitely shouldn't. I can, well, resummon little old Alferico and I can get some trade going.
No. Just-
They're
Immediate-
expecting the trade to be with the
immediately
Taida
sense-
family, who provide heroes steel.
yeah, immediate no there is because Alferico doesn't trade, he steals.
He does actually trade. It's just that in this case, he was stealing stuff.
Yeah.
Mm.
I do actually sell stuff, like,
Sure. Look, right now we got
Actually,
let's go talk to the other guy and work this shit out.
Also, let's just keep my actual job on the down low for a little while. I
Mhm.
have a feeling that these people will clam up around, well, us.
Around
Oh.
cops.
I'm not a fucking cop.
Well,
I'm not
yeah,
a
but
fucking
Kana
cop.
is.
Yeah.
Kana is a cop. So
Kana
even-
insists that I am a cop in training, and I essentially
look.
insists the fuck
At this
if
point,
there
it's
is
a bit of
any
an
cop in
ongoing-
the group, they are going to clam up. Kana is a
Especially
cop,
if one of
Kama
them
is
is-
in the group, therefore they will clam up with the group because Kana is
yeah,
there.
I'm fully aware.
Especially if one of those cops is basically the equivalent of like a district captain.
Well, yeah, she is a Commodore, which means that she technically has, like, 10 squads under her command. Sure, it's only acting at the moment until her Commodore gets back, but, like,
Still.
nobody knows where her Commodore is right now, so she could be acting Commodore for as long as it takes for them to find the other Commodore or decide to promote someone to that position.
Okay, well,
Now then, do you guys
Yeah.
remember where he sent us?
He
But,
directed
yes.
you to a specific building. The Laughing Warthog. It's a strange name, but the place seems to be pretty nice. And you'll see old dwarven man with an extremely thick beard, even for a dwarf, is standing by the bar, and it seems to be one of the few slightly cheery places in there. You'll note that the tavern looks closed from the outside, but upon a little hatch opening and seeing that you guys aren't wearing guard uniforms, you'll be quickly ushered in. And he'll just say, "Ah, hello there. Out of towners, I see.
Mm-hmm.
I can see you're not in guard uniform, so anyone else is welcome. So,
Yes, well,
what brings you here to Codfer?"
well, first things first, the most important issue at hand.
Yeah?
Do you sell coffee?
Of course I do. Coffee and coffee
Okay.
liqueur. What would you like?
Okay, I'll take coffee with coffee liqueur McDin.
Alright.
Oh, jeez.
And how strong would you like it? We've got decaf, weak, normal, strong, strong enough to kill someone, strong enough to kill
Give her
two
that.
people.
I want a cup of coffee that's more dangerous to drink than cupping your hands into lava outside.
Ah, I like your style. And then he'll just go with the
don't.
roast that says strong enough to kill 5 elephants. And we'll then just start grinding it up.
No, the roast just says Australian.
Yeah.
Strong enough to kill 5 Australians. Yeah, it's this mythical country. It's in one of the hells. I think it's in Dis.
Tartarus.
And
Australia is run by
Tartarus doesn't exist. Why
no,
do you
it's
keep
a
using
they said
Tartarus?
it's a mythical country in Dis, and it may or may not exist, but it's said to contain some of the strongest humans alive. They're capable of surviving the strongest of monsters. They're able to take claw swipes from dragons. And the strangest part is, they're fully human too. There's no demonic heritage in there. They're just able to survive anything. Sentient. Based on this description, you are aware they're probably Oni. They're probably not humans.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Totally.
Yeah, the Australians. Which is
Yep,
another nickname for Oni now.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay then.
I think
Yeah,
they're
we'll-
I think they're some of the coolest people around, if you ask me. The amount they're able to survive, truly impressive. But
Yep,
anyway,
I have
this
no
should
idea
be
what
able to
that's
kill 5 of them, so here you go. You asked for the strongest thing I had.
Yeah.
Alright.
Give the addict test crap. Anyway, we're looking for a dude named Bart. Just completely ignore the coffee bullshits.
Ah, that'd be me. Nice to see you guys. By the way, do you two want anything?
Fantastic. I'm good.
Alright. Suit yourselves.
I prefer to keep a cool head on the job. Actually, fair enough. Yeah, I'll just give me I don't know, 6 beers.
Alright, sure. And he'll hand you over 6 beers. They look to be quite cool, and they're quite nice tasting. Obviously, you cannot get drunk off of them because of your immunity. And Andrew, are you having anything?
Yeah, Andrew's just gonna be like, my good man. And Andrew's gonna try and transform into Al Farrakhan.
Oh, no, as soon as he transforms, they're just gonna smack him over the back of the head and just say, order a fucking drink.
Oh! Hello, Alferico. Nice to see you. It's been a while since you've attempted to trade here. Unfortunately, things aren't as lively as it was when you were last here. Good to meet you, my man. And he'll just come up and give you a bit of a hug.
It's been too long, hasn't it? You see, I was trying to start up a new establishment in the world above. And
How'd that go?
it went, swimmingly. I was, swimming in platinum, if you understand what I mean. And
Well done, my man. It sounds like you finally got your cursed item shop to work.
No, he didn't. He got his ass kicked by everybody around him and then ended up getting forced out of the city for a while after he pissed off a dragon.
You pissed off a dragon and lived? You have
No,
got to
no,
tell
no.
me about that.
I
He pissed
definitely
off
will.
Oh, don't worry. Ed's just gonna pull out from his pocket. I have the book novelization here, Slap. It shows all the ways that he was completely outsmarted before he even started and lost it. And he pissed off the dragon, but the dragon was let him live because she enjoyed watching him get the shit kicked out of him.
And also the fact that I happened to save this kingdom. I will add that to my novelization because it's
Ooh.
honest
You can
history.
add-
That
You can
sounds
add to it,
impressive. Now, Andrew,
Yeah, 'cause I
sorry,
did more fucking
Alferico,
work than
you
you
have
did,
got your
asshole.
drinks on the house, my man. You don't need to worry about paying for them. This story is more than enough, and
You know,
he'll just
full
offer you
fucking-
all.
Yeah. So I just said, you know, full fucking well, I did more than you did when it came to saving the village, saving the kingdom.
Yeah,
Now,
but
what does
I did-
Alferico want to order?
Well, Alferico. Let's see. Oh, I'd love a coffee, and I also have some items to trade, if you will.
I'll have a look at
Some-
him. What strength of coffee would you like? Would you like the strong enough to kill 5 Australians? Probably wouldn't recommend it unless you're, well, either an addict or an Australian.
What was that? And kind of just pops down the empty cup in front of her.
Okay,
As we
look,
said-
you are a half elf. You are not in the slightest bit Australian, yet you were able to drink that. At least I don't think you're an Australian. Are you?
No.
Yeah,
Then you're an
very
addict.
No, she isn't. She's an addict.
certain I'm not.
You
You're
would
an
not
addict.
be able to drink that much coffee without dying unless you were.
Kana, the words that I hear out from you the most, without a ounce of hyperbole, are "Can I get a coffee?" or "I need a coffee," or "Just coffee." You
Yeah.
are more. I know you more as chick who needs coffee than whatever the fuck your job is. You are just coffee person. Either fix your fucking addiction problem, or figure out a way that means you don't need to nap 15 times a day, and maybe I'll think of you more than just person who likes coffee.
Yeah, so we have the coffee slayer, you could say.
Anyway,
Well, so
how
basically
strong would
this-
you like it? I'd suggest
Yeah,
maybe
please.
strong enough to kill one person or weaker. Just because
Yeah,
I
I-
don't think you can quite handle the strength of coffee that she's drinking.
I'd also really like to have a fucking discussion soon, Andrew. So, what do you drink?
Alright, fair enough. I'll have that one, mate. Thank
Alright,
you very much.
Here you go. And he gives you coffee strong enough to kill one person. You're only able to finish about half of it before it feels like your heart is beating out of your chest. You don't think you can finish it.
Very nice, as it always is. Thank you, and
Not a
Alferico,
problem.
but
And yeah, he'll keep giving you drinks as you ask for them for free because he has quickly skim read through the novelization of how Alferico got his ass kicked.
now listen. In the pursuit of doing business, sometimes you need to get a
That
bit
wasn't-
roughened up.
I don't
But
think that was
anyway.
quite
This-
business,
that's-
mate. I think that was a failed heist attempt. Still, it reads really well. You guys should really get the rights to this. You should really try and make a movie out of it.
We're definitely planning on that.
But those things
in
have
any
already
case-
happened. Andrew, both those things have already happened, and you don't own the rights.
Oh man, I would love to see that someday.
Well, I can definitely show it to you next time, my good friend. Anyway, we're
Sounds
here
like
on
a
important
plan.
business.
All right, what are you here for?
Info. What the fuck's going on with this kingdom?
Well, it's been going on for a while. The rulers, they had a bunch of Jurgar visit here with some Goliaths. A whole bunch of them. Looked like they were imprisoned. They say it's for
Yes.
some kind of crime, but everyone
No.
who was in prison knows that they weren't there for a crime. They were there because they were allegedly runecrafters. But
And
none
the
of them
Jurgar
seemed
were
capable of actually crafting any runes. So, after a while, the Jurgar that brought them were imprisoned and then executed. If I'll be honest, I don't think they were actually executed for the reason of being slavers. I think they were executed because they brought the bad product. It's quite disgusting how things have been going down here.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they were even executed for. I wonder if they were even trying to perpetuate a slave trade.
What do you
Well, they
mean?
clearly didn't get what they wanted.
Well, just some of the information we have points to the idea that they were trying to rescue the Goliaths.
Well, there was one pretty sad-looking fellow who was at the head of the Jurgar. He managed to escape, though. I think he brought one or two other people out with him, but the rest of them were executed.
And what of the Goliaths?
All brought to
Were
the
they all
castle. We haven't seen what's happened to them lately, but the people in the castle, They seem to be growing more and more agitated about anyone even looking that way or even being outside. Most people tend to hide in their houses a lot. They don't go out all that much, especially considering how many people died with, well, saying that the Goliaths should have been let free. A lot of people got involved in riots regarding that, and they got killed because of it.
Are the Goliaths still in the prison?
No,
No, they're in the castle.
they were in the prison. They got moved to the castle, and they haven't been allowed out yet.
Right.
Well, that certainly seems to conclude matters. So they're still in there.
Probably. We certainly
another
haven't
thing
seen
I'm
any
worried
of them come out.
There's another thing I'm worried about, though.
Yeah?
You said that a large number of regular civilians were executed for. I assume they would have said it was treason against the crown.
Yep. It wasn't treason. We have a right to protest in this kingdom. But
Who else? What else has the king been doing? I mean, surely this isn't something that's only just begun.
honestly, nothing really appeared to. Sure, the king was becoming more reclusive over time, but nah, most of this only started a couple of months back. I think it was in mid to late Ixkin when the Goliaths came here with the Duragar, and that's when the king really started to become antsy about people interacting with the castle at all. It's been getting worse gradually, but that's when it really hit. Now people are just trying to eke out their lives, get out of here as quickly as they can. But, I'm deciding to stay here as one small beacon of a safe spot in this kingdom.
Right. So all of this stuff's only been happening. All of this stuff with like the king being, well,
My guess
quite
is that
frankly, a bad king.
potential power got to him recently.
Yes, that'd be my guess too. The guy back at the other prison mentioned a group of elders that gave him orders, correct, Ascension?
Mm-hmm. Mention the group. They mentioned the people who are above them. Yeah. Maybe that might be.
As in multiple.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that there's only one king, correct?
Yeah.
Possible that the king had a falling out with them, or is being pressured by the others some way?
Essentially.
Perhaps the Duvagar kingdoms have formed some sort of alliance for, or perhaps there's something even above them.
I have to ask you guys something. Do you think that all Duragar deserve to be killed for what happened there?
No.
Depends. Are all Duvagar responsible for it?
No.
No, there's no way any one group can be entirely responsible for the actions of a small group.
Alright. Well,
You only fight those and face those who are directly responsible. Anyone else, in effect, is not your enemy.
well,
Same way you try criminals, mate.
Even if
I
they
feel
were,
like I was just gonna bow.
even if every single Duragar had the belief that what happened there was right, that doesn't mean that they should be killed for it. At best, or at absolute worst, maybe imprisoned or rehabilitated.
good. Well, if that's the case, then I wasn't able to get all of them out, but follow me. And he'll open up a little trapdoor beneath the bar and gesture for you guys to come with him.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, but Connor's going to be pretty wary because,
He's
Yeah.
going down
Oh.
first. He's going down into a basement. It appears to be a lot better lit than the rest of the bar. And as you look around, you'll see that there are 3 Duragar down there. One of them, the same one from the vision. Ah. Did you manage to recover one of them from the castle? Oh, I'm so relieved.
Wait, one of the ones from the vision, not the
The
Not the guy that's like.
the main guy
The
from
guy
the
from
Vision.
the
Oh,
main
it
guy
is
from
the
the
guy.
Vision.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness. I thought you'd all been killed in there. Oh, who are you two? And he'll just go looking to. Oh wait, no, David wasn't there. Damn it. Sorry.
Even he fucked up.
Okay, yeah, he'll look at you guys and go, oh, hello there. I don't believe we've met before. I'm Habo.
Mm-hmm.
Habo Wesnick.
Well, it's very nice to meet you. I'm Alferico. This is
Yes.
Kana, and well, this is Mr. Sanchin. I've just got a few questions for you.
What no, Mrs. Kana?
No.
Oh, sorry, Lady Kana, but I think you were too busy drinking coffee. Anyway, we're here to talk.
All right. Who are you guys exactly? I don't believe that I've met any of you before.
Mm-hmm. We're, let's see, a group
this
of
place is-
people with a group of people with random personalities working together for a similar cause. I guess it's the best way of defining it. I know
Long story short, we're the good guys.
so he just starts waving his hands.
Long story, very short. Very long story.
If you see yourselves as the good guys, this kingdom's been in a lot of trouble for a while. The elders, some of my colleagues, they ended up getting into a lot of trouble. A lot of the underlings got executed.
You mean the king?
What about the elders?
You'll notice he is Duragar. The king, you can
Mhm.
assume, is Dwarven.
Yeah.
And
What about-
also, this is the guy from the Visions.
Yes.
I know.
I'm keeping track.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
Kana knows. She's trying to get more information.
Okay, fair enough.
On the king?
No, to see if the king is a member of these elders or not.
The elders are
That was
Jura.
one of the questions. earlier.
Well, there were a bunch of elders who were. I shouldn't blather on. What exactly are you guys here for? I mean, this city, there isn't much going on here aside from rampant corruption. So the only
Yeah,
reasons you'd
that's
be
not
here are
much.
to learn stuff or to try and help. So what are you here for?
We're trying to find a friend of mine lost their parents during the attack on Anston. They were captured, not killed, and he's a Goliath.
I see.
He unfortunately wasn't able to come with us.
I'm sorry for his loss then. I've been trying to rescue them ever since. See, I was involved on the attack, but
I'm aware.
I was trying to stop all of them from killing everyone. They were planning on being so brutal, but I can't condone this amount of death. But it seems like no matter what I do, I can't seem to stop it. Now I'm just trying to do whatever I can to atone. I'm trying to fix the wrongs that I caused there, try and free all of the Goliaths that I can. Try and stop the other elders that seem to be obsessed with the idea of earning their money through trading people. But I can't ever
Not a
seem
good
to
trade,
do
as it
enough.
turns out.
Once I've done as much as I can with them, then, well, I'm going to be either offering to join up or turn myself in with the Virgil Dove Brigade. They're supposed to be bringers of peace on the surface, right?
I don't know, Connor, what do you think?
I've heard something.
Wait,
No, I've heard something like that before.
Kana. I think I recognize that name from somewhere. You're one of the heroes that saved Orthrund up on the surface, right?
Wait, so you got her name but not mine or
And, I'm the daughter of a merchant family, and Orphan was attacked, so I helped out.
Fair enough.
So we should. So I have heard that the Virgil Dove Brigade can be very efficient and diligent and really well made and just awesome in a lot of ways.
Where the hell have you heard? Wow, where the hell have you heard that? That sounds
Shameless
nothing
plug
like
to
a
your
book.
organization, Connor.
Yeah, it's like, wow, they sound so great. I'm sure that everybody who runs them is equally as good as the things you were saying, and definitely not a person who sleeps far too long and doesn't help out anywhere as much as they are, and then acts like they're stronger than they are.
I have no idea.
Oh,
who
and
you're
also
talking
someone
about.
who loves drinking coffee. Make sure you have plenty of coffee.
Yeah,
I have
fancy
no
much of it.
idea who you're talking about, but regardless, the Virgin Dove Brigade, the Virgin Dove
shade.
Brigade is
The shade we are throwing is darker than this fucking cavern.
well, yeah, the cavern's well lit.
It's
Oh,
basically
well,
just a wine cellar, except people are sleeping in there.
So a wine cellar.
Mm.
Yes, well, the Virgin Dove Brigade would be real nice, but unfortunately, it's going to be really difficult for any of those people to be able to get here. So
Well,
Oh,
yeah, the
now I
Virgin
guess
Dove
the three
Brigade
of us will
operates
have
on
to-
the surface, and for as long as I'm here in the underground, I want to do what I can to make sure that I'm able to help in the only way I can. And being a Duragar elder, I might be able to get some of these people to stop with their warlike ways and their desire to kill people and ruin lives and all of it. It's just,
tell you what.
Madness.
I used to care about all of these stupid wars that everyone was getting involved with until I found the goddess that I worship now. She taught me a new path.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't know if it's possible to get others onto it, but I've got to try, right?
Fair enough. Well, the right path.
I will say, well, the Virgin Dove Brigade might not be able to help you out now, but it seems that our interests align a little bit.
Well,
We wanna
I
try
don't
and get the-
particularly mind if they can help me out. I'm just wondering if I can help them out. After all, their aims seem to be pretty similar to mine. You know, keep the world at peace, stop people from dying,
Yeah.
stop people from being genuinely horrific. I mean, hell, I've heard that some Commodore up there was able to save the entire city and was able to almost single-handedly stop so much of the slave trade up there.
Oh,
Sounds
absolutely.
like an incredible person.
Oh,
I
yes.
wish I could meet them.
They
Yeah.
I
definitely
imagine
did.
they
Yeah, I'm
could-
sure
I
they
imagine they
definitely did
totally
everything
are.
single-handed and did not have massive amounts of help from people around them. No, not at all.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
heard they even
They
took-
were a
I heard they
grand
even took
hero.
down-
I'm gonna
I
pull
heard they
straight
even
up.
took
I'm
down
gonna
a
pull
dragon.
straight up shade on that one. I did half that shit.
I know, Senshin. I heard they took down a dragon all by themselves. They must be pretty
I mean-
tough.
No, I heard
I
that
will
was
tell
some
you-
guy with swords. What I heard was that the Commodore was able to almost single-handedly take down the slavery problem in the kingdom, but then this mysterious hero with, what was it, 2, 3, 4 swords? I can't really remember. But they were able to slice down an entire dragon that turned into a tree and then got completely destroyed. The things I've heard are only, well, miscellaneous, but what I've heard over the couple of months sounds truly incredible.
Yes, well, the Virgin Dove Brigade is pretty
holding
incredible,
onto
so-
his sending stone and said to Kana, if you fucking took credit for all the stuff I did in searching out the slave ring, then I swear to God, Kana, I'm going to shit in your next coffee.
Please note,
Con-
you have not told him any of this stuff. This is just stuff he has heard from rumors.
Yeah,
So this is
Con-
just
Con's
who
just gonna
people
whi-
are
Con's just
accredited.
No,
gonna
no,
whisper
I
back.
mean,
I didn't,
if
I didn't do,
if
I didn't do
he's-
shit. But
I mean, if Kana's said, like, if Kana's done official reports that she did half the slave researching stuff, because all that shit, all that searching out was by Senshin in 10 minutes.
It was more like half an
do
hour,
what you
but yeah.
want.
Yeah,
Do what you say. What you will. I didn't tell him. I didn't tell him shit.
yeah, but you probably
Now
told
then.
report shit.
Now then, Con.
I swear to fucking God, if you get credit for the shit that I actually worked on, I will shit a
Now
brick.
then, Harbel.
Mhm.
Harbel. We want to try and get the Goliath back so that our friend can reunite with his parents.
Also said that the skies are not being held prisoner by some fucking lunatic. That too.
That's true. That as well. But
Well,
we also want.
you're in luck.
But after seeing the state the city's in, we kind of want to help out with that as well.
Well, you guys are in luck. Well, the main thing we needed was some way to distract people to get into the castle. But if you guys are here, since you're the daughter of a merchant family, right? Would
Mhm.
you be able
I've
to
heard of them.
distract them with a potential trade?
I've already set it up.
Excellent. So maybe are, you two here? I can see one of you has swords, so clearly you're quite capable in combat. What about the other fellow here? Also looks like a merchant. Maybe you two could
He's
go
more
in and
of a-
distract them, and I could take this
Yeah.
fellow here with swords with me, and some
I
of the
have-
other allies I have here. We could storm
I
the
You
have
know
an
what?
castle,
idea for-
storm
That
the
sounds like
prison.
a brilliant idea. We should definitely split up into two groups like that. You two doing the selling of stuff, and me doing the slashing of people.
I actually have an addition to that.
All right, what do you got? I'm just thinking that I should
Well, I don't
that
know.
some person should be distracting them while some other group of everyone who's able to fight well should be able to attack and get the people out of the cellar.
Well, my friend, I'll ferret something.
Alferico.
Ah,
I'll ferret something.
Alferico, I've heard so much about you, man. I'll ferret something.
Yeah, Ascension corrects. Ascension remembers. Ascension's good.
Well, yes, our friend here isn't exactly the best in terms of selling things,
I'd say he'd be very good at selling
Business.
things if he's not attempting to do a heist.
but he is very, very good at getting in. He is very, very good as a scout. I reckon I go in. I reckon I go in alone to try and set up
Kana,
a trade route.
We need a kind of. If we want a distraction, I don't think we can do much better than Alferito. I don't think we can do much better
Andrew
than
is the
Andrew
best
Ferrico.
distraction.
I don't think we can do much better than Andrew Ferrico. That one's being said in
Andrew Ferret and Co.
Ascension, let me
Andrew
speak.
Ferrico.
Ascension, let me speak. I get into the castle. I get into the
Fucking tell.
castle, sneaking the ferret in. Ferret scouts out the place to find the location of the Goliath. Goes back to
Don't
tell
you-
you guys
don't-
where it is.
But
Goes back to tell you guys where they are. Then sets
Kana.
off a distraction.
Kana, don't they already know the location?
We do. Here's a map.
Yeah, point. I guess just point directly to it. That's why
It
I
has
was
several
saying,
levels. It has, throne room at the mid level, then the next level up it's got bedroom, it's got kitchen and other stuff, then it's got bedrooms, then the level down from the throne room is the prison.
I
Hold on a
think
second.
it
Hold on a
would be
second. Let's make
actively-
this a little clearer. And Khan is going to cast Major Illusion to try and make a 3D model
All right,
version
cool.
of
You make
the map.
a 3D model, and yeah, it has the prison cells, and it doesn't indicate which cell they're in because obviously, but he'll just say, "This is a general overview of the castle. I've been there a couple of times as a delegate, a diplomatic envoy, as it were, and I've had quite a few dealings with the supposed king here. He
What do
got
you mean supposed king?
Well, he is of royal blood, but he isn't exactly one that I'd call a fit leader, or someone that deserves to still have their head attached to their neck.
Oh, so it's a personal thing. He's not literally just a stand-in for the king.
Is there anyone better to replace him?
Literally anyone else in this kingdom would be better than him.
So she'll just look, let's say, to Andrew with this. So you're saying if, say, I don't know what, during this breakout, he mysteriously gets his head cut off by a magic sword, it would improve the kingdom.
Substantially.
Oh, I mean, there's a story right there.
I am beginning.
Yeah, it's a
I
good
am
thing
liking
we're-
the idea from
good thing we
Regis'
don't have
side.
to-
Hmm.
I am
And to be
more and
totally
more
honest,
thankful
you
that I
will
sent
be
the
selling
kid over
those
to
rights
the
to me.
Goliaths.
If you do happen
I will-
to do it, of course.
Guys,
will
you
be
spoke
selling
over
nothing to
Kana. Eli, what was that?
Oh, I was just saying, I'm really glad that I'm getting more and more thankful that we sent the kid with the other group.
Sejin looks over to the criminal and says, let's commit regicide.
God,
Well, I'd prefer not to kill anyone if possible.
You won't.
regardless, we should.
I'd
our
prefer
plan
people
is
not
to
to be
conf-
killed if possible.
our
Okay,
plan-
the king needs to be removed, and I am going to
Let's
remove
just-
him.
Removing him
Let's
is
just
fine.
He's gonna-
Cutting off limbs is fine. Cutting off heads is not.
Let's just do a quick. Hold on. Let's just back up here for a second. Our plan is to perform a raid on the castle.
Mhm.
and get the Goliaths out which would be helpful for us. But how will that help the kingdom?
Well,
I mean,
simple. If the
We'll see.
Goliaths get out, then there will be sufficient proof that the ruler has been engaged in a significant amount of corruption, meaning that the people will finally have both the courage and the ability to stand up against the monarchy and create their own system of government. I'll be completely
Furthermore, if we
transparent with
can-
you. I have no desire to be here, and I have no desire to rule this place either. But a lot of these people are cousins of mine. I don't want to see them hurting. And I especially don't want to see this level of corruption being caused by some of the other rulers like them. And he'll gesture over to two more that are in chains. Those two were also rulers of the Duragar with me. I made sure they didn't get arrested because I wanted them to face justice. And didn't get killed because I wanted to ensure they faced justice. Quite simply, I think they'd be a lot more useful alive. Let me make one thing clear. Just because I don't want people dead doesn't mean that I don't want justice to be served. And I see justice as something that ensures that they face as much pain as they've caused while still maintaining their life.
I guess in that way, you and I are slightly similar-minded.
Oh, I see torment. Oh, I see torture them first. Yeah, I like that idea too.
Not what he was getting at, Senshin. Look,
Possibly what I was getting at, but I don't want it to. But I don't want that to happen until they've been sentenced. They deserve that much.
Look, I know roughly how the Virtual Death Brigade works. Once we have significant proof of actual corruption within the city, they can come here and theoretically overwrite the king's authority if enough other countries agree to it.
Alternatively,
But
we could
doesn't the
threat.
Virgil Death Brigade only operate on the surface? This is the underground,
Hey-
fairly deep in
hey,
it as
Connor.
well.
I have
Yes,
this
but-
great idea. We could threaten to kill him if he doesn't run away.
Yes, but the Goliaths are from the surface, so this would fall
Does
under
it?
their domain.
Yes, but the
Not to
kingdom
mention-
would not be. The crime would
Not to
fall
mention, you
under
really
it would fall under their jurisdiction, not their domain. It's not their domain because this is a different kingdom, not under the alliance. Therefore, they cannot use their authority here to remove the king or exert their own authority. That is not how that works.
What I'm thinking is going to most likely happen is that the people will overthrow the king themselves, and then they'll elect a new system of government by themselves. All I need to
We
do is
also
get
don't
things
know
in
the
motion for these
demeanor.
people.
We
Which
also don't
I'm
know the demeanor of
100%
this.
fan of.
We also don't know the demeanor of this king, Senshin. Torture might not even be. No, torture and threatening might not even work.
Something tells me he's a chicken shit bitch, and it will work easily. But let's focus on the matter at hand before we go on more with my favorite activities.
Actually, before we
I
go,
would
I did want to
suggest
ask one
that
last
your
question.
original opinion is correct. Yeah, we should probably send both the ferret and you. We should send the ferret and you in there instead of just you and having the ferret scouts. It's an easy thing because eventually Alferico will create a massive distraction, and then we can get all the Goliaths out. Then we can go and make the king go piss himself and fuck off.
I believe that Alferico would be a bigger distraction if he doesn't come in with me. So I still believe we should sneak him in and then have him do something somewhere else in the castle.
I believe he'd be a big enough distraction alongside you. And splitting us up to be 1-1-1 would be a terrible idea. For multiple reasons. DMing.
And look, and don't worry, Matt. Alferico's got you covered. I've got a lifetime insurance guarantee, so you don't have to worry.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
I
tell
doubt
me
anybody
what
would
exactly
be able-
Alferico is planning on doing as a distraction, please.
Oh, he's basically going to go into the crowd, say, step right up, I've got stuff to sell, I've got maces, knives...
Okay, there
and-
are not going to
There
be
is no
crowds.
crowd,
It is
it's
going
a-
to be a castle where there are going to
Yes, it's
be people
gonna
who
be
are
like a-
working and also rulers. How are you going to distract them? Are you going to try and do another heist? Please don't. These guys aren't as smart as Raijin, but they still are not idiots.
Yeah. He's basically going to try and sell items. Like, he's just going to go around and try and gather them all up. He's like, I've got some exclusive offers right now. Get them while they're hot. And he's basically going to be like, so I've got these
We're
items.
trying to request an audience with the
What are you
king
trying to do?
himself.
I
If you don't-
I don't
don't
exactly
describe
think
what
that
you're doing
plan
with-
would work. What I think would be
Well,
a
we
smarter
don't-
idea is try and request an audience with the king and say that you've got some rare and valuable goods to sell that you want for his eyes only. He's an incredibly greedy bastard. He'll likely take
Which
you up
is
on
what-
it, especially if he thinks you have something unique.
Yeah, you should probably do that. Yeah, we'll go with that plan. Send you up with Kana.
So
who's
don't
already
try
got a-
and do it in crowds. Try and distract the king. Because
No,
he's
sure.
definitely going to have most of his guards around him.
Got that,
How
Pharaoh?
common exactly
No
is your
showmanship.
skill down here?
Just poking you in the head. No showmanship. Screwing over the monarchy.
Not particularly common. Why? Do you have some on you?
Well, I have some pathways to obtaining it.
Okay. Well,
Can we
yeah,
just
it's not
do stuff
particularly
like that?
common. People would definitely want it down here.
So
Can't
we
we
can
just
so
use-
we can try and use that.
Can't we just use Andrew's nonsense?
What can Andrew possibly sell to the king?
I'm assuming Andrew's already handed essentially a bunch of crazy shit to
Yeah.
show-
Okay, describe the cursed items. Remember, I just want to describe what cursed items means, since it appears that did not get through. The item should have a bad effect on whoever uses it, which is not intended as part of its base effect.
Yeah, okay, no worries. So,
In other words, those stun grenades that you used last time were not cursed items, they were just items.
They were just bombs.
Because
Okay,
their
s-
intended effect was to be a bomb.
Oh yes, this candle is cursed to explode when the wick hits the bottom. I think that's just a stick of dynamite.
So, what cursed items do you have on you?
Well, one item is a cursed mirror that allows the king to look into other people's minds, but unfortunately, one backfire is that when the cursed mirror looks into someone's mind, it reveals their secrets to everyone else.
The secrets of the person looking into it, not the secrets
Yeah.
of the...
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That is one. Alright, so you need to come up with a plan to sell that to him. Really get your businessman going.
Yeah, I can sell him this mirror. And the Ferret's gonna, well, Alfarica's gonna take it out. Don't worry, I can sell this mirror to him. Something tells me that he's a very greedy bastard who loves taking advantage of other people, so...
Something tells you. You mean the guy who literally just told you?
Yeah,
Yeah, something.
can't think of
Something. He's not there at the moment. I don't see who this man is.
Look
that
down,
really
you
gonna-
tall bastard.
Is that memory
Oh,
really gonna
it's
sell?
you.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. But yes, that's my plan. Cursed mirror.
Is that mirror really gonna sell?
Andrew, the
yeah,
Duragar
Connor's
is
gonna
going
try
to
and-
punch you in the kneecaps.
Connor's gonna try and
Oh.
see like how valuable the mirror is to see how well it would, or how easy or difficult it would be to sell it.
Kana, are you sure you want to look into the mirror that reveals your secrets?
Oh no, she's
Look
not
at
looking
the
into the
mirror,
mirror.
not
She's
into
looking
it.
around the mirror, like the frame and the what the frame's made of and shit.
Looks
Looking
like it's
at
made
it,
of
not into it.
silver, has a couple of gemstones on it. Looks moderately valuable. Probably not something that would stand out to a king, but definitely worth a pretty penny. The main value would be from its magical capabilities rather than its appearance.
So if we lie about it and say that if we just lie and say that it does something other than what you said, we could probably sell it
Perhaps
pretty good.
says that it allows you to see the future, or some such. You know,
Maybe it's
something
a-
that rulers really want.
How
Yeah,
about
I
this?
can work that
How about
in.
this? You look into the mirror. How about this? Wake up and look into the mirror for 10 minutes every morning, and within the year, you'll become the most handsome man in the world.
I mean, you could use this to look into people's minds, therefore you can, I don't know, see the truth
feel
of
like
people
the-
you rule over.
I feel like this king is incredibly vain, so attacking that would be a better
Plus,
strategy.
also,
Thank you.
Alfarico could turn into someone incredibly handsome, which would show that, you know, I have no further need of it because I've already used it to its full extent, so now I'm going to sell it to you.
We can even
Oh,
use a photo
no.
of Sen- we can
I
even
just
use
had
a
an
photo of
awesome idea.
Sentry. We can even use a
I
photo
need
of
to go to the
Senshin and
toilet,
say,
so I'll
hey,
be
this
back
is
for a
what you
bit.
looked like a
Catch up.
year.
What's going on?
This is what you looked like a year ago. You see how much it can change your appearance. See how much better it can make you look.
Counterpoint: Senshin looks human. Alferico looks like a tiefling.
Doesn't have to look like a tiefling.
Well, Alferico is a tiefling. He would need to pick a different form if he wanted to not look like a tiefling.
Yeah, I immediately just thought of Prince Charming from Shrek.
Quick, Alferico, turn into turn into an attractive version of Senshin.
Oh, absolutely. And he's just gonna turn into Ascension.
Cool. So you turn into Sexy Jutsu Senshin.
See, it could work. Do you have a photo of yourself, Senshin?
It's not difficult for you guys to get a photo. After all, Andrew is here and he does have a camera, so he can just take a photo of Senshin.
Senshin?
Senshin is currently in the toilet. Senshin has his photo taken.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I love this.
Alright, cool. So
Embracing
you
the
have a
whole
photo
plot
of Senshin, and you also have Alferico, who is now in the form of Sexy Senshin.
Yep. He's just like got the cloak and everything, and he's like standing dramatically.
because it relies on the
Raijin
fact
would get
that
so
Senshin
mad.
is too attractive.
Mm.
Oh, you know, I have to say, Captain Coffee, you've given me a brilliant idea to get back at Lady Raijin. Imagine her man
She will kill
going
you.
out.
She will kill you.
Hey,
There is a
hey,
reason
you're
why I
wrong.
tried to put you in the other party away from Raijin, and the reason was so you didn't get killed.
Andrew, Andrew, I'm just letting you know. Andrew, I'm just going to congratulate you right now for coming up with this idea all by yourself.
Oh, well, thank you very kindly. I do appreciate your compliments.
Senshin, you're not allowed to take credit for me saving the kingdom. Andrew, you're allowed to take full credit for this thing, which is definitely going to get Raijin to kill you. Kana knows where credit should be given, and that is to her if it's a good thing that she did, and to Andrew if it's a bad thing that she did.
Follower of Aristal, baby.
Yes, that she is.
Yeah. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to rush off real quick because I got laundry to hang up, just some towels. I'll be right back.
I'll probably take the opportunity to grab myself some lunch as well.
Fair enough.
Alright, well, see you whenever, guys. Be back soon.
I just love the fact that it's based off that the plot is now based off Senshin not being attractive, even though he, let's face it, probably is pretty attractive.
Probably.
But like just his face, I imagine.
Yeah, like his body's exactly the same.
Like just this is what. Just go up to the man. See, my friend here has been using the mirror for the past for just the past 6 months, and look at how much of a development he's already had. It's gonna be fun. All right, I'm gonna grab lunch.
Okay.
See you soon.
See ya.
Okay, I'm back. Where the fuck did everyone else go?
Hey, Liam.
Hello.
Just
So
waiting on the other two.
Popped off. Yeah, not much happened after I popped off to get food and also poop.
Well, let's hope that Eli does not take forever. Robbie is quickly having lunch, so I trust him to be back within a reasonable amount of time. But let's see whether Eli takes an eternity to go to the bathroom.
I mean, I went to the bathroom and got food, so look at me speed running.
Well, yeah, but this is Eli.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so did much happen after I left to go get food, or did you guys pause basically as that happened?
Not really much happened.
Right, I was just trying to see if, like, there were any bits.
Basically,
Sorry.
just those two trying to discuss the same plan, but no new stuff actually came up.
Right. Right. Of course. Nothing new came up. Of course, nothing new came up.
What, you expected something to happen?
Somewhat, honestly.
No.
I had rather assumed that something would happen after I left, considering my plan was already done, being go in there and stab things.
Well, we can't exactly go ahead with the plan, so the two of them were just discussing the plan, more specifically, how Alferico was supposed to sell the thing.
I'm sure Alferico could do it just fine. Oh man, this will be taking a while, won't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. Alright, Robbie, are you back?
That's a no.
Alright, just waiting on him then. Okay, so the plan at this stage is to send Kana and Alferico to distract the king.
Yes. Alfarico being disguised as a
Yeah, that was the part that they got. Yeah, Raijin is going to kill these guys for the plan that they came up with. Do you want to describe it?
So, Alfarico is disguised as a more attractive version of Senshin, and they're going to use a photo of Senshin to convince the king that the mirror makes you more physically attractive.
Why are we using Senshin?
I don't know. They
Because
just
he's
decided to use Senshin because Senshin's been throwing shade at Kana all day, so I guess Kana wanted to throw shade at Senshin.
It's a added bonus on top of looking into other people's minds and seeing their darkest secrets.
That and also it's easier.
What do you mean it's easier? I need an explanation. What the fuck does any of this imply?
It implies
Senshin is
that the
not
king is
attractive.
vain, and also that Kana wants to diss on Senshin.
Yeah.
For the Senshin is fucking 17.
So, that he
A
Senshin has been dissing Kana all day.
17-year-old can
Kana
be
wants
up.
to diss Senshin now.
And a 17-year-old can be ugly as shit, man.
Yes,
Just
because
ask
my
me.
disses have not been completely justified.
Just ask me.
No.
And
You're
really,
not
they haven't.
17. You're 20.
I was once.
Yeah, no shit.
We all were once.
We're all older
Yes,
than
but I was
17, therefore
but
we
I
have
was
all been
ugly when I was
17.
17.
You were not ugly
but
as
I was
shit at
ugly when I
17.
was
I knew you at 17.
But yes, so going in with that to convince the king that the mirror will make him more attractive because he's vain as shit.
You assume.
It's a fairly safe assumption.
I feel the seeing
Even
into
if that fails, we
minds
can
is
still
more
have
than
the
enough.
But
even if that fails, we still have the whole hero steal thing, very valuable resource. And then during that distraction, actually, we could probably get the king to try and test it out in front of a bunch of people, and then
Robert,
get
I
his
need
secrets revealed.
once, when do you need to go, Alex?
It's fine. I don't have a thing until 6.
Okay.
And then during this time, Senshin will raid the castle and go down to collect the Goliaths. Once the Goliaths are collected, Kana will tie up the king.
Seems pretty straightforward, honestly.
All right, Senshin, roll
Again,
a
we could
stealth check.
possibly-
Kana and Andrew, try and convince
we
the
could-
guards of why you're going in.
Again, we could probably. Well, I've already talked to the guards beforehand, and they know that I'm a member of the
Fuck
Packet.
you!
Shit.
I think
Rolling
should probably
perception,
get
which is flat. That is a D100.
Yeah, the 69 on perception.
Well,
Okay.
even if I had master, I'd be spotted. So yay!
Okay, so they see
I was
a
trying
guy
to
who's
stealth,
sneaking
so-
around, and they go, "Wait a minute, what are you doing? You're supposed to be with the. You're supposed to be with that traitor woman. Go on, get over there."
You know what? Can I just avoid her, please? She's been being a bitch the entire day. I just want to go somewhere else.
All right, well, there's a tavern over there. It'll probably be better than skulking around here. Plus, she's less likely to spot you if she's as straight-laced as she looks.
Oh, she will. Look, she has fucking trackers on me. It means I have to be within some range of her for a while, and I am not willing to risk it.
Roll persuasion.
Wouldn't that be deception?
Yes.
I
Roll
don't
one
think
of
that-
them. I would accept either at this point.
Well, I suck at both.
Roll 1.
I've been rolling poor this entire session.
Right, rolling insight, which is flat. Do you have
Why-
any level of proficiency with
No,
it?
I told you. I don't.
Fuck.
I
Well, do you know where the trackers are? I'm sure you could just chuck them off.
No, I don't.
I'll throw
I
you a
did
beer.
when- Doesn't do shit for me anyway. Whatever. I'll just take a beer and start chugging it.
All right.
And then the
He'll
second
throw a
I-
beer and a lawn chair down, and we'll just say, "Sorry, man. This is the best we can do. Can't let you in."
Deal. Yeah, that's good enough. The second they're distracted, I'm jumping into the castle without them being able to stop me.
Okay. Roll
When my
stealth.
stealth fails, my
With
athletic
advantage this
succeeds.
time, because you have the Duragar who is helping you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What does that come out to?
17.
Cool. That is higher than their. Actually, wait. Yes, that is higher than the 16 which they got earlier because it's flat. Okay, you managed to get onto the castle grounds and sneak around the walls. Kana, you arrive there again. And the guards will say, "Ah, you're the merchant girl from earlier, right?"
Yes. I've
Awesome.
come back to speak about a possible trade agreement between.
Excellent,
place and-
excellent. I'm sure our king will love the trade agreement, and they'll just lower the bridge and let you guys on.
Oh, by the
Hey,
way,
I think we
Andrew?
saw him earlier.
Uh,
Oh. Nah, that was the other guys. Ah, never mind. I'm sure there's plenty of people that look like this fellow right here. Except not quite as handsome.
yes. Well, we
Oh,
might
yes.
actually be able to. We might have something to say about that in a little while.
Excellent. I'm sure old Jim here would definitely appreciate something that could make him look more handsome. Hey, cut it out! And then they'll just keep bickering as you walk through. You'll walk in, and while the rest of the place looks dull and dreary, the throne room is extremely bright. It's loud. It's glittering with gold on just about every surface you can see. And you can see that on the top of a massive throne that is probably about 3 times the height of him is this one extremely short, even for a dwarf, man with an incredibly ornate crown about the size and weight, probably, of his head. And he's
In other
looking
words-
down at you.
So it's bright and loud.
Yes.
In other words, it's Kana's worst nightmare.
Yes. Ah, hello there. I see that you're a trade delegation, and he'll just slide down from the throne slowly. Good to see you.
Yes.
Good to see you. Who are you with?
I am a representative of the Tida family, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Majesty.
Thank you very much. And who is this with you? And he'll just gesture to the Senshin.
Oh, my name is Senshin, Finest of Kings. I'm here to, well, offer you something, as a gift, you could say.
Ah,
He's a part. He's a part of our greater trading band.
I see, I see. Well, it is lovely to meet you. And what is this gift you bring me?
Oh yes, it is the finest of mirrors, and handsome Senshin will take it out.
Okay.
Senshin, be careful. We wouldn't want all the other residents here to see that.
Oh, of course, of course. What am I doing? Yeah,
Come on, let's step over. If you don't mind, Your Majesty, let's step over to the side here.
Ah, of course. Guards, into the next room, please. And he will just whisper to one of them in Dwarvish, and keep an eye on those two from the other room, but don't look too closely. I needn't want you to see all of my treasures. And then he will send them off. There are no guards in the room currently, although you can be pretty sure that they are watching you still from the other room. Well, they are not able to see what you're pulling out, so by all means.
I was less
Oh,
worried about
yes.
the guard than more the other nobles, but go on.
Ah, well, they are gone as well now. The guards are keeping an eye on the other nobles, treating them to tea and all of that. This is far more important.
If you would, Senshin.
Yes, of course. And Senshin will roll up. Now, this mirror, it's a fine mirror indeed. It can have you look upon the minds of thy allies and enemies. And there's many other benefits besides. So you're able to see the deepest and darkest secrets that they hold within, without them even knowing it. And of course...
Kana's going to grab the psychic stone link to Andrew and just... Andrew, that's not the cover story.
I see. It sounds like a truly incredible mirror. Though why would you be giving it to me as a gift? Surely you must
Oh.
really want my favor if you're to give me something this powerful.
He's meaning a lot of this more metaphorically than literally.
Yeah. And other levels beside, it can make you the handsomest creature in all the realms to gaze upon.
I'm interested.
Oh, very good, very good.
If you want an example of its power, look no further than Senshin himself here. Why
That's
just a short while ago, this was him, and Kana will take out the photo.
The photo of regular Senshin.
Yeah.
I see. An attractive man to start out with, but such a disfigured face. Wow, it truly has done a lot for him.
1 sec, I'm rolling a D2.
What are you flipping a
Hold on,
coin
I'm just-
for?
I was deciding whether or not I am going to kill him at the end of this.
And I take it heads was no heads on the king? Or was heads king keeps his head and tails king
Heads
does not
was-
keep his head?
Heads was king loses, and heads was 1.
I see.
Heads, you keep your head. Tails,
You
not so
don't.
lucky.
Tails?
In fairness, Senshin does have a lot of scars on his face, so... And
No, he
sexy
doesn't. Most
Senshin
of his
doesn't.
scars are on his body.
I don't
Well,
know,
this guy's
maybe
gonna be a
he's funny
bastard.
for
He's
us,
not
yeah.
exactly meant to be a good guy. He's meant to be a scummy piece
Yeah,
of shit.
yes. You
As
see
you
the...
can see, Fairest of Kings, it improves looks considerably, I would say.
And when you have looks this good, of course you'd be able to peer into the minds of your enemies.
I see. So you're able to get those other benefits once you've looked into it for long enough to become the most beautiful being in all of the realms. Ha. It was good of you to bring this to me. Now tell me, what do you want in exchange? Clearly you must want something large of me, considering that this is the gift you bring as the first one.
Well, of course, of course.
Hmm.
You
Oh.
have, I heard that there's been quite a large amount of deadstone deposits recently discovered, correct?
Not in this city. I believe in the southern hemisphere there have been a large amount, however. I'm surprised the Taida family would be interested in deadstone, though. I thought that was that of your rival family, the Dubel.
We like to keep our eyes on the stuff in case of.
Fair enough.
You
Well,
understand.
it hasn't been located around this city, but I do have a bit of intelligence about places it has been located. If you'd like, I can show you a map.
We would very much appreciate that, wise king.
Of course. And he'll start
What?
showing you a map, which he will offer to Kana. Kana, you now know where the Dubel family gets a lot of their deadstone. Do with
Sweet.
that what you will. Probably screw them
Sweet.
over, knowing you.
There's also something that Senshin himself wants as well. We may be a part of the same guild, but we are still individuals.
Ah, yes. Senshin, fine sir, what would you like?
Well, Deadstone is very nice besides, but I would love some hero steel.
I'm
You-
afraid that is something you'd need to ask your own guild for. It's not really something that we have in good supply here. We'd love to trade for it, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like the Taida family comes underground that much. Certainly not to this fine city.
Well, that is part of why I'm here. If you wish to set up a trade with the Taita family,
Oh, I would gladly set up a trade with your family.
and then Kana's just gonna grab the stone. Come on, man, bleed him dry. Come on, man, bleed him dry.
Alright, I'm just gonna quickly switch over to Senshin. Sir.
Yeah.
Senshin, you are in the prison with your Duragar ally. Let me just quickly clear out all of these worms. Because
And
I
also
am
the people
using
who
the
are in
same
different
map.
city.
I'll get rid of Kana and Taishura.
I'll get
I'll
rid of
tell-
Raijin,
yeah.
Andrew, and David. Okay, Senshin, you're in the prison. You will see a lot of Goliaths there. None of them seem to match the description of Senshin's parents, and none of them
Andrews.
seem to be rune carvers as well. Yeah, David's, not Andrew's or Senshin's. We both got it wrong. Bleh. Dumb. Anyway, you'll see a couple of them look out to you. You don't look like one of the regular guards. What are you gonna do to us? I told you, we don't know how to carve runes.
So are they in a cell?
Yes, there's quite a few in the main cell. It looks like there's a bunch of other cells, but they're largely filled with dwarves who also look like they're not in the greatest condition, but they look entirely separate.
Yeah, so as he just says and just pulls out the fire sword and heats it up to start cutting through the lock.
Alright. The lock is fairly easily removed, as this isn't a particularly high cell. They kind of relied on the fact that it's difficult to get into the castle. So, the people are able to get out. Wait, you're rescuing us? You and that Duragar that brought us here? And he will just bow. I am incredibly sorry for the wrongs that I have caused you. While I know that my actions were in the goal of keeping you alive, what I did was inexcusable. Right now, what I'm trying to do is to help you get back to where you were. I know you won't forgive me, but I'm trying to do the best I can. So, what do you want with us? Are you gonna capture us as well?
No. You guys know David Davidson? Not David.
David? Oh, I remember him. Wait, you're his friend, aren't you? The swordsman
Correct,
from down in the
Amanda.
village. Senshin.
Correct, Mundo. Yeah.
Is he okay? Was he captured as well?
No, he's in a different city trying to find his parents, but right now I'm gonna get all you out, because...
They're not here with us, but... Listen, if you
Must
need any
be.
help busting out of this place, well, we are particularly strong. And they'll just start manipulating some stone to turn into various clubs. We can fight our way out.
Excellent. In that case, he'll look over to the other dwarves. How about you guys? You want to get rid of your shitty king?
Yeah, well, we're in here for the protests. They haven't arrested... Well, they've arrested us, but they haven't sentenced us yet. But if we can get rid of that guy, I'd be all for it.
Excellent. He'll start cutting. He'll start doing the same thing to all of their locks.
So all of the dwarves will start following. They'll grab some weapons from where the guard cell is. You'll notice that there don't appear to be any guards when there really should be.
He'll look back to them and just say, "Now, just real quick, if we are going to if it ends up becoming necessary for us to kill the king, I'm taking his damn head."
Yeah! And they'll all just start cheering with that. And Senshin, you now have an army of a small army, very small, of Goliaths and also dwarves who are going to go up to the top and start yelling for the king's head. Kana.
We haven't fully completed the distraction yet.
It doesn't matter. You're just distract them until we can do my thing.
And
Wait,
anyway, I'm
got
just saying
one-
that this is going on in the background, so we're going to finish the distraction, and then we're going to go back to Senshin when the thing is finished. So continue your distraction, Kana and Andrew.
I imagine the distraction and like Senshin's thing are gonna end up happening nearly simultaneously because that's how that works. But yeah, Kana's just gonna. Well, we can talk about the specifics of the trade later, but don't you want to test this? Don't you want to test this mirror out? After all, such a heavy, such a majestical item will surely need it. Will surely need to go for a spin first.
I like the way you think. Yes, I shall take a look.
Well then, come on.
Senshin will place it down carefully in front of him.
And he will
Go
take a
ahead.
look.
Oh wait, I just
Kana's
realized
going to look.
this is
Kana's
Ascension.
going to look over his. Kana's going to look over his shoulder. Just.
And the second that he looks into it is the second that all of the other... that Senshin and the army comes out. And it calls out, "I can't wait to leave this kingdom. Once I've managed to swindle it for all it's worth. I can't wait until the day when I can become a rich man all by myself. Until I bring this kingdom to the ground. Pretty soon, that day will come. And I'm pretty sure that with this deal, that day is today."
I'm gonna assume that
I'm
that's the
assuming-
point when
I'm
I get to
assuming
have
that
when Senshi gets to come and say, "Sup, fuck nugget, I'm here for your head."
Yep.
I'm assuming Kana would have gotten the like video camera from Andrew to record that.
Yeah.
I'd imagine so.
Wow,
Yes.
King, I didn't think you were that kind of person. Click.
Smash
No,
down.
no, this is the secret of my enemy. Arrgh.
Door smashes down. Sup, fucker?
What?
Senshin.
How did they escape? My guards!
Senshin,
What were my
yes.
guards doing?
Senshin, you
Guards!
screwed up the timing.
And then the
Oh.
guards come rushing into the room. Notice the Goliaths. Notice the guy with the big fuck-off swords. Notice the other guy with the slightly different face with the big fuck-off swords. And walk back into the other room and shut the door behind them.
Oh, I do have to say,
It
this
was-
form is quite useful.
Now then,
Don't inspire loyalty.
Now,
Now, Kana's
hey,
gonna
Andrew,
tie up
hey,
the-
Andrew, get my face off your face.
Get my
Oh,
face off.
very well. good
Get my
sir.
face off your face, you damn changeling.
Andrew-
Kana's gonna gonna tie up the king.
What is this? How were you able to
Oh.
infiltrate my castle?
Oh, have you no good
I told you
king?
I'm a merchant.
Yes, and
but
merchants know
You were
how
a
to
mere
swindle.
merchant. How are you capable of doing this?
I never said Mia. By the way, Senshin. The ploy worked perfectly. The ploy worked perfectly. He really fell for the whole
Senshin's
ugly
just-
photo
yeah,
trick.
As you're saying that, Sensh's already been looking at the other guys going, "Okay then, now then, I have to ask the will of the people. What's the will of the people? Is it up with his head?"
The only people here are the ones that got arrested by him for...
Exactly, Alex. Exactly.
It is as I said, fair
You will
king.
see that Harbel will just grab him and will say, "Wait, the only people that are here are those that were imprisoned by him. Let's show the people the truth that was gathered on this camera, that was gathered by these two, and then let all of the people of this city decide." If they still want to execute him, so be it.
Essentially, we're just going, okay, but if they do that, okay. Hey, it just talks to some of the dwarves held hostage, who are child prisoner. If you're going to execute him, can I cut off his head?
Yeah!
Excellent. You just give him a fist bump. Woo, woo, woo!
And then you guys will drag out all of the royal guards and nobles. The guards will just basically say, "No, listen, we're here to protect the local nobility. We can't allow you to harm them."
I don't think this guy's going to be noble for very long.
We said we were here to protect the nobility. And then gesturing to the people behind them, looking at the king, shaking his head, gesturing to the people behind him, nodding his head.
I essentially just say, do you all want to do you all think he should stay in power after this?
They all shake their heads. He shouldn't have been in power in the first place.
Wonderful. Do you want? How about this? You guys, right now, all work out a new political system to deal with. Since this one's clearly not working, we'll bring him out and have trial by mob.
That sounds like it's going to end up with his head on a pike.
I'll get the mob. And Khan's just going to like drag him out onto the front. Khan's just going to like drag the king from his restraints out into the front car.
Actually, yeah, no. As does that central just say, is it a problem if his head ends up on a pike?
They'll look, see if the king is looking that way. When they see that he's not, just shake their heads.
Excellent. Glad we're on the same page. Slap on the back. I'm going to enjoy. This will be fun. Now then, people I freed, let's go outside and say and show how shit of an asshole this guy is.
So, all of the people will get called over, and they'll start coming out of their houses, as they will see the king is standing there. And they'll look sad, until someone starts saying, "We have your king! What do you want to have done with him?" And the people will say, "Are you with him? Is this some kind of trick?"
Said you're just gonna come up with this mob. Mob, bro, mob!
And then the mob will start looking around and seeing that everyone's serious. And then we'll just yell, "Yes! Mob rule! Off with his head! Off with his head! Off with his head!" And
I think like they should. I feel like they should get the full context of the situation. Khan's going to cast another major illusion to show the video that they took. But like,
off with his head!
larger, so
Off
that they
with
can
his head!
show it to other people.
The chants grow louder. The donut chant.
They were saying off with his head the second that he showed up. And then you just started showing the proof, and then they just started saying it louder.
Oh no, she said that she said that they deserve to know the full context of what happened. She didn't imply that that was going to change anything.
Off with his head. And Harbaugh will just stand back and say, "I'm pretty sure I'm overruled here, so..." And he'll just gesture to the guy. "No, please, all of that was the fake. It was the will of my enemy. It was the will of this man." And he'll gesture over to Harbaugh. "Off with his head! Off with his head!"
Oh, but you are right.
Remind me how that mirror works again, Andrew.
Oh, it reveals the worst thoughts that one possesses, that being you, fair king. It revealed your thoughts, no one else's.
Alright.
Khan's gonna stick one end of the dart into, like, the dart that's, like, currently wrapping him up into the ground, and then just, like, 1 foot push him off the edge of the castle. Have him dangle off the side.
No, please.
Off with his head. just look at it. Just look like
Off
just
with
go.
his head. Off with his head.
Central will just draw out one of his swords. Off with his head.
Off with his head. Off with his head.
Off with his head.
Very well, you can decapitate him.
He'll jumps off the side, and as he's just making like upside down, making eye line with the king, slash straight across his head.
Wait, across his head?
Yeah, like he cuts his head. So sorry, across his neck, rather, not head.
Okay. I was about to say, if you like you split the face in half but left the head attached.
One of the guards will jump down slowly via a rope, and will just grab the head before it falls into the lava and stick it on a pike.
Well, we can send the rest of his body into the lava, and Kana will just like untie the. It will just like kick the dart to have it just unravel and have the body flop into the lava.
And as Senshi still falling into the lava, he just teleports up to the back up to the rafters using Misty Step.
Oh, does Senshin have Misty Step?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Because
Very
I ate
limited
the hat
amount,
up.
but yes.
It's like once a short rest, but I get Misty Step. So he just Misty Steps back up to the top.
Well, very fair.
Are
work,
you
good
not
sir.
entertained?
You've been hanging around Taisho too much, haven't you?
He's all. To be fair, Senshi has always showboated when it came to actual evil.
When it comes to murder, Senshin is very entertaining.
Are you entertained, people?
Yes!
Let's hope that doesn't evolve into. Let's hope that doesn't evolve.
Now
into-
then,
Well-
I think we should form an entirely new political system.
Yeah!
Senshin, leave that to.
I've heard about this cool thing over at what was it called again?
Volcadrill.
Yeah, there's this cool thing over at Volcadrill called called democracy. Let's do that.
What's that?
You elect the people in charge every year.
Yay!
Senshin, leave this part to the. Leave this part to the nobles.
It's fine. You don't have
Do
to
you think
worry.
we should do democracy?
Damn Cree!
I was
Damn
just
Cree!
gonna-
Damn Cree! They did not
Kana's just
hear
gonna
you.
grab
clearly.
Senshin by like
I'm not
by like the back of his
disagreeing.
shirt and just pull him along and just like
No,
drag him back inside the castle.
Senshin's gonna keep this up. He's enjoying this. Democracy, democracy, just shouting at him.
Democracy!
Democracy, democracy. Just tells Andrew, could you please legitimately explain to them the concept of democracy? Can you go to nobles the concept of democracy so that we can do this properly? They'll probably agree because they will gain more power than they would under the king. Anyway, democracy.
A
Yeah,
bunch
Kana's
of the
dragging
nobles
Senshin back
will
inside.
just...
I know I'm resisting that. Senshin's staying up there to do this shit. He's enjoying himself.
The Goliaths will start lowering the drawbridges, and the people will start coming into the castle. And one of the nobles will just get a thing that will amplify his voice, and will just say, "Listen, you people, we will happily rule alongside you. However this Demcree thing works. We have been trying to kill the king for many months now, and we will gladly work alongside you to create a new system and a new future for all of us here."
Yes.
Yeah! Senshi just cheers after they're saying that. Woo!
And the nobles will also start yelling out Demcree because they did not hear it properly. None of them heard it properly. Now they're just going to keep calling it that.
The Demcree, yeah. Senshi will explain the concept of a Demcree to them as they're doing.
And
Yes,
the
I will
nobles
make
hear
sure
it,
of that,
and
good
then
sir.
just start shouting louder that they want Demcree.
Yeah. Yeah! Demcree!
Demcree, Demcree,
Demcree!
Demcree.
Demcree! Andrew, I imagine Andrew's just acting half like a secretary right now, just writing down how democracy works.
Yeah, pretty much. He's calling it Demcree because that's what it has here.
Yeah, so you see, this is what happens when Andrew and as is obvious, Senshin is a problem with Andrew when he's doing nonsense that is like a problem to him. The second that nonsense is on the same page, they work splendidly. Demcree!
Unfortunately, this is what happens when the chaotic members of the party are not supervised by an equal or greater number of lawful members of the party. And unfortunately for you, Kana, you are the only lawful member of the party here.
Oh man.
With one of the most chaotic members of the party. No, the most chaotic member of the party, in Andrew.
Can we seriously not go a single day without
Demcree!
overthrowing an
Demcree!
empire?
Demcree! Demcree! Just-
And you could just see all of the people yelling Demcree for
Yeah,
ages.
and I'm just like
Kana, do
busily
you wish to
yawning.
inform the other party that David's parents are not in fact here?
Are David's parents there? We still
No,
don't know.
they are not.
No,
Because
they are.
Senshin
Okay.
has been
We are-
through the prison and they were not there. Which means
Mhm.
they're definitely in
Senshin,
the other
did
place.
you find them? Senshin, did you find the parents?
No, they're not here.
Okay, Andrew, come with me.
Oh, all right then. Here, Senshin, I finished Cree, and Andrew will hand it off to you. Just make sure they get it. No?
He's just looking. He's just.
Sorry, you cut out for a sec, man.
It just turns. He just he was like, yeah, this is what they said it was at the other place. Just goes to nobles. Hey, can you get like a minor illusion up so I can explain the rules of Demcree?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hey, why don't we head to the tavern and all sit down around a table? Then we can talk more about Demcree.
Yeah, I like that idea. Let's all
Yay!
go to the tavern and discuss Demcree.
Demcree.
Yeah.
Demcree.
Hana's gonna just grab Andrew and just, okay, go back into ferret form.
The mob will go over to the tavern and with Senshin and just start talking about Demcree. They're carrying Senshin on top of the crowd. They try to carry Kana and Andrew, but Kana and Andrew managed to get out of their clutches.
All right,
Damn,
Andrew,
they
back
their
into
clutches.
ferret
Section
form.
basically was jumped into their clutches.
Andrew, ferret form.
Alright, no worries. No, I enjoyed being half Erico. That's what he's meant to be. And he'll just jump onto Kana's shoulder.
Kana will grab the ferret Andrew and put him up to her ear like a phone.
Raijin, can you hear me?
And Raijin, through Rose, will be able to hear him. Her.
Yeah, I'm assuming she's also holding Rose like a phone.
I'm scared. She's got me in her clutches. I think she's gonna kill me.
She's
Andrew.
not. Hey, so what happened on your side?
Nothing. I couldn't find the parents, but we did manage to overthrow.
I'm
But
assuming they
Senshin
can. I'm
started
assuming
another
even through.
goddamn revolution.
I'm assuming even through the phone they can hear the Demcree chant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't manage to find David's parents, but we did start a revolution and kill an evil king.
I see.
Again?
I see. This happens surprisingly frequently.
One day, man. That's all I ask. One day.
One day without this.
I don't know. I don't think it's
No,
that.
How far have you gotten in your journey?
They're about halfway at this point.
We're about halfway. I'm going to assume you didn't find David's parents at your place.
I just said that we didn't find the parents. No. Though we did find out that most of the.
Sorry, it was drowned out by the chant of Demcree, whatever that is.
Some political thing. We did find out that the majority of the Goliaths that were captured were taken to this city and held hostage in the main castle. But it's likely that the king was being influenced by the elder Duragar. We also found the Duragar from the visions. You know, the one with the goddess.
Yes, I do. I'm going to assume he's helpful or dead.
Yeah, he was pretty helpful. Very minimal
Okay.
casualties overall.
Is minimal casualties the king?
Yeah, pretty much it. You can still find his head if you want.
It's
by the
currently
way,
on
Andrew-
a pike. His body is in the magma.
Yes. We also had so we discovered the rest of the Goliaths were being kept here. Unfortunately, that doesn't include include David's parents, but at the very least, pretty much the entire rest of the town is free now. I suppose the next couple days, we'll be trying to get them back to the surface, as well as getting over to you guys.
I'm sure they'll probably be able to find a way out of there pretty easily if it's been overthrown, as you so said.
Yes, well,
Also,
I'm just saying, getting them over to that city. Yes.
just one sec, bro. Stop scratching. I'm trying to talk. I'm pretty. They're Goliaths, right?
Yeah.
They just got freed from imprisonment. What they're gonna do is have the next, I don't know, couple days celebrating the Alcoholgist and Thugali that they didn't get to celebrate earlier.
Right. That's a big thing for the Goliath communities.
No, they're just drunks.
Sure. By the way, Andrew came up with a surprisingly effective plan to infiltrate the castle.
Oh, really? What is it?
It was really interesting. He had to shapeshift into Senshin for a little bit.
Right.
Hey, Roy.
Come on, man. I'm trying so hard to keep your characters from killing each other. You are not making this easier.
Yeah, Andrew's
I'll
like
tell you-
quietly begging, like the phone's begging.
Fine, I'll tell you later. Andrew wants to tell you himself, I guess.
Oh, it's an Andrew. Oh, it's an Andrew plan. He just says, and just as the grip on Rose grows tighter.
Hey, Lady Raijin, please don't kill me.
Look, Lady Rajan, all you have to know is that the plan went well. The king thought the mirror was showing him the darkness of his allies, was showing their deepest, darkest secrets, and their desire to rebel. In actuality, it revealed his dark intentions.
Andrew, please
Why
don't tell her
isn't-
anything that makes her angry. She's already gripping me so
Why-
tight I can barely breathe.
Quiet phone, I'm talking.
Please, I'm begging you.
Look, all you have to know, Lady Rajan, is that the plan went without a hitch.
Why exactly did you need to pretend to be sentient for this plan?
Well, we didn't have any other people around that. We didn't have any other people around to base his appearance on.
Wouldn't Alferico have been just fine for this job?
Not. Yeah, it wouldn't have served the ruse of what. That wouldn't have served the mirror ruse.
Kana, what was the ruse?
I'll tell you when we get over there.
Kana, what was the ruse?
For now, you should probably focus your attention on trying to find the David's parents. If they're not, since they're not here, I would assume that they're over in Cloudkill.
Which means which means you guys will need to try and get here as fast as possible. Anyway,
Helpful if we could get the Goliaths to aid us with that, but
Well,
they've had enough time in the basement. You guys could probably start getting across that. There's got to be at least someone there who's skilled enough to get you to the next nearest city quite quickly. They'll likely do it quite helpful for the people to save their city. Now, if you'll excuse me, you guys should probably get back to what you were doing before. And hey, Andrew,
Yes, Lady Rajan?
birdcage, and she'll hang up the ferret. Which basically just involves shoving Rose back in her bag.
No, I didn't do anything, Lady Raijin.
Kana's just going to.
Communication purposes.
Kana's just going to. Huh? She hung up. And you know the thing that you do when you're like talking on when you're like holding your phone and then like, and you're like lying on your bed, and then when you go to get up and you don't want to bring your phone, you just kind of chuck it onto the bed.
Yep.
Kana's gonna do that with Andrew.
Andrew, acrobatics check. Or you can turn into a human. Humanoid.
I'll try actor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you have master proficiency, that's failing.
Let me see what I do have. I mean, come on, Andrew's like, I did a good thing this time.
Alright, you end up having to turn into a human so that you don't end up falling in the lava.
Yeah.
Oh no, she wasn't
Okay.
throwing him into the lava. She was throwing him like behind her,
Yeah.
Like onto
Just-
into
like,
something.
onto the like. I assume she's like sitting on this castle wall and just throws the phone behind her.
Yeah, Andrew's just gonna go from Pharaoh form back to Elf, and he's like doing it mid-flight. He's like, oh, great. She's got the birdcage, hasn't she? Why? I did the good thing this time.
Yes.
I have to...
Yes. Well, you also did. Yes. Well, you also did almost screw up the plan before it even started by going into what the actual ability of the mirror is. So.
Oh, but it was adding a little bit of spice at the end. But look, it was a fair dance, Kana, and he's just gonna bow. But in all fairness, I do want to make sure that Rose doesn't get persecuted, so could you testify against the birdcage? If you would be so kind.
I'll try and protect Rose to the best of my ability. Unfortunately, that means I'm not going to be able to protect you with any ability. Good luck.
Oh no.
Well, that's the price of
Why are
doing
you guys
things
making
right.
it so hard for me to keep Andrew alive? You guys, seriously, come on.
I'm not doing. I'm
It
not
is
doing
so
that.
difficult for me to keep him alive from Raijin.
She's not trying to kill him. She's just fucking with
Alex.
him.
Yeah, Alex. Andrew's a bit of a gag character. We're playing into the gag.
I'm just trying to keep the gag character alive.
And since Taishiro can't be around for the comedic relief, Kana has to add a little bit.
Anyway, so as the day ends and everyone has finally figured out what the hell democracy is, they've decided that there's
No,
not going to be a leader of the
Dempsey.
city for right now. They're going to have a week of binge drinking, get over their hangovers, and then decide who's going to be mayor.
It's Dempsey, not democracy.
Yeah, Dempsey. They figured out how Dempsey works, and they figured out
No,
that
it was
Dempsey can
Demcree.
wait until next week.
It was
Demcree.
Demcrate.
They figure that Demcree can
Demcree.
wait until next week once they've gotten over their hangovers.
Oh, wait, what was the city called?
Well, it's called Demcree now.
Oh, wow.
It was called, let me check, Kotver, but it is now called Demcree. The city of Demcree.
The city of Dunkirk.
The city of Townsville.
Demcree City. The political system is
No.
Demcree.
Kana's gonna
Yeah,
try and try.
so
Kana's
Senshin-
gonna try
Senshin's
and
gonna-
pry Senshin away from the crowd.
Oh, and he was going to try and check if any of them could take him to the next city over to, regroup with his friends.
Well, there's a bunch of striders out and about. Should be able to use them to get there a fair bit quicker. They go over lava.
Striders.
Not striders,
ye-
skippers.
Skippers.
Oh, how do
You shouldn't have called the crocodiles skippers.
how do I make them how do I make them do things?
Feed them gold. Feed them gold, they'll take you to a port.
Do
Hey,
we possibly have some
wait,
gold?
so-
Thank you for.
They take
thank you
gold
for
in
saving
either
the city.
coins or nuggets.
Okay,
Do we possibly
in
have
that
some
case,
gold as
how
thank
about
you for saving
this?
the
And
city?
then, so essentially we'll just pull out the king's crown. I was gonna rip pieces off it and chuck it into their mouth. Is that good?
Yeah! Demcree, Demcree,
Damn
Demcree, Demcree, Demcree.
That king is that is that king's crown and not like a ancient heirloom or something,
That's
right?
that king's crown. He had it made specially during his lifetime. We want it to be
Okay,
destroyed.
good.
Let the skippers eat
Okay,
it.
good.
Demcree, Demcree.
Damn,
All right, Senshin. That's enough.
wonderful.
That's
So
enough
he'll
Dempseying.
bow. So he'll bow to both of them to all the people. I thank you. I thank you for supporting me through this time, but I must go and save my friend's friends.
Yay!
Oh, Kana's gonna look for God, I'm blanking on his name.
But
No, not Bart. The Durga.
Herbal.
Herbal.
Mhm.
Yeah. And just, hey, if you need to, when you get to the surface and start looking around for the Virtual Brigade, once you've
You
tell
cut
them
out.
that kind of, yeah, I'm in the middle of, sorry.
Yeah, you cut
My
out, so say
Discord
that
is going-
again.
Yeah, okay. My Discord's going off like crazy right now, so I was quieting to try and mute that.
Okay.
And yeah. So, yeah, she's just gonna say, when you get to the surface and try to find the Virtual Dove Brigade, once you do, tell them Kana Taida sent you.
Wait, Kana Taida. I recognize that name. You're that Commodore that was able to single-handedly save the town of Orthrin from slavery. I'm a huge fan.
The fuck she did! Said she just shouts.
Hmm?
I did a whole bunch of that shit too. You fucking. I did. So much-
Senshin,
I
you're
was
supposed to be
messed up
talking
that-
about Dem. You're supposed to be teaching them about Demcree.
I did. Yes, I already did. Look, I am gonna. I have done this enough to be polite, but I need to be obvious in this. She did not do it all on her own. I did a lot of the original scoping out stuff and was responsible for the original discovery of who was responsible for it. I stuffed the original Durga under there. We all worked together on that, and she just specifically told me not to interfere for a while.
But were you working for
Well,
her?
anyway.
No!
No, he's definitely still. You were definitely working for me at the time.
I don't work for you, and I don't work for you. I've never worked for you, and I still don't work for you.
Your crew disagrees. Now then,
Bullshit, they do.
now then, now then.
You're the only
Yes,
person
go,
that's sweet
go
work
ahead
for
and
you.
tell,
I am.
tell them that Kana Taida
Kanatida sent for you. Okay, Senshin,
Got
let's
it,
go.
Commodore.
Oh, I
I'm
have
not
to say, this
checking
has been
Commodore,
quite
please.
an exquisite place, wouldn't you say? And Andrew's just going to roll in behind.
Mhm.
I'll make sure that I
Is
take them
that-
up to the surface. I'll make sure that they're safe and that I can get them back to their home. Once there, then I'll go looking for the Virgil Death Brigade. I know a couple
Oh,
of
and
ways up
be
to
sure
the
to-
surface from here.
Oh, and I may primarily run Squad 48, but this is the squad that helped out your city the most.
What squad is
They
that?
don't have a name. Well, they don't have a number designated yet, so for now they're Squad 48B. But
Got it.
Fuck it. We're not part of the fucking.
keep telling yourself that, Senshin.
You're the only
you later.
person that says otherwise.
See you later, Hubble.
I am not. I never have been. I'm part of my own family's fucking mercenary group. I have told you that 1,000,000 times. No.
See you later, Hubble.
See you later.
And yeah, Khan's gonna go off to try and grab one of the skittles.
You need to find her cup of coffee first before you can shit in it.
Mhm. 1 second.
Oh, do you mind?
How do I specifically? Fuck it. I'll just message Robbie on Discord.
Oh, no. Okay.
Are you trying
Oh,
to
so
get
you-
Andrew to help with the plan?
Yes, because I know she will. I mean, he will.
Oh no.
Oh, man.
Okay. Anyway, while those two are scheming, I am going to send you guys over to the other city with the other members of the party. That being Raijin,
One
Taishiro,
day
and
later.
David. 1 day later. So you guys will arrive a couple of hours before the rest of the party does. So I'm going to describe the city while Senshin
okay.
describes whatever plan it is he's planning on doing with Andrew. And we'll see how it goes.
Well,
Are you in?
oh, okay. And let's see. Was that everything? Oh no. He also told me about the. He also told me about the hero of the forge. Wait, did I go over that already?
Oh, dear.
Raijin,
Remind me
you
what
have had the silence spell on you for what feels like the past 2 days, except for that one time when you were doing the phone conversation with Rose. Rose had spoke up once before that conversation, and that instantly put you in a bad mood. You were sick of everyone's shit, and you are just trying to either sleep or be silent. You pretty much constantly have a silence spell around yourself.
Do you remember if I already talked about the hero of the forge or not, Raijin?
Raijin is currently in the midst of. Raijin currently is in the midst of meditating.
Raijin? And Tasha's gonna poke Raijin in the face.
Roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no!
Let's see. Dexterity is journeyman, so that's plus 5, 16.
I think that should. Oh wait, 1 sec. Where's my thing?
Oh, no.
If I upped that, I the next time it's available, Alex, will be when it happens.
Got it.
Yeah, Taishiro, you're stunned from getting a shock from Raijin, who's apparently been meditating in a state of constant electricity.
So he's stunned, which means he can't move, which means his finger is just on your face now.
Mm-hmm. She'll just open her eyes up. Yes, Taishiro, what's happening?
Oh, well, he was talking about another great hero of the Forge, and Dave's just going to drop on by.
Right. Yes, I definitely remember you telling me about that at least 100 times already. Very interesting, Taishiro.
Oh, I didn't know you were
Rose is
such an
currently
avid
sitting on
story
David's
lover.
head and trying to just stay away from Raijin, as far away as possible from Raijin.
Mm-hmm. David, where'd my phone go? Just poke around.
And Rose will
David, do
scurry
you-
down David's coat and try to hide.
David, do you know where the phone went?
Savage
let me
Steve will
see.
just be sitting in the bag nearby where, not Kana, where Raijin is, and he'll just be sitting there. You can tell it isn't Rose, but you can tell that it is, in fact, a ferret.
Well, I swear I had one on my head earlier. Oh, where'd the phone go? And David's just gonna pat himself down, trying to find her.
Rose is gonna just be running around and trying to hide from David.
Man,
And then eventually we'll come to hide near where Taishiru's leg is. Once
Oh,
he's...
there's the phone. Why she just looks down? Oh, there's the phone.
And Rose will just go running to the other side. No, you'll never take me alive!
Do you really want? Do you want me to take that literally, Rose?
No. What do you need, Lady Righteous?
I need to. Well, I need you with me at all times, so I have direct communication back to the other team. I don't have long range spells that send that far
But why can't one of the others do it?
because I'm team leader. Would you trust the child or the idiot to do it, or would you rather have
Yes.
me? You would rather have me. Good to know.
No, I'd rather trust the others. No, I trust the others not to kill me.
You see the. I won't kill you. I need you. I need you to make sure I'm in contact with the other team.
But that isn't going to stop you from severely injuring me.
Yes, it will, because I need you to communicate with the other team, and I need to not piss off Andrew.
Never seemed to bother you before when you put him in a bird cage.
Nothing bothers me. Yes, but that's because he deserved it.
Taishiro, I think you're unstunned by now.
Oh no, he knows. He's just doing this for the fun of it.
Yeah, I know. That's why Ryan slapped the silence rune on his back when he wasn't looking, so that no one else but him could hear it.
After a little bit, you guys arrive at the city. It looks
Oh.
remarkably similar to Volcadril.
Oh, we're already here. Bye,
What?
Wormy.
And the worm will just nuzzle Taishiro a bit, and then will just curl up and sit down.
How does a worm sit?
By curling up.
Just grows legs just to sit.
Mhm.
Anyway, Worm is reposing currently. Anyway, you guys have arrived. You've
Reposing?
probably got a couple of hours before the rest of the party arrives. The place looks pretty similar to a lot of the other cities. What do you wish to do?
Once again, Alex, I'm just checking. What time do you need to leave?
I need to be at my lecture by 6.
Okay.
okay.
How?
What time do you have to leave? Because it's 4 now.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah.
fine. I'll finish up with this city, and then I'll be done.
Oh, okay.
I
No
could have
worries.
split this up into 2 sessions, but I decided to do it as one.
Yeah, that's never gone wrong for us before ever.
Ah, well. Anyway, yeah. Sir, you guys
Okay.
arrive. Where do you wish to go?
So what do you reckon?
Let's get, a feel
Temple?
of this, let's get a feel of the city first, and then work out what we need to do.
No
Can we head to
worries.
the temple? Or to the heroes walk?
No,
No.
Here for substantially more important things than visiting heroes that we've already heard so much about.
Mm.
Don't worry, we can do it after. After
No.
we save people.
No, we have other things we'll need to do then, most likely.
Alright, no worries then. Come on, Taishiro.
This
Hey, what's
place
this hole
appears
in
to
the
be
ground over here?
the same type of hole in the ground that there was in all of the other cities. It leads to the Underdark. It's currently boarded up.
That's what that is.
These cities are all built
Yeah, 'cause
very, very
He wasn't there
similarly.
for that description. He wasn't there for that description. He was learning the.
Oh yeah,
Oh
fair.
god, he wasn't.
Oh yeah, he was busy with the old senile guy who was telling him all about
Senile?
Senile.
Senile.
First 2 nail, now senile.
Okay, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, you guys will start walking around. This city appears to be very orderly. Not necessarily in a good way, but it is in fact orderly. A lot of the soldiers look like they're wandering around the cities and making a very visible presence. It looks like they're walking in step with each other, quite formally, all in uniforms. A lot of the citizens are walking in a similar way, going from place to place, looking like they're primarily focused on their jobs or whatever it is the next thing they're supposed to be doing is. There are no children in the city that you can see, nor any old people. Everyone appears to be adults within working age.
What the fuck?
Ah, hello there. You must be from out of town. What is your business here?
Tourism?
Terror?
Tourism.
Seems like a strange reason to visit this town, but who am I to judge? Well, the town is free to explore. Is there anywhere in particular you wish to go?
Where's the castle?
Oh, the castle is just up past this bridge. It is a fine place to tour. They quite regularly have tours there to show a lot of the ancient history. There's quite a lot of art in the castle. It's practically a bit of an art museum. Also has quite an impressive library.
Right.
Dwarven culture was very, geared towards artistics.
Well, much of it isn't, but many people seem to find our lives quite interesting to write about, especially bards. I don't understand the reason why, but, well, they seem to enjoy writing about it, nonetheless.
Okay, then.
And if you wish to look for somewhere to stay, up this way is where the taverns largely are. You should be able to find a place to stay the night if you wish.
Interesting. Okay.
Anything else you're looking out for in particular?
Yeah, we heard there was some Goliaths that had gone right here recently. We were trying to find them.
Goliaths?
Yeah.
We haven't seen any Goliaths recently. Well, if that is all, hope you have a good day.
I roll in?
Yeah,
Can I
feel
roll
free to
inside
roll
on that thing?
inside.
Yeah, I guess Dave will too.
Oh, fuck you!
Actually, hold on 1 second. I want to check something.
Alright,
It's still-
David, what did you get? Is that flat?
I'm just gonna see if I have anything, but yeah, I think it's flat. I'm just gonna check. I do have investigation, but nah.
This is inside.
Oh, no.
Inside,
flat.
yeah, flat.
Yeah, my insight's also flat.
Okay.
Let me check something real quick. So, channel divinity, knowledge of the ages.
Let me look.
Starting at second level, you can use your channel divinity to tap into a divine well of knowledge. As an action, you choose one skill or tool. For 10 minutes, you have proficiency with the chosen skill or tool.
I'd say that would give you professional.
So that would bump me up by 1 up to professional?
It would bump you up to professional if you are not already at professional.
I'll just check my insight. Yeah, I'm going to use that then.
Okay. Alright, do that. You have professional proficiency. You succeed.
Sweet.
Taishiro is the only one that succeeds, but Taishiro will succeed. Yeah, this guy is
Taishiro just starts
incredibly sus.
glowing.
You can tell that this is exactly the same kind of thing that your old master used to do whenever someone would ask about slaves or people in the basement. He would always act exactly this way. You know the whole
just does,
deal
like-
down to a T.
Taishiro just starts like glowing a bright white light and levitates up into the air before going back down, just like, I think he's
Sus.
lying.
He's lying? Oh, so you are lying.
Sus.
No,
No,
don't
he
have
doesn't
that say it.
that doesn't actually happen. I'm just
But it
imagining
is
this.
quite a funny image.
It is a funny image.
You know,
Don't-
channeling divinity for
Channels divinity. You sus.
channel divinity to check whether or not this guy is suspicious.
Yeah, you a sus ass bitch.
I'm gonna be right back.
Sussy ass.
Feel free to continue without me for a little bit. I'm just gonna beat like a couple of.
Okay, well,
probably
I
less than a
communicated to
minute.
us. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I'll
it's
ask my-
communicated to
I'll ask
us
my dad.
through the magic stone that he's lying.
He's
Ooh,
sus.
Go ask my dad something. I'll be right back.
Fair.
Yeah, no.
Well, if that is all, I'll be heading off. Best of luck with your tourism.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Well-
as it's out of the way, let's go have a look at this what's it called again? Oh yes. Let's have an investigation of this nice tavern. It might give us some more information as to what's actually going on.
Okay.
Hmm.
So you head
Yeah.
over to the tavern, and the people in there look to be smiling, but it doesn't quite meet their eyes. They look to be fairly serious. The tavern is quite empty. Ah, visitors, I see. You looking for a room, perhaps?
Mm,
Or some lunch?
we are we're mostly looking around for a bit, but I wouldn't mind having a nice meal or so.
Well, if you'd like
Hmm.
one now, got some we've got some pork. Made it straight from the bacon tree outside. And he'll just gesture to it. It's completely fresh, picked this morning.
Mm. Sounds wonderful. I think we should have some.
Excellent. And would you like something to drink with that?
I will be all good.
Oh, good. I'll just get some water for your table if you change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And what about
And-
you, good sir? And then
Hmm.
he'll look up and up, and his face will go a little white.
Oh,
boy.
hello there.
Hello, good sir. What would you like to drink?
Hmm. Oh, don't worry. Drinks can be on me. I can remedy anything. And Dave will take out the ancient beer rune.
And I'm assuming drink it himself, not give it to the
Yeah.
dude who might be responsible for kidnapping his parents, or at least know about that.
Yeah. David's like, I've got it covered. Don't worry. He's like,
Excellent.
yeah, just give me.
In that case, I hope
Yeah,
you
just give-
enjoy.
Yeah, just give me like 10 stacks of bacon. I
Understood.
need a lot.
I'll get it out for you, good sir. Raijin, insight check or arcana check, your choice.
Arcana, immediately Arcana. 15.
Cool, that succeeds. The guy will immediately lean down underneath the counter and press something. It has a symbol similar to sending, and the message will be, "We found another rune crafter. He's in the tavern right now. He's made a rune to create beer."
As that starts happening, Raj will walk up to the counter and spark up her hand.
I'm not stupid, fool.
Okay.
I heard the message there, fool.
What? What message?
The sending spell you just used using the silent messenger underneath that table.
How
for a
how
second,
are
what
you able to
happened?
detect magic? No normal person should be able to do that by default. What are you?
Powerful.
I'm a null.
I'm
Taisha,
a Goliath.
yes, and I'm sure that's of high importance to him.
I don't really care that you're a null. You're just some kid that's in
Neat.
the bar that probably is a bit too young to be in the bar. But who am I to
Wonderful.
judge?
Does this guy smell?
He's
Does this guy
gonna,
smell-
Rajan
I'm a
puts her
bartender,
hand-
I'll have you know.
Rajan puts her hand in the back of this dude's head and slams into the table.
All right, so what
Hand-
happened is basically David said that, rune drinks are on me. He created a rune. The guy immediately went to tell the government, basically, yo, this guy can use runes. We found another one. And Raijin immediately picked up on the fact that he was using the sending spell and proceeded to threaten him. And he proceeded to get scared. So the comment about I'm a null is not really all that relevant in this situation because he can see and he also doesn't really give a shit.
I know, but
Is-
the last thing that Tashira heard was,
It was
well,
I-
the first thing that Tashira heard just was, "What are you?"
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. Anyway,
Now
the
then,
rest of the people will walk in now into the bar, and they will see Raijin holding this bartender's head down on the table.
Is this the rest of the party?
Rest
or
of the
other
party, yes.
people? Okay.
Oh, Raijin,
Oh.
what are you doing?
Oh, well, Lady
Interrogating.
Light.
Just
Interrogating.
Actually, no. You know what? Connor's not going to do that. Connor's going to grab the ferret. Connor's going to grab the ferret Andrew and like hold him up to his ear, to her ear again, like a phone, and just, Raijin, what are you doing?
Interrogating.
Now-
Seriously?
Why can't you just
Now
talk to
then.
each other? You're in the same room.
Yeah, no, more than that. She's not talking through. She's not talking through Rose.
Well, what was that,
Whereas
Ryzen?
if you-
It seems like there's some.
You don't
connection
have to
between
use me. You're in
you.
the same room.
Rose, if you want some good girl points, I would like you to assist me in the interrogation of this asshole.
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Let's see. I don't know.
Uh,
Think about something.
I'm just gonna
fun.
put Andrew down now.
Yeah, think of
Oh,
something. Now then, she's still holding onto the dude's head. Why exactly is it so important that you get a rune crafter?
The
What
government-
possible?
The government said that we were to report if we found any. They said they need them.
Right.
and
And,
why would that be?
and what would their response time be roughly right now?
2 minutes.
Excellent. Smashes his head hard into the table to knock him out. Says, "We're running now."
All right.
Where did you?
Where are
I
you
believe
guys
you were
running?
run for it. I believe you were
Straight
run
out the
for
fucking
one day.
window. I'm just straight out. I'm just so Russia's gonna blow a hole through the back and then through the back of the tavern and say, "We're running into the outskirts now."
All right.
So Rygen's pulling a William. Got it.
All right. So where are you going on the map?
So we're in the tavern area here, right? Basically just gonna get out of find an area that has back streets esque or a roof or something where the guards are unlikely to check
All right.
quickly.
Probably the
You-
temple.
Yeah, probably either the temple or near the farm.
Mm-hmm.
One of
Okay,
those
well-
two would be somewhere where guards would be unlikely to check.
I'd say distance wise it'd be easier to get to the farm, so we'd have to hide.
Alright.
So we should probably
Cool.
there.
You get to the farm. And you'll see that an old farmer is tending some kind of crop. You're not sure exactly what it is. It looks like similar to wheat, but it's the wrong color. And he'll just wave over at you. And then he'll just go through the grass and we'll just quickly whisper. It's okay. It's okay. I won't report you to the guards. Whatever it was you guys did. Those guys are true terrors.
I have
Here,
no
you can
idea
hide in the
what-
grass.
I don't even know what she did do.
Apart from the assault?
Yes, I mean apart from the assault.
Yeah, because all she did was see Ryzen just smacking a dude's head to a table, asking a couple of questions, then smashing him through the table.
Well, also massive property damage with blowing the whole out of the wall.
Look, okay, Ryzen has 0 chill.
Okay,
And these-
William, we get it.
Yeah.
Lady,
Okay, look.
Okay,
what-
Lady William,
okay.
we get it.
Look,
Mhm.
catch me up to speed, Rygen. What the hell was happening?
All right. In that case, we went to the tavern to check. We went to the tavern. David pulled out his rune, said, "I can cup a beer." Then the dude used some sort of sending spell or rune underneath the table to send a message to the government about how they found another rune crafter. I took exception to that, got the essential information, then punished him for, well, being a bad host.
I put you on the head of this team because I thought you would be able to. Because I thought you would be the most sensible person on it.
I am the most sensible because I wasn't either A, not clocked into the conversation at all and mentioned I am a knoll as the first point of conversation in a hostile area, or B, decided to pull out a rune in the city where we're pretty sure they're holding people who can use and create runes.
No, but you
I am the
did
most
assault.
sensible
But you
person
did
on this.
assault a person that was clearly. You did assault and attack a person that was clearly involved in the overall operation, pinning
Everybody,
the exact.
Kana. Everybody's involved in this operation except for us. We are in enemy territory. Right now, we are fugitives because this stupid fucking moron
So
decided
you decided to.
go off his
attack
ancient beard
So you decided to
reported
attack
us.
the guy.
because he reported us. Yes, I made it very clear to not fuck with us.
You're. Okay, this is going to be more difficult than I originally thought.
You'll hear a bunch of
side-
guards
sidestepping
walking past the
that.
farm, rushing towards where the area is, and you'll just hear them saying, "So they found another one? Is it true? They better not be lying. Better not be another damn tall human, or I swear I'm gonna have that barkeep's head.
So moving on from that fuck up.
You know what? You know
Farmkeeper.
what? I somehow have a feeling that they might think that it was real when they see the burning hole in the back of the smashed open hole in the back of the tavern and the barkeep unconscious and bleeding on a table.
Mm.
It could still be a tall pyromancer.
Yeah.
But there were
Well-
also other people in the tavern. You weren't alone in the tavern. Other
Yes,
people
it's
did in
just
fact
like-
see what happened, and they would have in fact
just-
heard David say, "Oh, don't worry, drinks are on me." Rune.
Yeah, and it's more than
Actually,
that. They probably
David, roll a sleight of hand check. Advantage.
Advantage? Okay. Yeah.
What proficiency do you have with sleight of hand?
Nothing.
You dropped the rune.
Oh god damn it!
The rune is still there.
Okay, ignoring all of these.
Right, so right,
How
I'm
is
just gonna poke your
Taishiro
head
the
out,
one-
check
how-
on the-
how is
I'm just
Taishiro
gonna
the
poke your
only
head
one
out,
that's-
check on the guards, look back, and then and then jump on David and start throttling him.
Wait, no,
Sorry,
it
how-
is a rune
how-
crofter. It's clear. Look, here's a rune. What does it do? That tastes nice. Not while you're on duty, Scott. Fine. But we can take this back to the king, right?
And just smashing your and just in the grass, just you're getting your head smacked into the ground as Rush is just choking you, David. Fucking moron,
The
fucking
dwarf
moron,
will pull you
fucking
both
moron.
apart with incredible strength and will just say, "Shh, you're gonna be too damn noisy and you're gonna bring the guards here. I don't want to get implicated in whatever the fuck it is you just did."
Fine.
How the
Well,
fuck
to be
is
totally
Taishiro
honest,
the only
Lady
one that
Raj-
not
Shut
fuck
up.
everything up?
No, she'll just pull out a science and shove it on his chest. Can we hide in one of your buildings real quick?
Sure. Here, the barn over there should be fine. None of the worms are in there at the moment, so you should be fine to hide in there. I'll just shut the door behind you.
Thank you.
Get in there and hide.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know me, I don't know you. Got it?
We hid in the empty building.
Sounds good. And he'll just let you into the building and close the door behind you, and will then just get back to whatever he was doing.
Okay. I reiterate my point. How is
I'll keep
Taishiro the only one that didn't fuck everything up?
It was it was already fucked by the time I punched his head through a table. It was already fucked by the time I punched his head into the table. The second David pulled out the rune, it was fucked.
Yeah, you didn't exactly make it any better though. Alright.
No, I didn't, but I also couldn't have made it physically worse because they were already coming in force to find us the second he hit the alarm. What I did there was feel much better about myself for not considering the possibility he had a spell under the table. If he did, I would have punched David in the face before he pulled out the broom.
You should be glad that you didn't have another spell under the table.
Now then, David, do not use your runes.
Alright, I can agree to that, but in all fairness, Rajan, you did kind of blow a hole in the wall, and that could convince them that there's another one anyway.
Well, no, they know there's 3 of you. There was so many people in there that saw all 6 of us.
There were. They know there's at least 6 of us, which means, yeah,
Okay,
this is.
How many of us have,
absolute-
have disguising capabilities?
Well, and Rose
I
will
do.
just pop up. I have got an
Yeah, and-
idea, if you're willing to hear it. Sir,
Ooh,
one of
I
us
am very-
changelings pretends to be him, goes into the prison, and then informs you guys what the prison looks like. Because if they expect us to be rune crafters, then surely they'll put us with the other rune crafters, that being David's parents. Meaning that we'll have an idea of what the prison looks like and a person on the inside.
You would really rather get incarcerated by the police than stick around with Raijin.
Yes. I volunteer myself, please. Please.
That's a very good
And she'll just
plan,
go up
though.
and look at Kana and say, "I beg you, please.
Fuck did you do to this child?
Don't ask
She's
her,
not a.
please.
She's not a child. She's an adult woman.
She doesn't look like it.
I'm a ferret.
All
I'm
ferrets
a
look alike.
ferret."
Now then,
Look,
before
in
we
all
decide
honesty-
on anything, that is a pretty decent plan. But before we decide on anything, at least tell me what intel you were able to actually gather.
This town. Well, look, we did two things when we got into this town. Do you know what those two things were?
One of them was assault a bartender.
Carter, shut the hell up.
I don't think I will.
Okay.
Listen,
Please,
just tell me what you
please shut the
actually
hell up,
found.
or I'll put a bad word in I'll put a bad word in about your fucking entire existence. How does that sound?
With who, Raijin?
Easy day.
Raijin,
I'll
if
put
you
a
would
bad
sh-
word in. I'll fucking use threats against you like I'm the goddamn prince if I have to. Shut up! I am trying to talk.
Raijin, if you spent
More
nearly as much
importantly,
time in
we have things. Shut up. We have more important things to focus on. First off, when we got into the thing, we talked to one person. We talked to the person and said we're here for tourism, mostly because I figured it's the best way of dealing with it. And something told me this town would not exactly be like, we're looking for missing Goliaths. They'd be probably like, ooh, these people are dangerous. Let's chuck them out of the city or call the guards on them. So I said we're here for tourism, looked for a place to stay, then we went to the tavern. Also, Taisha told it when I mentioned how we were looking for some Goliaths who might have visited around here. He was like, "Oh, we haven't seen any of them for a while." And Taisha told me they were lying. We went to the tavern.
we're lying.
We were starting to order food. David pulled out a rune like a fucking moron. Look, just straight death staring you.
Okay, in all fairness, it was muscle memory, but don't worry, I won't be doing it. You don't have to worry.
You better fucking not.
Forget the chance to anymore, but
He sent the then what he did was he sent the sending spell using something onto the desk to them as the guards as we saw there. I decided to smack his head to the table, pull as much information out of it as possible. Find out once you guys got there, I thought we should just get the response time. Got that, smashed his head through a table, and then we left. That is all we've been able to do since we got here.
so you haven't been able to gather any intel.
No, we haven't, because shit got fucked the second we got in here, and it wasn't my fault. I can't exactly walk back from David pulling out a rune.
Okay, let's see. So this bartender had a sending spell directly to the police.
Yes,
Which is
it's
the
as if
guards.
the
Meaning
government
that either
appears
either
this
every
entire
single-
town, or at least much of it, has some reason to want to capture rune crafters.
either that or either every single person in this town, city, whatever it is in on the plot to capture the rune crafters, or they've been convinced by their king that it's somehow a legal thing.
Most likely, the
guards at least seem to be
bartender
fully
said
aware.
that the government says we need.
Kana, Andrew, Raijin, the three of you, I want you to roll one of history, insight, or religion. Any one of those will do.
Do we do it each? Like
Yeah,
one
each of
person
you
rolls history,
does any one of
person
those
rolls
three.
insight? Okay, well I'll do insight
Okay.
because Kana has mastered insight.
I will just pick one of the two I have master in.
Kana succeeds.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
And
Rice
what
succeeds.
does Andrew get?
It's probably not going to be the best. Okay, not bad. That's just going to be flat. Like,
Okay.
he doesn't have...
So insight, or was it insight, religion, or
History.
okay? So I have master, history, and religion.
Cool. All right. So, what you will find is that this is most likely what is known as a police state. That being that the military runs everything, and that everyone is very strictly under their control. You can tell because you've seen this kind of thing before with the absurdly large number of guards and soldiers around the place, and the fact that everyone seems to be directly answerable to them.
Also, be able to directly call upon them at any point.
Yes. Every
So-
individual within this city likely has a direct link to the guards.
As well as the guards being prevalent enough to get to practically anywhere within 2 minutes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well
So
then,
we're dealing with a overbearing military.
And this
Great.
is the level of surveillance in the regular city. That's not
Fantastic.
even talking about the prison.
Fantastic. We just got out of a
What
demo.
about the-
Now we have to deal with a fascist dictatorship.
would kind of know how, like, police states typically form. Like, is it that there's a government that, or like a king or something that rules over the police, or do the police rise up and take over everything?
The police typically rise up and take over everything. Either, if it was a monarchy
Including-
before, the king is a puppet figure, or the king has been removed and it's just the leader of the military that takes over as the ruler of the place. So if there is
Okay,
a
so
king,
whoever the
they
lead-
have no power.
Okay, so basically the castle isn't going to have like the leader of everything,
Oh no, it is.
or, ra-
It's going to have
or
the army
rather
general.
the king of the. Yeah,
It's
or
going to
rather,
have the
king of
army
castle
general
isn't
who is
gonna-
the leader.
Okay.
The castle might
In
have
that
a
case,
king.
we need to- In that case, we need to figure out how the. If that's the case, we need to figure out who the army general is immediately, and deal with them. If the king is just being placed in as a puppet leader, it could be possible that they would ally with us to try and overthrow the military, but not a guarantee. Damn it, this one's gonna be tough.
And let's see, what have we got with us? We have, for people, we have myself, Ryjan.
Master sorcerer, master swordsman,
Well-
several people that can act as really good scouts.
But no, what I mean is what we've got total. We have we have like what, 8 people? Because we got us and Savage Steve and Rose, and that's it.
I mean, I can invoke duplicity and turn myself into 2 people if that helps.
That does not.
Sorry, kid.
Well, I can use an illusion room.
Also, it would not help because it's a room.
So 10 people entirely.
Yes. 4 of which are ferrets. Actually, 5 of which are ferrets. Half the party is ferrets.
Okay, let's slow down for a second here. What do we know? We know that this is a city state. We know that this is a police state run likely by the army general.
We know that they're hunting runecrafters, and most likely David's family are stuck in the prison.
Yeah.
We are, and I'll probably have an idea. Of us already, considering we were all seen by a large number of people in the tavern, right?
Mm-hmm. Luckily, I can manipulate my appearance so can Ryjan, so we can get around here pretty easily.
I have illusion magic that could help out, but only for one person.
And of course, you have the ferrets. The ferrets
Yeah,
you can
Yeah, the changelings.
Yes,
we know
5
what's going on.
changelings. You have 5 changelings in your party.
Yeah,
So in other words, the people who
interrupts to
can't,
say, yeah, the changelings, we know.
in other words, the people who can't go out are Senshin, Taishiro.
I can manipulate my physical appearance.
Yeah, you can grow arms, but that's not gonna.
No, I can. Look, give me a couple minutes and I can change up my facial structure and probably part of my muscular structure too.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then Taishiro and David, especially not David.
Especially David. Plus, we need to find a place we can actually hide out consistently.
Well, I believe I can put my skills to use. As can my other changelings.
You'll hear a knocking on the barn door as you'll hear the guy go, "Don't worry, it's just me, the farmer."
Mm-hmm.
And he comes in and says, "I'm not sure how long you guys have been running, but I figured you might need some food." And he'll just offer you what looks to be a large tray of bacon and a pot of coffee, also a pot of tea. Here, I wasn't sure what you liked, but I hope this does. Say, what are you guys here for anyway? And especially with a runecrafter with this kind of city.
We're hunting for his parents, who we're pretty sure are being, well, taken prisoner here.
Yeah,
I
they've been taking a lot of Goliaths prisoner and sending a lot of them back out once they realized they couldn't craft runes. There were 2 of them that got taken in, but I haven't seen them get taken out yet. I guess they might have actually found some rune crafters.
Why they're so desperate for rune crafters? I mean, I understand runes are
Okay,
incredibly powerful, but
do the thing.
Mhm. Uh, well, we need your so.
Okay,
How's
just give me a sec. Alright.
yeah, Robbie? I'm assuming you have some way of helping me do the thing.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll
wait,
just-
am I the only person that doesn't know what the thing is?
It's okay.
Yes.
You don't need to know.
I'm getting help. I'm getting assistance from the ferret crew, I imagine. So
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
yeah.
advantage, understood.
Yeah.
Succeeds. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, you guys are continuing to talk. What was the last thing you said? Yeah, I saw 2 of them go in.
Connor was just asking why they would want the rune crafters so badly.
To make weapons. Why else? They're planning on selling a bunch of them. Apparently there's one war going on the surface, but they're trying to prepare for the next war. The one that everyone's afraid of. Trying to make sure everyone can defend themselves. At least that's what they say, but I don't think they're doing anything quite so honorable. It's just war profiteering at its finest.
The war to end all wars, huh?
The Great War, the World War, or whatever the fuck it is. Apparently something like it's happened before, but I don't really remember it.
Yeah, if you want to believe ancient legends.
Well, I'm not exactly the type to believe ancient legends. But they certainly say that there is a big war coming, and so of course, all the merchant dickheads are trying to profit off of it, including this city.
Oh. Then our only...
I don't
only
like
real
them
hope
very
is
much.
Clearly.
As you can probably tell by the fact that I'm giving you food instead of calling the guards. I'm sick of their shit. So while I
I'm not
can't do
gonna-
much to help, I can at least give you somewhere to hide for a little bit while you're working on whatever it is you're doing.
We need information.
Alright.
How much do you know about this city and, well, what's become of it?
Well, it became a police state probably about 3 years ago. The king died, had no successor, so the military ended up taking over the place. The army general's been in charge ever since. Been telling people that there's been a lot of wars going on down below, up until recently, I think, between the Duragar warlords. Was also talking about the fact that there was a man called Tenno up on the surface, wreaking all kinds of havoc, and that people
Tenno?
needed to be prepared. So, we've been making weapons for quite a while to arm the world to be prepared for that event. But of course, he decided that that wasn't enough. No, we needed runes, apparently. And so, because he couldn't find anyone that would accept his measly pay rates, he ended up trying to take a bunch of them prisoner. Ended up paying a lot of Duragar to do it. And then ended up getting pissed at all of the Duragar that brought him ones that didn't know rune crafting. For some reason, he thinks every Goliath knows it. Well, he's only found 2, and those 2 have been trapped there for a while.
Do you think if he was dealt with, it might be easier to handle this place again?
If he was gone, then all of the other army fellows would just go to the next one in command. Unfortunately, these guys seem to be almost cult-like in their devotion.
To what?
I don't know, to this military order that for some reason they've set up. Doesn't make any goddamn sense to me.
So what you're saying is that there's no one person we can get rid of to make this all go away.
Nope. If you get rid of the one person, then the next person in line is gonna step up. And the next. And the next. Until the
Damn
last
it.
soldier.
Oh, it's like when that fucking Hydra got into the Queen's quarters.
Precisely like a Hydra. What's probably best is just if the good people who don't want to live under this dictatorship just leave. We're not going to be able to change the army's mind, and there's more of them than there are of us.
But if we could, perhaps if we could weaken the army and strengthen the civilians.
That would be nice, but it sounds like a lot of work and a pretty far-off dream if you ask me. I'd rather be realistic.
I think we know a few really good weaponsmiths that could help out with that. And Khan's look right over at David.
Yeah, but that's because that's totally going to be enough. We need men, Kana, and we do not have that.
Well, it really is to be a start.
Civilians here are scared shitless of the army. What would be best is if we went to another city. I mean, we would consider Kotver, but, well, it doesn't exactly seem to be all that great over there either.
On that regard, we've
kind
recently
of
been there.
overthrown the king in the last day.
What?
Yeah, we kind of went
Yeah,
over there.
he executed the king yesterday. You can probably still see the blood on his clothes.
You executed the king of Kotver.
Yeah.
Public's orders.
So, who'd the public end up putting in charge then? I don't even remember who the next in line was.
There wasn't.
Currently
It's leaderless,
Democrat.
but currently it's
What?
leaderless, but they're gonna
The fuck
elect
is
their own.
Democrat?
They're gonna
Oh,
elect their own representative in the next, hopefully, month.
after they're done with the hangovers.
Ah, I see. They're getting
Bunch of them
drunk.
is Charlie.
Ah, I see. They're getting drunk to celebrate the fact that their king was beheaded. Understandable.
So the civilians could make their way over there, but I don't think they could defend themselves if this army decided they didn't want that. Even if they managed to get all the way over to the city, these guys would just invade it. They're not exactly well defended right now.
Well, if they're left with nobody to rule, what they're likely to end up doing is building their own fort. They want to protect this place rather than invade others. They want to keep control over here and the people here. But if the people aren't here, they're not going to likely chase too far after us. Once we get as far as another city-state, they're not going to interfere.
So then what are they going to do? Why would they want to stick with this city specifically if it's control that they're after and there's no one to control?
Well, because they see it as some kind of ancestral birthright or some shit.
So we're dealing with a
This land
we're
is
dealing
their
with
God-granted right by birth, and, you know, that sort of thing.
So we're dealing with God's decree. Got it.
I'm not
You know
even
which
sure
god?
which god. No, to be honest, I think it's just a god that they made up. I know that there's a lot of gods out there, but I'm pretty sure that there isn't any specific god of Clodkill. I think they just made it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a culture god.
Generally, gods don't reside their whole domain over a single city.
Exactly. I think they just made it up. To try and say that there's some divine legitimacy to all of the stuff they're doing.
We still need to get David's parents back, no matter what.
Yeah.
Not only is that the whole reason we came here in the first place, but with their rune crafting abilities, they'll actually be able to help these people.
So far, at least from what I've heard from a lot of the guards that come walking past, and from the tavern, they tend to only make runes that aren't particularly combat viable. They keep saying they need more practice, and they keep making food and beverage runes. Nothing combat useful. They keep showing off that they have potential, but not actually following through on it.
Hey, Andrew.
Oh yes, mate.
Sorry, not Andrew. David.
Oh yeah?
Your parents are capable of creating combat runes, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They must be doing it to cover everything up. Does make a lot of sense.
Well, they don't want to make. They probably don't want to make weapons for evil bastards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hmm. What? I think I. Now no one better. Now everyone make sure that none of you are recording this. Kind of gonna look around vigorously to make sure there are no cameras present.
There are cameras present, but Rose will just say, "They're all turned off, don't worry."
Yeah, I know. Put them in the bag.
Okay. She puts them in the bag.
Okay, good. Now that I'm sure that no one's recording this, I think I agree with Rose's idea.
No! Come on! Why'd you have to get rid of the recording then? I would have replayed it in
That's
my
why.
mind so many times.
That's why.
Can't you just replay in your mind without the recording?
Oh yeah! I can!
And that's why I made sure no cameras were present.
Damn it.
But seriously, it probably would be a good idea to try and get someone to go into the.
Alright, so I should disguise myself as David and head in there for a bit. And then I'll probably end up with his parents, and then I can chat with Andrew to say what the place looks like.
Although be warned, you may end up getting tortured once they realize you don't have the ability to create runes.
Well, all I need is to just have a couple of runes on me, right? Just a couple of food and beverage runes. I just bring a couple of those out and keep saying that I was trying to make a combat rune. And then after a little while, I just scurry away as a little ferret. I doubt they
Yes,
have
well,
holy
if-
water in there. They don't exactly expect shape changers underground.
Yes,
After
well,
all-
that all assumes they won't pat you down.
They can try and pat me down, but the thing is, right? I can decide what goes into my wild shape and what doesn't. And since the ferret is my default form, and she'll just start glaring at Raijin, then it won't end up being detected.
Why'd you say that with an accent?
Won't it end up being detected?
I don't know, it just came out that way.
I don't know. It just came out that way.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
It wasn't even Rose at that point.
No, that was me.
Yeah.
Anyway, alright.
No, it was me.
Shut up. Anyway, on with the session, please.
Well, that's one part of the plan. It can get us some intel on the state of the parents, but obviously that's
And
only
also the
very
layout of the
beginning.
prison.
Obviously, that's only the very beginning.
Mm.
What else can we do?
I think we have to do this stage by stage. We can't do this all at once.
Hmm.
At the very least. What was your name again? Dwarf?
We don't know his name.
It's probably better if I don't say.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I'd
It
rather
is.
if you guys got captured that you weren't able to say my name or even give that great of a description of me.
Which we
Alright,
won't.
for now I'm going to
hence we
call you.
can't.
Alright, for now I'm going to call you Jerry.
Cool, I'll go with Jerry.
Sorry, not Jerry, Corey. I'm forgetting that.
Alright, I'll go with Corey then.
Okay, Corey.
Why are you farting, Liam?
I think Liam just deflated.
Okay, anyway, at some point, would you like to explain what that thing was that you were doing, Liam?
I'll wait for
Okay,
it to
fair.
happen.
Fair.
Yeah. So Corey, go try and tell as many of the other civilians as you can to be prepared for the near future.
For what?
To run.
Got it.
Yeah. Shit will go sideways soon.
Got it. I'll reach
I'll
everyone
say-
I can trust not to immediately tell the guard, and I'll let them know.
Now then,
There anything else
Yeah,
I can do
yeah.
to help, or should I just leave this place open for you?
you know any place that sells coffee?
If we
Tavern.
keep coffee.
And also, I
also-
brought you coffee. It's right there.
Yeah.
And also, you can go into my house. There should be, let's see, about a ton of it
1
in
second.
there, so you should be able to make some of your own if you want. Just try not to get spotted, please.
Easy enough.
Anyway,
Very
you should
well.
probably drink that before it gets cold.
Khan's gonna look down at it and just. And Khan's gonna look down at it and remember that Senshin said he was going to shit in her coffee.
Okay, Kana, roll investigation.
What's my investigation?
Okay, quick question. Once she's done this, what did that come out to?
Let me do a quick calculation. That's 21. 22.
Okay, human or ferret? Not that it particularly matters with that kind of roll.
Human.
Okay, there is
And
a
probably
large.
also ferrets.
Okay, there is a large lump of shit in your coffee. Human. There's also a bunch of smaller lumps of shit in your coffee. Ferret.
Khan's gonna splash the coffee onto Senshin.
Senshin, dex save.
No, the second that Senshin saw that,
Or just throw it with the coffee cup.
no,
at
the
Senshin.
second that he saw that she was looking in there, he was gonna. As soon as she saw it, he was gonna shove it into her face. So. So that no matter what, he couldn't get screwed for this, so he just
Okay,
shoves it into her.
no, Senshin, you do a dex save first. If you succeed, then Kana has to do the dex save. And let's say, journeyman proficiency. So what should the DC come out to then?
I already succeeded it.
Okay, in that case, Kana, dex save.
18.
Pardon?
18.
Alright, you both succeed. So, Kana, you try to splash Senshin with the poo coffee. Senshin, you try to splash Kana with the poo coffee. In the end, it ends up on the ground. And nobody gets splashed with the poo coffee. Thankfully.
Oh, I have to say that beverage definitely looks quite nasty. And Andrew's just gonna walk off.
Man, it stinks in here all of a sudden. Why is it stinking here all of a sudden?
It's a stink of lies. He says, looking straight at Kana.
Why exactly did Senshin want to poop in Kana's coffee again? I forgot.
He got mad. He got mad because the official report says that I helped out with the says that I helped out with the.
That
it
wasn't the
says
official
is-
report. That's just the rumor mill.
Yeah, also,
This guy heard
most-
from the rumor mill, not
you
the
were
official
taking,
report.
Oh, fair.
and you were taking
He's-
credit.
he's got-
and you.
He
and you
got
were
mad
acting
because
on-
he got mad because he got mad because the rumor mill forgot to mention him when we were in the.
The rumor mill
slave
did
trade
mention
bust.
him. It said that he slew a dragon.
Yeah, it's
In the
gonna kill
slave trade
dragon.
bust was the specific part of that.
Yeah, just ignoring the fact that I did fucking most of it, and then Kana seems to pretend like for some reason we're all part of the virtual brigade or anything.
Essentially, everything you did to do that to aid in freeing the
Kana,
slaves was
I
basically
actively
illegal.
Yeah, exactly. I actively circumvented your authority to go towards that stuff, because if we went with your authority, we wouldn't have done shit. Because
Yeah,
it
no-
wouldn't have
yeah,
shit,
so no
because
wonder.
it disturbs the status quo.
Can you two
Yeah, so
please
no
shut
wonder-
up? You're gonna get the guards alerted here.
I'm imagining what's we've got.
I apologize for
We've
my.
probably got some. Rajan and what's his face? David are probably setting up this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're setting up sound dampeners so they don't have to worry about that.
I apologize. I apologize for him. Speaking
Frankly,
of,
I don't give a shit who's in the right or wrong. I just don't want you bringing the guards here.
We won't. We've got
Speaking of, right. Oh, speaking of, Rajan, you might want to hold on to this. And Rajan's going to hand over a slip of paper. Oh, Kana's going to hand over a slip of paper to Rajan.
Mm-hmm. What's up? Yeah, she'll read the paper.
It's the photo of Senshin.
Oh,
Why
wait.
the fuck do you have?
Regular Senshin or sexy Senshin?
Regular Senshin.
Oh,
It's the photo that they used to convince the king that Senshin became attractive.
Why the
That's
fuck?
the photo that we used to convince. That's the photo that we used to convince the king that the mirror can make someone attractive.
Right. Okay.
So we can. Do you not get it?
I get it. I'm also pretty sure that this was your idea, not Andrew's, because I'm pretty sure Andrew wouldn't have done any plan that would have gotten Rose in danger.
And you're really sure he wouldn't? You really sure he wouldn't make a plan that involved dissing on Senshin?
I'm pretty sure
No.
that you like dissing on Senshin
I'm
more than
sh-
Andrew does. Andrew likes Senshin.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you for backing me up. Now then,
Oh,
Kana,
gladly, if it means you won't kill me.
I won't. Right now on my iris, for, well, the Shippu commander.
Okay. Whew. Man, it's nice not to have her eye on me for once.
Kana, I'm fully aware of how this is going, and right now I want to make this as simple as possible. We are outside of your jurisdiction. Everything we do know has to be against the law. We have to be slow, we have to be guerrilla, and we have to be ruthless with what we're dealing with. So,
In which case, we should probably get started on the first end of the
the
first
first
section
part of
of
the
this
plan
plan.
is the first section of the plan involves Rose going into the prison.
Hmm.
Do we know if they have some sort of anti-magic fields?
No, but I should be able to find it out. And plus, also, it's an innate racial ability for me to change my form, so it's not something they'll be
That
able to
is-
cancel.
It is. It's the communication with the outside that I'm more concerned about. That would be cancelled out with an anti-magic field.
Mm,
Wait, actually,
Right.
no.
Ascending rune
I-
would be, but I don't communicate with Andrew via ascending rune.
Not that. Something else I just realized. Andrew, you said your parents were able to communicate to you through stone, right?
David, and yes, they were.
David.
David, and yes. Would that be something they could do through anti-magic?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I could just
It-
strap one onto Rose and we're all good.
No, is that something that could be done through anti-magic, Alex?
They have already done it, so it's clear that however they did it, they were capable of communicating to David within the prison, which means they could do it again.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, would David know if he could communicate, if they could communicate through anti-magic using that, or if they couldn't do it if there was an anti-magic field up?
Unclear. He wasn't sure whether there was an anti-magic field there.
Hmm.
But he was certain that they were able to do it before, which means that either they were able to do it through anti-magic, or there wasn't an anti-magic field there.
Okay. Okay then. Right. If you say you're able to communicate through a way that can go through an anti-magic field, Rose, we should be fine on your fronts.
I am,
Now,
because
for
it's
those-
not magic, it's innate.
for those of us that can sneak and disguise, so Raijin, you can disguise with your magecraft. That would be a good idea. And I can change my physical appearance similar to how changelings do it. Actually, I've been doing it this whole time right now. It just takes a while.
And you'll see that Senshin looks like he could be a relative of his own, but doesn't look like he's exactly the same guy. When you look at him, you could easily just say he looks exactly like his older brother, but upon a second glance, anyone would be able to tell that this does not look like the same person.
It
I
takes
can
a,
use. I can use
You can use your
illusion
illusion
magic
as
to
well.
change my appearance, or worst comes to worst, I can just wear a disguise.
So that's why I'm thinking what we should do is see if we can figure out a way into the castle, scope it out, and work out what they're dealing with up there.
Well,
I think I'm.
there is one option, but you may not like it.
Is it through the door?
No, actually. I was thinking, since they seem so interested in collecting Goliaths, it's entirely possible you could say that you're representing a group of people who are trying to trade them more. They'll probably be very interested to talk to you about it. Especially if you say the Goliaths are out of the city and a couple of days away.
Is that gonna work? I mean,
It might.
I can't lie for shit though.
is
Oh,
trading
but you have
Goliaths a
someone who
common
can-
practice.
But I have someone who can. You're right. All I need to do is look big, tough, and stupid.
Oh, I mean, that can definitely
Is
work.
common for practice.
Well, Kana, think about it like this: if it's some sort of, if the Jiragar, well, I'm really sure they'd be at least aware now the Jiragar are mostly screwed up from their original Goliath trading. If we come in looking different, like, do you have any disguises that would work best for an Andrew? Once.
Oh,
I'm gonna
I mean, I
get
can
into
pretty
it.
much transform into one if you like. Andrew will try transforming into one.
No, not a Goliath. I need something else. Some sort of other group. I can look like. It might be a little difficult to do this, but I can start trying to transform into something similar to a half orc. That way,
Oh.
if I act as dumb muscle, then it should make it a lot easier for it to work.
It would probably be easier for Senshin to disguise himself as as one of the Goliaths than as a half orc. It will probably take you at least half an hour to do that, just because of the fact that half orcs typically have a different skin tone, and that is going to take a while to do.
Yeah, skin tone's the longer one. Yeah. Well,
And
it's mostly
also,
we're doing.
your teeth are going to look quite
period.
different, so it is going to take
Yeah.
a while.
Well, that's the plan. It's if I do the plan. If we do that and come up as some sort of independent slave trading group, and say that we've found some that we have a bunch more Goliaths from the upside. We're willing to trade them. They'll be a few days out. We can even say that we're not sure how many, but we know there are a few runecrafters in there because we've pulled out a few of. David, can you give me some of your lesser powerful runes? Actually, David, can you give me one of your combat runes?
Yeah, sure. Here's the fire one, and I'll just toss it over.
Thanks. Use one of the. If we use one of his fire runes as the proof, then I'm sure he'll be super excited to show us this stuff.
So all we have to do is talk big, get this guy interested, and then we're good.
Talk
So-
big and what we need to do is talk big, and what you need to do is talk big. What I need to do is look scary. Because if there's anything that these big military tiny penis types like, it's scary looking stupid people.
I think we can work wonders here, to be honest. Andrew's gonna look very happy.
Wonderful. Now, Kana, these guys are stupid racists. Which do you think would be better for making them think that I'd be good as some sort of assistance for them, half orc or full orc?
Let me see. I'd say full orc since they're already selling one half orc.
All right, then, give me an hour.
Speaking of Corey, where do you think would be safest to send Rose here to get arrested by the police in a way that isn't going to get her killed?
Well, what she's going to want to do is probably avoid suspicion from a large crowd of people. She's going to want to go to somewhere fairly quiet. I'd suggest either going to the temple or to the other farm, and making herself visible to the farmer, but not visible to anyone else. Essentially, just drawing a little bit of attention, getting the farmer to call it out, or getting the cleric to call it out, and then not putting up any resistance when arrested.
Actually, what if you're the one to call him in? Or her in? That would throw suspicion off of you easily.
But then they'd be suspicious of this place, and you might not have a good hiding spot. Are you okay with that?
What I mean is,
I think we'll have to.
you catch them hiding somewhere else. Say at a
I
different area.
tell them that I suppose I could tell them I'm a member of the Virgil Dove Brigade and that she was, and that after
No, that
seeing
won't
what
work.
happened.
I wouldn't
after seeing
suggest
the
saying that
trial.
you're part of some other lawmaking organization. They're likely going to try and butt heads and think that you're stepping over your jurisdiction. I'd keep
Which
your
you are.
I'd keep your organization a secret.
I have
So we-
I have an idea, but it'll take a. I have an idea, but it's slightly risky. Don't suppose you have any of the guards' uniforms with you?
I don't.
Then I might have to go and try and grab one myself.
What I'm thinking is I'm going to arrest her near some of the stalagmites over down by the fountain area. I'm going to take this ferret with me. Then I'm going to call the guards on her when she turns into him, and we'll point over at David, and throw suspicion off of me. I'll just say that I'm going to lunch. I'll go back to lunch after I'm finished, and then they'll take her to the prison.
I suppose that could work. Let's see.
And that
It's
way,
the-
it won't draw suspicion to my farm, and it won't draw suspicion to me or any of you guys.
Let's see.
Right.
What could I? See, where do I fit in? I suppose I can't disguise myself as an orc or anything that major.
Maybe you should come along with me. I can.
I believe it would be best. I believe it would be best if I had a. If I was one of the sellers, after all.
You could pass yourself off as a cleric quite easily.
I'll need to get out of these clothes, though.
I've got some cleric clothes.
Why do you have cleric clothes?
They're not exactly hard to make or to get. They should fit an average-sized humanoid, so they're far too big for me. Well, they used to be my wife's back in the day. But
I see.
she doesn't have any further need for them now. Quit the
Sorry
faith.
for your loss.
Oh. Okay. Okay,
Okay,
good.
so not
Good.
your loss then. Never mind.
Still alive, just no longer particularly involved in that cult. I'm glad for her. Anyway, I got rid of the cult markings, so they should be fairly generic, and he'll just go and grab them. And it looks to be about your size. And he'll just hand them over, and we'll say, now, you should be able to... Are you particularly familiar with Aristotle, god of merchants, teachings?
Yeah, I know some stuff about him.
Excellent. In that case, follow his spirit, and you should be able to pass yourself off as a cleric of Aristotle pretty well.
Well,
Plus, also, they're not going to pay attention to who you are as an individual underneath that hood.
see then. How do I? Let's see then. It's been a while since I've had to actually, had to act upon piety towards Aristotle.
Well, I'm sure this should get you some actual piety. Pretending to be a cleric of his. Man, that would get you almost as much piety as... Probably more piety than actually being a cleric is.
Yeah.
It's successfully pretending to be his cleric is probably going to get you more piety than actually being his cleric.
Crazy.
Hey, he is the god of trickery after all.
Mm-hmm. Man, I should have just gone hunting at some point. All right. So, speaking of, what do we do with the kid? Guys? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all
Yeah.
here. It's just people are trying to figure it out. Let people have a chance
Okay.
to think.
Oh, no,
Jeez.
I can't hear anything. I
Yeah.
thought my computer crashed.
That's fair. Just we were thinking, I assume.
And
Yeah.
also people were making thinking noises.
I don't think that
What
I
can we
don't think
do?
I'm going to be a problem. I mean, do you think people down here can tell gnolls apart?
No, so that means that if they see any gnolls, they're likely to think, oh, that's probably the gnoll that jumped out the window. Let's face it, you're probably the only gnoll I've seen down here. In months.
Messing with a whole group of people, a whole different group of people.
They're stupid racists, Taishiro. It's not
They're gonna
work.
assume you're the same gnoll because they've only seen one gnoll.
I mean, I could use my illusion magic on him to make him look different. Although I'd have to be near him at all times for that to work properly. Ooh, does that mean I get to choose to be a different race?
You know, if you were able to make your arms appear just a bit longer, you could probably appear like a bugbear. Especially if you made yourself a little bit taller. Bugbears do look pretty similar to gnolls, fur all over, except for the fact that they have much longer arms and are generally a fair bit taller. Just a thought.
That's
Actually,
a really good idea.
do you have a disguise kit?
Not me, but I could probably get one from the shops.
Wait, no, I should have one on me. Oh, I should have something on me. Give me a sec. And Taisho's gonna like whip his bag over his shoulder and start like rummaging through it to look for his performer's kit.
You are able to find a disguise kit, and part of it is able to make you a little bit taller, and together with a bit of magecraft, you're able to make your pants and shirt longer, as well as making your arms appear to be a fair bit longer than they actually are. As long as you don't go trying to grab stuff, you should be able to make yourself pass pretty well as a bugbear.
I mean, I could. I have a whole costume in here. I have a whole knight costume in here as well, though.
Why
Should
would
I
a
be-
knight costume help?
You
Well, I
would
could
be
be
a
a-
knight, but you would still be a null, which is the major thing that you're trying to conceal.
No one would be able to see me through the armor.
No, that's not how this works, Tashiro.
Oh, be the bodyguard for once.
No, Tashiro. We are dealing with something much bigger than whatever fun you're trying to have.
Oh, okay. And Tasha will put on the bugbear costume
All
and
right.
sulk.
Yep, you're a convincing bugbear, young child.
Oh, I want to be a convincing knight.
I don't know. I don't think anyone under the 5 foot's going to be a convincing knight.
There are plenty of dwarven knights out there. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Kids got it
I don't
right.
think
There are plenty.
That is a fair point.
That
I
was
will
calm.
take. Fine. I'll rephrase my points. I'll rephrase my point. Starts ringing.
I phrase my point.
uh, anyway, I'll rephrase. Okay, I'm fine. I'll rephrase it. I don't think anyone with a squeaky voice like yours will be seen as a knight.
Mm.
I don't think we can do much else today, Alex.
Yeah, it's 5:30.
Yeah, I was just going to essentially have it that, okay, you finished the plan, session ends. So I was waiting for you guys to finish planning, and then that was going to be it.
Well, this is just the first stage of the plan to figure out what the hell we're gonna do next.
Well,
Get into the
that's going to
castle.
be it for today, because I was planning for you guys to get up to the prison break and then decide, and then probably end the
Yeah,
session.
sweet.
So you guys are up to the point where you're going to be getting the first person inside the prison, so I'm going to call it here.
Okay, sweet. Let's just write down the plan real quick.
Okay.